Harry Potter sat in the Gryffindor common room after the final battle. He had just killed Voldemort by a fluke of ownership of the Elder Wand. He held it in his hands and was looking at it. This, the supposed wand made by death itself, sat in his hands and was the cause of the death, by a backfiring curse, of his enemy. In his pocket sat the resurrection stone. It had shown up in his pocket after he took possession of the wand. He had tried to throw the stone in the Black Lake to get rid of it, but it would just wound up in his pocket as he turned to walk away. He was confused. Was he the master of death now? Is that why the stone returned? What was going to happen to him now? What did the Mater of Death do? He walks with death, a disembodied voice said behind him, causing him to jump and fall out of his chair. Harry quickly straightened his round glasses and brushed his long black hair out of his face and pulled the Elder Wand and pointed it where he thought the voice was. He was looking around, frantically trying to find the voice, sweat breaking out on his forehead. He quickly wiped it on the sleeve of his shirt so it wouldn't drip into his eyes. "Peace, Harry Potter. I am not your enemy," the voice said as it materialized in front of him. Harry saw what many would consider a very handsome man. He had an aristocratic look to his being. He had high cheekbones, a strong jaw, and his eyes. His eyes were like a black hole that seemed to draw in all the light around him. He had on a three-piece suit, pure white, almost so bright it was difficult to look at. It contrasted nicely with the pitch-black wings that were protruding out of his back. "Who are you?" Harry asked as he pointed the wand made by death at the winged intruder. "I am Death," he said in the disembodied voice that sounded like it was coming from everywhere. "Why are you here?" Harry asked as bravely as he could, pretending there wasn't a waver to his voice. "Have you come to take me?" He didn't actually think this was a bad idea. The woman he loved was dead, killed by his supposed best friend when she admitted that she had loved him as well. He was just glad he was killed by a Death Eater with an exploding curse before he was able to get his hands on him. His godson was safely out of the country with his grandmother. Harry had left everything to him in the event of his death. He would be able to reunite with his parents and Sirius.
Này Harry Potter,
"I am not here to collect your soul. You have paid the price for the reward you have been given," Death told Harry. "What reward? Why do I deserve a reward?" Harry asked skeptically, not lowering his wand. "You are the master of death. You have gained your immortality. You will help me catch those who have decided to try and cheat me out of what is my due. I never wanted immortality. I just wanted to be normal, have a family, get a job and die of old age now that Snakeface is dead. Why would I want to live forever?" asked Harry angrily. "And that is why you were chosen for this responsibility. So I'll never get to see my family in the afterlife? I will never see Hermione again," Harry shouted at Death. "This is bullshit. I don't want this reward. Take the Hallows back and leave me the fuck alone." Harry raged as he thrust the wand and stone at Death. He would have to get the cloak from his trunk to give it to Death. "I cannot do that. This isn't something that can be taken back. You are immortal. You are my companion. You were chosen by the fates for this duty. It can't be denied." "I won't do it. I'll have someone disarm and become the new master of the wand," Harry said desperately to get out of this. "It won't work. They are bonded to you for the rest of eternity. Besides, those you seek in death are no longer there. They have gone on to be reborn into another life. They have been bathed in the River Lethe and wouldn't recognize you even if you met them," Death said. Harry just collapsed. "I'll never see Hermione again?" Harry asked weakly, his heart breaking all over again after her death. He was hoping to build a life with her after the war was over. They had even talked about what they planned to do after the war. They never expressed their feelings in the tent, but before the final battle, they had confessed their love for each other and shared their first and only kiss. This was interrupted by Ron, who exploded in anger and demanded Hermione belong to him. He received a slap to face by Hermione for his comment. It was probably this scene that caused Ron to kill Hermione to spite Harry. If Ron couldn't have her, then rich Harry Potter wouldn't have her either. "She has gone on as well. As soon as she realized she would never be with you even in death, she took rebirth. She couldn't live in Elysium without you for eternity," Death explained to a crying Harry Potter. Why? Why can't I be normal? I couldn't even fucking die right. Harry raged as he flipped over the chair that was next to him. Who the fuck gave the fates the right to do this to me? Why the fuck do I get to live forever while all these people are killed by a madman seeking immortality, and I get it by a fucking fluke? You have a choice, Harry Potter. You can embrace your new life, or you can hate it. You will live till the end of time. How do you want that existence to go? Death asked quietly, his disembodied voice getting clearer. Harry was seething. He had little choice. His love was gone forever, and he would never get to have the future he wanted with her. Will Hermione be happy in her new life? Harry asked with difficulty. Death tilted his head to the side as if listening to something. Yes, she will have a very good life, and will be happy. How can you be so sure? Harry asked skeptically, not sure if he believed Death. The fates told me, he said simply. Harry deflated, all his anger gone. His love would be happy, and that's all he ever wanted for her. His family had moved on as well, all gone for rebirth. What of my parents and Sirius and Remus and Tonks? Will they know each other in their new life? Will they still be friends? Souls have a way to try to find the familiar, even if they can't remember. The soul is a mysterious thing. Not even the lethe can take away everything. Impressions, emotions, these can be taken with the soul into a new life. So they could be together again? Asked Harry hopefully. Maybe his parents and their friends would be together in their new life. It's a possibility. I won't know until I claim their souls again. Death said simply, his face a blank mask of emotion. This deflated Harry's slight hope that his family could be reunited. He gave a sigh and really thought his situation over. He could continue to fight this and be miserable for eternity, or he could do this new job he was chosen to do. And really, he wanted to be an Auror. How different could hunting down people who wanted to escape death be? So I would be chasing down people who cheat you. Is that all I have to do? Asked Harry, wanting to get all the information before committing to something. He should have done that before he did that damn Horcrux hunt. Essentially, there may be tasks that I need your help with, but other than the people who need to be taken out for cheating me, your time is your own. You may do as you please. Death said as he gave Harry a ghost of a smile, as if he knew Harry had made up his mind to help him. What tasks would you need help with? Asked Harry skeptically. Your death. What could you need help with? I have other duties besides ferrying the dead to be judged. I may need you to take over every once in a while, and I may need you to deal with some other people when I don't want to, like my boss. Death has a boss? Asked Harry, surprised. Is it God? Is he real? Harry had never been a believer in God. Too many bad things had happened in his life to ever believe there was a divine plan for him. However, with the knowledge that death was real and so were the fates, he was having to reevaluate his thinking. Are we talking real or metaphysical? There is a one creator God, I suppose, chaos. He created everything. But I'm talking about gods as in plural. The Greek ones to be precise. My name is Thanatos, or as the Romans called me, Letus. He said as he shifted into a more muscular form as he mentioned the Roman name for himself. So the Greek gods are real? Harry asked in disbelief. He sat down heavily on the sofa next to him. What else is real? Monsters? Oh, how about Egyptian gods while we're at it? Harry said sarcastically. All those are real. You think only the Greek gods exist. Many pantheons exist, some more powerful than others. In your duties you may even meet some of those gods. Just know you are a part of the Greek and Roman pantheon now. Your ancestor Ignotus Peveril was actually a son of Hades, making him and his brothers demigods. Thanatos said as he answered Harry's sarcastic questions. So I'm a descendant of a god. Hades, Lord of the Dead. That god. Harry said, disbelieving. Yes, the three hollows were gifts to his sons as he felt they deserved a reward for bringing honor to his house. Sadly, he knew as soon as two of the brothers chose an unbeatable wand and a stone to bring the dead back, that they would soon be joining him in the underworld permanently. He was the smartest. Had to give that boy my cloak to hide him from my presence. I was very annoyed with Hades for centuries because of that. Thanatos said as he conjured an elegant winged back chair to sit on as he retracted his wings into his back and sat down. Harry sat down and really thought about all this new information. He had a job now, he could leave Britain behind him. He wouldn't have to be the man who won or any of that crap. He could be Harry Potter, just Harry Potter. He could look after his godson Teddy when he wasn't working. He could move to America to be closer to him. This actually could work out very well for him. After giving a sigh, he looked Thanatos right in the eyes and asked, "When do I start?" "Get your money from the goblins first. Those creatures will try to steal it from you in reparations for the damage you caused escaping from the bank. Tell them it was a quest for Lord Letus and show them this," Thanatos said as he handed Harry a necklace with the Hallows symbol in a strange metal that chilled him to his bones as he first touched it, before it vanished. "That is the mark that will show them you speak the truth. They will not try to claim anything from you for fear of angering me. Then we will begin your training. You need to be able to fight people who are vastly more powerful than that pitiful Voldemort." Harry gulped at the mention of people who were stronger than Voldemort. "Let's get started then." It was an intense 5 years of training for one Harry Potter. In that time he had filled out from a thin, wiry individual to a lean, mean fighting machine. He chuckled whenever Thanatos said that. He had filled out with muscles to where he looked like an Olympic swimmer. Muscular, but not so much where it hindered his movements. He had cut his longer hair to a short hairstyle that he styled into spikes as it helped control the infamous Potter hair. In the time of his training, he was pushed to his limits with magic, both with a wand and wandless. Thanatos had called in a favor with Hecate to have her help with his studies. She took one look at his wands and scoffed. She told him in no uncertain terms that wands are training wheels for real magic. They had a use for pinpoint precision work, other than that they were useless. She would only teach him real magic, and make him a sorcerer, not a silly wizard. To say the methods of harnessing magic were different would be an understatement. Learning to use magic wandless hurt. This was because his magic channels in his body were small because his reliance on his wand. They had to make them grow before he could do any real magic. She had him expand them by forcing him to do every spell he knew wandless. It would be easier as he already was familiar with what he was doing. It was an intense 8 months before Hecate deemed him ready to begin learning her magics. He spent the next 3 years learning from her. When he wasn't practicing magic, he was learning to fight physically. Magic was good and all, but it couldn't solve everything, unlike what the wizards in Britain thought. Thanatos had his only demigod son alive work with him on that, supplemented by the war goddess Io, twin sister of Ares. Thanatos had some sort of relationship with her, but would never disclose what it was to Harry. With the way she sent Thanatos winks and suggestive movements, he could guess they were involved in a relationship. It would make sense, war and death go hand in hand. She was brutal as a teacher. While nicer and saner than her brother Ares, she still reveled in battle. There was no blunt swords or spears to practice with. You either learned or you were stabbed. Harry found this out the hard way. He wasn't giving it all because he was tired during one of their sessions, and had dropped his guard, and received a sword in the gut for his efforts. He learned that day he was immortal. Instead of the red blood he was expecting, he was bleeding gold ichor. He was patched up with some nectar and ambrosia, and he vowed to never let his guard down again. While he wouldn't die, it still hurt an unbelievable amount. During his 4th year of training, he was sent out on his first quest. He was to bring the soul of a German wizard who was hiding in Russia to Thanatos. He was prolonging his life by using a dark ritual that stole the youth of its victims and gave it to him. His primary targets were young boys. This infuriated Harry and took the quest gladly. It turned out to be a bit of a disappointment to Harry. Other than the fact the wizard had a ritual that would steal youth, he had little else in his spell repertoire. He stuck to the unforgivables when Harry confronted him. When those failed, he begged for his life after he saw Harry take an AK to the chest and keep coming towards him. A quick sword thrust to the gut with his special sword given to him by Thanatos for his missions, and the man's soul was sent screaming to Thanatos. After that he was sent on quests to end others who sought to cheat death. On one quest, he had his first encounter with a magician from the House of Life. They were both looking for one wizard named Jeff the Immortal. Apparently he had stolen from one of the House of Life's gnomes. As soon as the magician laid eyes on Harry, he attacked. He screamed about godly abominations and tried to hit him with what Harry thought was a boomerang. Harry turned him into a toad for his trouble, laughing to himself at the irony. He collected the soul of Jeff the Immortal, who thought that using inferi was a good idea. Harry used a fire spell taught to him by Hecate to burn them to ashes, and freed the spirits to go to the afterlife. Jeff then tried to fight with a sword, but was quickly disarmed and beheaded by a determined Harry. While Harry before training would have been horrified by his current method of killing, the current Harry had been brutally trained by a sadistic war goddess and an emotionless child of death. He had to learn to let go of that squeamishness long ago. After rummaging through his pockets looking to see what was so important for a magician of Egypt to come after him, Harry found a scroll that detailed a ritual to summon the Egyptian deity Set, a god of chaos and violence. Harry decided to keep the scroll. Something like this didn't need to be in a place where people could access it. After making sure there was nothing else that could cause problems for Harry or his bosses, he had to destroy a spell book that described ways to raise the dead. He transformed the magician back into a man and quickly bound him. I have taken care of the problem. Jeff the Immortal is dead. You can have the body as proof of his death. I already have what I came for, Harry said to the struggling magician. I want what he stole. That is my mission. Where is the scroll? He shouted as spittle flew out of his mouth. Destroyed. No one should have something like that where it can be used, Harry said with a smirk on the outraged face of his captive. He redoubled his efforts to get free. You abomination! Gods have no place in the world, he screamed. I'm no god. I just work for one. Tell your bosses that the scroll is gone and let's leave it at that. I will let you go, but if you attack me, I will kill you. Do you understand? Harry said as he drew his sword. At the man's disbelieving face, Harry added, if I kill you, you won't be seeing Anubis or Osiris. You'll get Thanatos and Hades. Do you want that? After the man's terrified expression, Harry released him. After giving him a cheery wave, Harry operated back to his boss's office in the underworld to report a job completed, and to give him the scroll for safekeeping. When Thanatos received the scroll, he was furious. Those magicians have broken the truce we established with them centuries ago, he raged. They have no idea what having a scroll like this entails for them. Harry was watching his boss rage around his richly appointed office, his black wings flexing in his irritation. So what can having this scroll cause? Harry asked to break off his boss's angry mumbling. Thanatos stopped and gave Harry a furious glare. This one scroll could cause a war between us and those damn Egyptians. They were forbidden from having ways to summon their gods. That was the truce. Thanatos smashed his hand into his stone desk, causing it to crack from the force. Why though? Why can't they summon their gods? The Greek ones run around, so do some other pantheons. Why are the Egyptian ones banned? Because they don't have true bodies when they are out. They possess a human conduit to walk the earth, thus keeping them from obeying the laws set forth by chaos. Alexander didn't conquer Egypt for the hell of it. He was a son of Zeus sent forth with Greece's army by his father to enforce the laws set forth by the Creator. They were crushed and the gods banished to the Duat from whence they came. If Zeus sees this, he would wipe Egypt off the map. He would have the support of the other pantheons as well. It wasn't just the Greeks fighting the Egyptians and their magicians. Thanatos started pacing his office before walking to his door and exiting at a hurried pace. Where are you going? Called Harry as he ran to catch up to his boss. Thanatos looked at him with a frown, then said, This needs to be shown to Hades. He is the one who is going to have to decide what to do with this. This is not something that can be let go. This could launch the planet into World War III. Holy shit, Harry gasped out. A war on that scale would kill millions, and with the nuclear weapons the mortals had, that number could reach the billions. Harry could just see why this was upsetting Thanatos so much. They made it to the palace where Hades and his wife Persephone resided when she was here 6 months of the year. Harry could see the garden created by Hades for his wife, filled with flowers and trees made from gemstones and precious metals. He saw a lone pomegranate tree that had the juiciest fruit he had ever seen. Harry knew somehow the fruit would be the most delicious thing he had ever tasted. Harry reluctantly continued following Thanatos into Hades' version of Olympus in the underworld. He remembered the story he was told when he started his training that Hades had modeled his palace off the place he was only allowed to visit on the solstices. As they walked through the corridors, Harry marveled at the construction of the palace. It was made with black marble that was polished to a mirror surface. There was a thick push carpet that ran down the corridor they were walking down. He also saw rich hardwood floors in halls they passed. They stopped outside a huge stone door carved with scenes of death. Battles from ancient times to the dropping of the bombs on Japan. Each scene was in such detail that the looks of agony and fear could be seen on the faces of the people carved into the door. Thanatos just pushed open the doors and walked up to the throne where Hades was seated. His wife's throne next to his, empty, as she spent time out of the underworld. Harry was nervous meeting the Lord of the Dead. In his years of training, he had never actually seen him. He was tall, standing about 6 feet 8 inches. He was wearing a robe so dark, it looked as if it was drawing all the light in the room into it. He also saw it was moving. Faces would press against, wailing in despair, even if no sound was made. It was kind of creepy. He was also pale, like he had never seen the sunlight. Seeing how he was the Lord of the Underworld, it was probably true. He had eyes so dark they looked like black holes, with a gleam in them that screamed evil genius. His hair was black and fell down to his shoulders, and was just as dark as his robes. "Why have you come before me, Thanatos?" Hades said in a deep baritone voice that seems to shake Harry to his core. There was a nagging feeling at the back of Harry's mind that recognized Hades as one of Harry's ancestors. "There has been a breach of the treaty with the Egyptian magicians. They have kept scrolls to summon their gods, namely Set," Thanatos said as he handed the scroll to Hades. Hades unfurled the scroll and read it over. When he finished, the room became bitterly cold in his fury at what he had read. "They dare keep rituals like this?" Hades asked in a chilling tone. "How did you come of this, Thanatos?" he said as he gave a penetrating stare to Thanatos. "My companion Harry Potter. He united the Deathly Hallows given to your sons long ago. He is your legacy," Thanatos said as he pushed Harry in front of himself. Harry gave him a hard glare for his actions. "You have a piece of my power in you, I can sense it. You are descended from Ignotus. He was one of my favorite sons," Hades said as he looked over his many times over great-grandson. Harry bowed to the Lord of the Underworld and said, "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, my lord. Where did you get this?" Hades said as he brandished the scroll in Harry's direction as he leaned forward in his throne. "I collected it from a man I reaped for cheating death. He had stolen it from one of the Egyptian gnomes. There was a magician who was very frantic on getting it back. Now that I learned why having the scroll is bad, I understand where the franticness in his actions were. Will this lead to war, Lord Hades?" Hades sat back in his throne and cupped his chin in thought. After a few moments he said, "No. A war between the pantheons will end badly for all of us. Things are stirring right now and we can't afford such a war right now. But we can use this to gain some concessions from the Egyptians. This will stay between us. I will negotiate with the chief lector on what we can do to keep this from my dear brother," he said with a sneer at the end. Thanatos, thinking that the meeting was over, gently nudged Harry and motioned for Harry to follow his out. Before they made it out the door completely, Hades called out, "You have done well, Harry Potter, to bring this to my attention. I will be watching you." The door shut after this was said. This was the first time Harry had met Hades, but it wouldn't be the last. In the last year of his training, he had gone on 3 different quests for Hades. One where he had to deliver documents to of the Egyptian breach of the treaty to different death gods. His most memorable visit was to Hela in Helheim, who made him very uncomfortable as the half-dead, half-alive goddess hit on him and invited him to her bed. He politely declined the invitation. He also met Anubis, to invite him into the Greek underworld to have a meeting with Hades. The Egyptian god looked resigned to the meeting. He knew things weren't going to be fun for the Egyptians. Harry was never made privy to what agreements were made to avoid a war between the pantheons, but war was avoided and no more mention was made of it after he finished his deliveries. Harry was now relaxing in his house in the woods west of New York City. He decided to get a house closer to Olympus, rather than the underworld, because he had taken a liking to the woods he was now living because of a hunt for a woman who was stealing the life force from babies who was hiding out. He was just thinking of operating to Chicago to get some deep dish pizza, when he received an urgent message from the underworld delivered by Hermes Express delivery service. He opened it and paled at its contents. He immediately summoned his battle equipment from his armory and apparat directly into Hades' throne room to find it in chaos. There were many people running around yelling orders at each other. The skeleton guards were marching around aimlessly. Harry was worried if the throne room was like this, what had happened to make it like this. Harry found Thanatos and quickly went over to him to see what the hell is going on. What the fuck is going on to cause all this chaos? Harry asked hurriedly, not liking the worried face on his boss. Hades' helm of darkness has been stolen while he was on Olympus for the winter solstice. He has not let anyone know. He's sending all his subjects out to look for it. He believes a child of his brother's has stolen it. Thanatos said gravely. Harry paled. This could lead to war for both the mortals and the gods. Hades was not well liked by many of the Olympians or any other Greek gods and goddesses. He had some supporters, but many shared some type of domain with him and had to interact on a regular basis. Hades around a group is kind of scary, but alone or with his closest counsel, he had a very dark sense of humor and told the raunchiest jokes. He had a horrifying temper, though. Harry had seen it blow just one time when there was a small revolt in the fields of punishment. Many people paid for that lapse in attention on the prisoners. Some of the wardens were now the prisoners in their former prison. Hades entered the throne room and silence instantly fell silent. He angrily stalked to his throne and grew to the godly height of 25 feet and said in a deathly cold voice, "My helm has been stolen while I was on Olympus. I want it found and the thief brought before me. I will make them wish for Tartarus when I'm through with their punishment. You will do this until it is found. If I find my brothers have had a hand in stealing it, I will unleash the dead upon the earth and wage war on them both." Hades shouted, causing many in the throne room to flinch in fear. "Now find my helm and the fucking thief!" he yelled, causing all but Harry and Thanatos fleeing from the room. Harry and Thanatos approached Hades as he slumped in his throne. "You really think one of your brothers stole it?" asked Thanatos with a frown on his face. "Of course not. Poseidon would never do something like that, and Zeus wouldn't risk my wrath. It had to have been a demigod because gods are forbidden from stealing each other's symbols of power," Hades tiredly said as he rubbed his temples. "But Thanatos said you suspected your brothers?" Harry asked, confused at the change of Hades' story. "Unlike what many believe, I have a good relationship with him. We don't try and kill each other's kids, and we actually talk to solve our problems by talking. He notified me that Zeus's bolt had been stolen as well. The thief who stole his bolt stole my helm as well," Hades said as he gave up on rubbing his temples as just laid his head back against his throne with his eyes closed. "But he does have a son, Percival or something," Harry said. At Thanatos and Hades' looks on incredulity, Harry quickly added, "I met his mother at a candy shop in New York. You could smell the scent of the sea on her. Her son showed up too. Looks like a copy of Poseidon to me. I knew he had a son. I've kept my monsters away from him. I had no idea he blessed the mother with protection," Hades said, stunned. "He would risk his wife's anger at that?" Thanatos said in disbelief. "What's the blessing and why would it make his wife mad?" asked Harry in confusion. "This is not something that can be shared. This needs watching. Harry, you are to find his son and watch him. I know he is not the thief, but my brother will think differently when he discovers the broken oath. Protect him. No doubt he has a satyr already with him. Do not make contact. Keep him safe. I have much to discuss with my brother," Hades said as he stood up and flashed away. "Well, fuck. There goes my pizza plans," Harry said as he mentally prepared for his quest. "This is fucking bullshit," Harry angrily muttered to himself as he continued his assignment from the Lord of the Underworld. He was sitting in the rain on his 5th month of observation of Poseidon's son. Harry was glad he was never born a demigod. The trouble these kids attracted was amazing. It made his time at Hogwarts seem like he was a model student. He had already killed over 20 monsters that were drawn to the kids' scent. The satyr knew someone was killing the monsters, just not who. Harry made sure the satyr saw him kill an impausa so that he would know they were on his side. It was until he saw Chiron himself become one of the kids' teachers that Percy, as he liked to be called, was in deep shit with the man in the clouds. Chiron never came to overlook a demigod. Hades himself had told him that this was big. Zeus was convinced the kid who had no idea who his father is stole his symbol of power. That was really stupid thinking on his part. Harry sighed and wished he was back at his house out of the rain and in front of his fireplace playing Xbox or reading. Anything was better than watching the kid try to study. Thank the gods for water-repelling charms and warming charms, or Harry would be even more miserable than he already was. Just think, only one more month to go till Zeus's deadline. If the bolt wasn't back in his possession by then he would declare war on Poseidon. He just had to keep the boy alive until then. A lot harder to do when Zeus keeps sending monsters his way. Gods, his job sucked. If Harry didn't know Hades' plan on trying to bring the Helm Thief out of hiding by blaming it on Percy, he would be so pissed off that one of the Furies just attacked his charge. As it was, the kid was now on the run from the fucking Minotaur and a group of his friends. Harry was left dealing with the other monsters as Percy had to take out the Bullman. Not that they'd ever know Harry was currently fighting over 20 monsters for them. Sometimes he just got no credit, he thought as he stabbed another hellhound in the chest. Report Harry Potter. How is Percy Jackson doing? Hades asked as he questioned Harry how his quest was going up until Percy made it to the camp. He is well. He killed the Minotaur with its own horn. He was put out of commission for a while, but he will make a full recovery. I couldn't enter the camp to confirm this, however. I killed over 20 monsters that were backing up the Minotaur sent by Zeus. For trying to accuse him of thievery, he's trying very hard to kill him, Harry said as he recounted the night Percy made it to Camp Half-Blood. My brother was never the sharpest tool in the shed, Hades said as he sat back in his throne and closed his eyes in thought. He's a good kid, if that helps. Wouldn't steal for anything except maybe his mom. Kid is very noble, and that causes problems for himself, but he isn't your thief, Harry added. I know that. Thank you for your report. My brother also thanks you for protecting his son. Go to Thanatos. He has some work for you to do, Hades said as he dismissed Harry. Harry bowed as he left to go see his boss and what he had to do now. You know, you told me I was to be your companion when I first got the Hallows. It really seems like I am your minion, Harry said lazily as he was sprawled out on the couch in Thanatos' office. Same difference, he replied as he was looking through stacks of paperwork for Harry's next assignment. Finding 2 papers, he pulled them out and asked Harry, Norse or Egyptian? I got 2 trying to cheat death that we've been asked nicely to take care of. Since when am I an assassin for hire? Harry jokingly asked as he accepted both papers and looked over the people he was asked to end. Since you come so highly recommended, Anubis likes you, and Hela wants to get in your pants. What do you expect? Thanatos asked with a smile. I don't know, maybe a fruit basket? Maybe a bribe? I just got back from babysitting duty. I want a vacation, Harry said as he put the papers back on the desk. So which do you choose? He said, completely ignoring Harry's earlier statement. The Egyptian first. I would like to knock an arrogant bastard from them down a peg or 2. Besides, he seems like the bigger threat. All the Norse guy did was steal an apple. He can come later, Harry said as he stood up to get ready for his next assignment. Good luck. This magician has dabbled in very questionable stuff. Don't underestimate him, Thanatos warned Harry before he left his office. Harry operated back to his house and started to pack for an extended trip. He would need extra weapons, clothes, food, and potions. While he could now eat nectar and ambrosia as he was immortal, he couldn't stand the taste, which was funny considering how awful potions tasted. He couldn't get over the fact that the food of the gods tasted like Hermione's treacle tart. It only drove the pain of her loss deeper into his heart. After finding himself ready with his equipment, he looked at his instructions and saw the last place his target was seen was in the heart of Siberia. Cursing the stupid magician for hiding somewhere so cold, taking a deep breath of the warm air of his house, he operated away without a sound. Fuck! Harry yelled out as he felt the bitterly wind blowing against him as he quickly applied a warming charm to himself. Is it too much to ask to be in the slightly warmer part of Siberia? Fuck, this guy is so fucking dead, Harry muttered angrily as he started walking towards the small town ahead of him. This was the last place his target was seen at. casting a glamour charm on himself so he wouldn't have to worry about being recognized. He wandered to different shops and the small hotel to see if anyone had seen him. Harry got a small lead when a man who ran a small butcher shop said he came in to pick up an ox head from him. He said the man called himself Ajax and seemed to be in a hurry and nervous. Said the man was muttering about a man coming for him to himself while the head was being prepared. This was 5 days ago. The butcher said he walked west out of the town towards the woods. Harry thanked the butcher and gave him some money for the information and walked west towards the woods where he said Ajax was going. Harry stopped and talked to a traveler who was riding a bike and found out the man with the ox head went into the abandoned cabin in the middle of the woods. Harry thanked them and made his way to the cabin with the directions he received from the traveler. When Harry got to the cabin, he felt the traces of magic showing powerful magic had been cast here. After checking to make sure there was no active magic on the cabin, he cautiously entered the cabin and saw the remains of what appeared to be a ritual, the purpose unknown. The ox head looked as if something had taken a bite out of it, as it was missing the entire left side of the head. Harry examined it closer and found a crocodile tooth. This tooth worried Harry. He knew there was a crocodile god in the Egyptian pantheon. Fighting a god was not on his list of things he wanted to do on this mission. Cursing the damn magician for possibly summoning a god, he checked for any traces of teleportation magic that he could possibly trace. What he discovered confirmed his fears. He found traces of godly energy. Harry traced the energy with a spell shown him by Hecate and found it ended in Munich, Germany. Harry wondered what the hell could be in Germany that they would need to go there. Harry checked the cabin for other clues and came up with a scroll that was partially burnt, that had a hasty English translation of the hieroglyphs, detailing how to summon Sobuk from the Duat. Harry could only groan in frustration knowing he was going to have to fight a god. The ritual detailed that while the caster was alive, the god would obey his commands as long as the caster sacrificed to the god on a monthly basis. Seeing there was no mention on how to break the ritual, Harry was just going to have to kill Ajax. After exiting the cabin, Harry set in on fire with fiendfire to destroy all traces of the ritual. Then he apparat to Munich, Germany. Harry was met with much nicer temperatures in Germany than he was in Siberia. After quickly changing his glamour to a middle-aged man in a dark blue three-piece suit, he set off to find a quiet place in the center of the city to cast a spell that would scan for godly energy. Finding an abandoned factory pretty close to the center of the city, Harry quickly apparat to the roof and sat down in the lotus position. Bracing himself to possibly alerting his target that he was being hunted, he started chanting in ancient Greek. After 5 minutes of chanting, the ritual was finished and Harry discovered there was 6 different godly signatures. One was his own, which was the faintest, all but one belonged to gods or goddesses he didn't recognize, and the last was Sobuk's. It was still in the city to the north of Harry. Harry mentally prepared himself to face a crocodile god and a magician. Harry apparat to as close to the pair as he dared. He was still hoping to surprise them. Where he appeared was a very run-down area of abandoned warehouses. Harry was glad there wasn't any people around. He didn't need to worry about hurting innocent people. He checked for any active magic and found an alert ward that covered an area ahead of him that held the largest building. After casting a spell that would allow Harry to see the magic in the ward, he checked for weaknesses that he could exploit to get in undetected. Finding that the ward covered the area perfectly with no weaknesses to exploit, Harry knew he would have to dig into his bag of tricks to get in undetected. He rummaged in his small bag for his ward jack that would allow him to lift the ward up in a small area without setting any alarms off. Getting the jack, he put in place and activated the rune that bonded the foot of the jack to ward and would allow him to lift it up. Once it was bonded, he started to jack it up. It was tough going as the magic didn't want to move. Slowly it started to rise above the ground. At about 3 feet it would rise no more, and Harry had to crawl through the hole to get inside. After a quick check to make sure there were no other wards or magic he needed to worry about, Harry quickly put on his cloak of invisibility and silenced himself and cast scent blocker charms. He wanted the god to have as little chance to detect him as he could. He slowly made it to the building and entered by vanishing a pane of glass in a window to crawl in, and then conjured a replacement to leave no evidence of his entrance. He carefully made his way down the very dirty corridor littered with trash and broken beer bottles, until he came to the large storage R and saw the magician Ajax with the crocodile god Sobuk. standing in front of a terrified man who appeared to be begging for his life. Harry crept closer to the center so he could hear what was being said. "Here is your offering, mighty Sobek. With this you will be bound to obey me," Ajax said with a maniacal gleam in his brown eyes. His dark black robes covered in different hieroglyphs. Sobek grabbed his long brown hair and pulled him up so the shorter magician was dangling by his hair in front of the 8-foot-tall humanoid-bodied god with its green scaly skin that was heavily sweating, in front of its crocodile head, and growled out, "Know this, magician. I will escape this bondage and consume your flesh. Hurry and sacrifice this mortal so may regain my true power." He then dropped Ajax, who landed heavily on his butt. "Know that once you are fully under my command, I will make you pay for that," Ajax said as he angrily dusted himself off after standing. "Promises, little magician. You cannot hope to control me forever. You will miss a sacrifice and I will feast on your bones." Sobek growled out as he bared his teeth in a threatening manner at Ajax, causing his to flinch back in fear. Ajax composed himself and yelled back, "Unlikely. I am immortal. I have discovered the ancient way the chief lector used to secure his immortality millennia ago," he said with a gleam of madness in his eyes. "You are truly foolish then, mortal," Sobek said in a growling laugh. "You have been cursed for eternity. There will be no peace for you in the afterlife." "I will never die, so I don't need to worry about that now, do I?" Ajax shot back furiously as he moved to the pleading man as he pulled out a bronze knife out his robes. Harry quickly cast a switching spell on a large wooden crate that swapped places with the screaming man before he was killed. Harry quickly broke the magical restraints on him and turned his shoe into a port key that would take him back to building where Harry used to track Sobek and Ajax. "Intruder," Ajax said as he pulled out a staff from his robes, and the tipped glowed white as he channeled his magic into it. Sobek calmly pulled a sword out nowhere and held it in a defensive stance. "I can't sense anyone," he growled out angrily. "What happened to your ward, magician?" "I have no idea. It would have went off if someone crossed it," Ajax screamed back. "Your magic must be weak to be overpowered then," Sobek yelled back. "I'll show you. Adi!" Ajax shouted, the last word causing many boxes to explode around the warehouse, knocking Harry over, knocking the cloak off of him. "There you are, little mortal magician," Sobek growled as he stalked up to Harry with his curved sword. Harry swore under his breath. He had no idea this guy could use divine words, and by how he appeared to be breathing fine, he could use a lot more of them. Harry rubbed a small black ring on his right ring finger that elongated into a 3-foot-long Stygian iron sword that Harry used to block Sobek's downward slash. "You are no magician," Sobek yelled out. "You are a cursed Greek. I would recognize that cursed metal anywhere." Sobek began to strike harder against Harry, who had to jump back to avoid being skewered. "What is a Greek doing here?" Ajax yelled as he sent a beam of energy at Harry, which he had to dive to avoid. "I came here for you, Ajax, if that is your real name," Harry called out as he rolled to avoid a thrust from Sobek's sword. "Why would a Greek want me? Not many of my kind even know your kind exists," Ajax said as he unleashed another Hadi in Harry's direction, which caused him to be blown backwards by the explosion where he rolled to slow his momentum and break his fall. He was now bleeding from various cuts on his body caused by the wooden shrapnel. "He's a godling," Sobek roared out as he charged Harry, who had to quickly jump back to avoid being decapitated. "Shit!" Ajax yelled as he pulled out clay to create some shabdi to help fight Harry. Harry quickly sent a wandless blasting curse that struck Sobek in the chest, causing him to stumble as Harry charged in to go on the offensive. He slashed and stabbed, scoring a couple small cuts on the god while he was disoriented from the curse. Harry had to quickly apparate to the other side of the room to avoid a massive fireball launched from Ajax's staff. "Can you do a guy a favor and just surrender?" Harry asked as he sent a fire whip at Ajax to hopefully decapitate him. Sobek jumped in front of it and slashed the fire whip apart and charged at Harry. "It's been centuries since I last fought a godling. Show me your power," Sobek roared, and he continued his assault on Harry. Harry apparat behind Ajax and swung his sword, grazing the surprised Ajax shallowly across the chest as he jumped back just in time. He retaliated by launching a fireball that Harry had to apparate away to avoid. He landed behind Sobek and got a good slash across the god's back that caused a steady stream of green blood to mix with the sweat that poured of his body. Harry used his roar of pain to hit him with another blasting curse to the back, which caused the wound to open up more. Harry was hit with a massive fireball which caused him to go flying back and striking the wall of the building. Fuck! Harry groaned in pain as he slowly stood up. Parts of his cloths burned away, exposing the basilisk hide armor he wore under his clothes, which prevented him from being burned by the attack. This 2-on-1 thing is unfair, guys, Harry quipped as he stood up, only to have to roll to his left to avoid the sword of a shabdi. This is just ridiculous, Harry yelled as he blew it up with a well-placed entrail expelling curse. Harry had to roll again to avoid the sword of a heavily bleeding Sobek, the wound on his back pouring blood. You shall pay for injuring me, he roared as he blocked Harry's slash and punched him in the face. Harry stumbled back and felt his face, cursing when he felt that his nose was broken. I'm looking forward to his lizard lips, Harry said stuffily as he spat blood out of his mouth. He then jumped out of the way of a wall of flame heading his way from Ajax. Will you cut that shit out, fucker? Harry yelled out as he cut down another shabdi trying to behead him. Harry apparat to a ledge overlooking the battlefield and started chanting. While Harry was chanting his spell, Sobek and Ajax were looking around frantically for him. They were wary of his powers. He had shown very little of what he could do. Suddenly there was a heavy feeling as magic increased the pressure in the room. It was making it hard for Ajax to breathe. Find him, Sobek roared. He cannot be allowed to finish the spell. Ajax frantically looked around the building when he finally saw Harry in one of the rafters. As he was preparing to launch a ball of fire at him, there was a loud explosion above them as balls of flaming rocks started falling from the sky. What the fuck? Ajax screamed as he grabbed his wand and started casting defensive shields to protect himself from the falling projectiles. His shields were being crushed under the power of the spell. He had to resort to using the Enda divine word to bolster his failing shield. The strain was getting to him as his body started to smoke from the effect of using too much magic. His body was starting to burn from the inside because of the strain. Sobek was using his powers over water to create a shield to protect himself from the falling flaming rocks. The strain of doing this caused the wound on his back to bleed even more. Sobek's strength was waning the more his blood flowed from his body. He wasn't summoned at full power, and he wouldn't receive his full power until the first sacrifice. Harry was watching the situation his spell has caused. He used the spell because it cost the magic to cast, but cost nothing to maintain. It gave him time to down a healing potion and a pepper up. This allowed him to feel almost fresh. Sobek was a very difficult opponent to fight. If it was one-on-one, Harry felt he could have handled it better than he was doing now. This fucking magician was making things harder than it needed to be. If it was just the magician he was fighting, the fucker would be dead already. He could tell the spell was ending and apparat down to the ground and disillusioned himself to strike when the shield fell. Sobek's shield was the first to fall, and he paid for that by having a fireball explode next to him and launching him through crates and slamming into a concrete pillar, causing it to crack from the ground to the ceiling. Ajax's shield held out until the spell ended, but he collapsed to his knees in exhaustion from using so much magic. His flesh was smoking, and parts of his robes had burned away. Harry quickly moved in and ran his sword through Ajax's chest while he was barely conscious. Ajax spit out a glob of blood and gasped in pain as he looked at the midnight black blade sticking out of his chest. He feebly grabbed it and tried to push it out of his chest before he gave a shudder and died. Sobek gave a roar as he felt his freedom from the ritual. He felt power that was held back by the ritual flow into him, healing the wound on his back. He stood up as he grew 2 long horns on his head. Now you shall feel the wrath of Sobek. That foolish magician's ritual was holding my power back. Now it is free. I shall rend your flesh from your bones, godling. You cannot hope to stand against me, Sobek roared as he smashed boxes out of his way to get to Harry. Can we not fight now? I did my job, Harry said as he got into a defensive stance holding his sword in front of him. You have injured me, the mighty Sobek, son of Set. I was the shield of Ra and Osiris. He roared as his sword transformed into a staff and he rose up on a wave of water. Motherfucker. Fine. Don't say I didn't warn you, Harry said as he ejected the Elder Wand into his left hand. He would need the finesse and power it would give him to defeat this god. Sobek just roared as he charged at Harry, bringing his staff down in a powerful arc at Harry's head. Harry sidestepped and swung at his opponent's midsection, which was blocked by the back half of the staff. As they were locked in the stalemate, Sobek tried to gore Harry with his horns, causing Harry to have to break off and apparate away. Sobek laughed as Harry had to disengage to avoid being gored. You fear the mighty Sobek. Surrender now and you death will be quick, he yelled out to Harry. You know I looked you up, after I found out you were summoned, Harry said as he began weaving the Elder Wand in a complicated motion in front of himself. You discovered I was to be feared. I am more powerful than you could ever hope to be, godling, Sobek taunted as he brought his staff into a defensive position. Not so much, Harry said with a small smile. You were associated with military prowess and were the patron god of the Egyptian army and protector of the pharaoh. Yes, I helped make Egypt a mighty empire. What is your point, godling? Sobek growled out. You are no war god. I was trained by Inio, the goddess of war, and she says the best way to beat a stronger opponent is to cheat, Harry said with a grin as he pointed his wand at Sobek and unleashed a huge bolt of lightning at the stunned crocodile god. Sobek covered himself with a wall of water that was blown apart by the sheer force of the bolt's power and was struck in the chest. Sobek roared in pain as he was electrocuted, the water he was sweating aiding Harry to carry the current throughout his body. Sobek slumped down to the ground when the bolt of lightning dissipated, twitching due to aftershocks of the electrical surge through his body. Harry calmly walked up to the twitching god and raised his sword after kicking Sobek's staff away. Do it, godling, Sobek rasped out. Send me back to do it. I will come back and seek my revenge. As you wish, fucker, Harry said as he brought his sword down, decapitating the Egyptian god, the body glowing gold before dissolving into desert sand, leaving Sobek's horns on top of the sand, and his staff a small distance away on the ground. Harry collapsed and groaned in pain. He was exhausted, he was beat up, and his nose was broken so badly it was very hard for him to breathe. After catching his breath for a couple minutes and downing a pepper-up potion, he collected his spoils and the body of Ajax and apparat to his boss's office to let him know of a job that was completed. Not bothering to change or clean up himself after his battle, he kicked the door open and threw Ajax's body in front of Thanatos' desk. Got him, and his little god too, Harry said as he threw Sobek's horns on top of his body. Thanatos looked at Harry, noticing that most of his clothes were burned off, showing the basilisk armor underneath, and that Harry was missing his right eyebrow. Tough fight, he said with small smirk. Fuck you, man. Nowhere in the job description did it say I had to fight and kill gods. That fucker Sobek only went down because a supercharged lightning spell. He was tough and ugly, but that's beside the point, Harry said as he collapsed on Thanatos' couch. Good job, Harry. Killing a god of his power is no easy feat, Thanatos said as he picked the horns off Ajax's body and created a plaque, which he stuck the horns on and made it stick to his wall above his desk. Too much? Thanatos asked Harry as he examined his newest office decoration. Harry took one look and started laughing. I kill a god, and you hang his horns on your wall? Thanks for your compassion, oh wise boss man, Harry finished sarcastically, as he covered his eyes with his arm. It may be too much, Thanatos said as he put the horns a little higher on the wall. There, that's perfect, he said with a smile as he sat back in his chair. Can I go home now? Harry asked, sitting up, wincing in pain, giving a glare to his boss. Shush, minion. We are awaiting a guest, he should be here any moment, Thanatos said, waving off his employee. There was a knock on the door. Thanatos quickly got up and opened the door, revealing the jackal-headed Anubis, who took one look at the dead Ajax and gave a nod of thanks in Harry's direction. We have your friend waiting for you, Thanatos said, giving a kick to Ajax's corpse, which was leaking blood onto his carpet. Oh, his name isn't Ajax, it's Francis. He got that name off a package of soap, Anubis said as he placed his hand on the newly revealed Francis's face. Thanatos was cracking up at this revelation, while Harry could only groan at his boss's sense of humor. Thank you for taking care of both him and Sobuk. Sobuk is currently beside himself in the do-it while he heals from your battle, Anubis said with a small smirk. Harry sat up, ignoring the pain in his body. No stupid puns. I get enough working with this guy, Harry yelled, jerking his thumb in a laughing Thanatos' direction, who was muttering beside himself over and over again, causing him to laugh harder. There is your guy dead. Now I'm out of here, Harry said as he operated back to his house. Thanatos sobered up at Harry's absence. Is there any problems going to occur over Harry killing Sobuk? Thanatos asked in concern. There are calls from some of the more militant gods to have him executed. However, he was well within his rights to kill Sobuk. Technically, he is immortal. He isn't a demigod or a god. He's just a human that was made immortal. He can do as he wishes, Anubis said. I believe that's why the fates chose him to be the master of death. They knew he wouldn't be constrained by the ancient laws, Thanatos said, agreeing with his Egyptian counterpart. I have to say this though. Set seemed furious with the news of Sobuk's defeat and death. He might be up to something again. Keep an eye on things, my friend, and let me know if any issues arise from this situation, Thanatos said as he shook Anubis's hand. I will. Nice decoration, by the way, Anubis said as he flashed away. Glad someone liked it, Thanatos said. He walked and sat down at his desk. Now if only this paperwork could be slayed as easily as that crocodile, he muttered as he began to do the worst part of his job. I need to make Harry do this. Thanatos cackled at the thought of Harry's horrified face at having to do his paperwork. That thought alone made the rest of his day much better. Harry operated back to his bedroom and collapsed on his bed, too tired to care about that he was still wearing his bloody and dirty clothes, and immediately fell asleep. He woke up 3 days later much refreshed. Immortal ichor healed the body much better than blood. Harry walked down to his kitchen to feed his starving belly. He whipped up a full English, the one thing he could thank the Dursleys for. As he sat down to eat his food, there was a flash of light in front of him, letting know his boss had some work for him to do. Good morning, minion, Thanatos said cheerfully as he snagged one of Harry's perfectly crisp pieces of bacon and eating it. You know these things are bad for you, can clog your arteries, he said as he grabbed another piece. Leave my bacon alone, Harry said as he pulled his bacon out of his reach. What the hell are you doing here anyway? I just did that fucking horrible job with a fucking god. You know those immortal asshats that have powers over the natural world? The one I chopped the head off of? Doesn't that merit a little vacation time? Harry said angrily as he speared a roasted potato and popped it into his mouth, glaring at Thanatos. You would think, huh? Thanatos said as he sat down in the chair next to Harry. I don't have an active job for you right now. You got the apple guy, but he can wait. Last I heard he's hanging out in Hollywood. He's in our neighborhood. I got someone watching him, he said as he leaned back in the chair. Why can't the watcher take him out? Save me a trip, Harry said as he chewed on his toast. What would you do then? Thanatos said with a smirk, at the look of outrage on Harry's face. My minion needs something to do. I could do other stuff if I didn't have crap to do for you, Harry said, outraged. Like what? Read? Do magic stuff? Face it. Work keeps you busy, Thanatos said, looking at the stunned look on Harry's face. I do other stuff besides that, Harry said, indignant at Thanatos' accusations at what he does in his spare time. What do you do in your spare time then? Thanatos said, smirking at the stumped look on Harry's face. I go to the movies, and I hang out occasionally with Damien. That's your kid, by the way. Why did you name your kid after the son of the devil in The Omen anyway? That's weird. Harry rambled at the end of his mini rant. Dude, I'm death. You figure it out, Thanatos said with a deadpan face. So what the hell do you want? I'm trying to eat here, Harry said as he went back to eating his breakfast. Thunderbutt is threatening war, blah blah blah. That Jackson kid is on a quest to retrieve the bolt to prevent it. I need you to make sure he gets it. Hades is pulling you into this mess. Personally, I think we should stay neutral, but my hands are tied. Lord of the Dead and all that jazz. Thanatos said carelessly, waving his hand in the air. Fuck, I have to babysit again? I mean, the kid is nice enough, but he's kind of dumb. Harry moaned as he put his face into his arms. Yeah, tough luck, mate, Thanatos said cheerfully as he patted Harry on the head and stood up ready to leave. Where is he right now? Harry grumbled as he was mentally bemoaning having to deal with children and monsters. Train heading to Denver. Going to be making a stop in St. Louis in. Thanatos looked at a magically appearing watch on his wrist. 20 minutes. Fuck. Why are you telling me so late, asshole? Harry yelled as he stood up quickly to go pack for this babysitting mission. You were sleeping. I wanted you to get your rest. You did, fight and behead a walking, talking crocodile. You maybe needed some sleep, bro, Thanatos said as he stole a couple more pieces of bacon. You suck, Harry said as he left the dining room to go pack. Love you too, minion, Thanatos said as he gathered up the uneaten food of Harry's breakfast and flashed out of his house. Harry had a quick shower to wash the residue of his battles a few days prior. After a quick shower, he put on another set of his undamaged basilisk hide armor. Got to love the amount of armor that could be made out of killing a 75-foot-long monster snake. He then covered that with jeans and a long-sleeved shirt. He then went to his potions cabinet and gathered up some blood replenishers, Skelegro, brew salve, pepper-ups, and some other odds and ends potions. This was a demigod quest he was tasked to make sure succeeded. He had no idea what he would need, might as well have a little of everything. Made sure he had his sword ring and had the Elder Wand in the holster on his arm, and apparat to St. Louis. Harry landed at the approved apparition point in front of the train station. Wizards on both sides of the pond weren't very original when it came to hiding places for magical transportation. He looked at his watch and saw he had a few minutes before the train was supposed to stop, so he decided to grab some food because his breakfast had been interrupted. As he was eating a bagel, he saw the train arrive and people departing from it. After checking the passengers for a few minutes, he saw Jackson and his quest mates head towards the arch. After tossing his leftover bagel in the trash, he followed them as they made their way to the monument. Harry noticed one of the kids was a satyr and he was sniffing around nervously. That meant a monster was around. Harry carefully looked over the people milling around the arch and saw a flicker of magic over 3 servicemen walking towards the questers. Fucking monsters, Harry grumbled as he walked to intercept them before they could reach the kids. Harry purposely bumped into the first one and purposely fell down. Watch where the fuck you're going, mate, Harry said in his most irritating British accent he could muster as he stood up and leveled a furious glare at the man he bumped into. Watch where you're going, little man, the disguised monster said. You might not like what happens to a puny man like you, it said menacingly as it grew before Harry's eyes. Yeah, mate, Harry said as he drew up the now very tall man, who kept flickering between having 2 eyes to 1. You aren't going to like what I do to you, Harry growled out as he quietly put up a muggle-repelling charm to keep from having the public panic when they fought. He had no idea what the mist would make them see. What are you going to do, little man? The now revealed Cyclops said as his 2 buddies crowded around Harry, cracking their knuckles ready to fight. This, Harry said as he twisted his ring, bringing his sword into his hand and driving it through the Cyclops' skull, turning the monster into dust. The other 2 were stunned by the death of their leader and allowed Harry to quickly dispatch them while they looked at him stupidly. Cyclops, Harry muttered as he brushed the monster dust of his clothes and quickly dispersed the muggle-repelling charm and hurried to the arch. Hopefully the kids stayed out trouble while he took out the monsters. It seemed the fates liked to mess with him because there was an explosion at the top of the arch on the viewing platform. Fuck me sideways, Harry sighed as he line of sight apparat to the very top of the arch to see what the hell was going on. When he landed on top of the arch, he saw Percy get bitten by the snake head of the chimera. He saw him stumble a bit before jumping through the hole in the floor into the river below. Fucking kid, Harry swore. He knew the river would make he had a safe landing and heal him. Harry saw not only the chimera, but his mother Echidna. He saw they were heading for the elevator to head down to the bottom to make sure Jackson was dead. Harry quickly pulled the cloak over himself and cast a silencing charm at his feet and ran ahead of them so he could surprise them. He needed to take them out before they could head down. As they made it to the elevator, Harry vanished the glass panel above their heads and fell through, driving his sword right into the lion head of the chimera, killing it before it could make a sound in protest. Echidna let out a horrible screech at the death of her son. "Who dares attack the mighty Echidna?" she screamed as she fully transformed into her monstrous state, that of beautiful woman with the blackest hair Harry had ever seen, and two massive snake tails coming out of her torso. Each tail was as thick as a small tree trunk, and looked like it could grind his bones into dust if she managed to squeeze him in their coils. "It is I, Harry Potter, slayer of monsters and ladies' hearts," he said in his best Lockhart impersonation, giving a bow at the end of his introduction. Echidna gave him a deadpan stare before she lunged at him and tried to swipe Harry's face with the elongated claws. "I shall kill you," she screamed. "Geez, lady," Harry yelped as he jumped back quickly to not get slashed. "I just put a rabid dog down. It was my duty," he said as he gave a mock salute before he lunged at her with his sword. She had to back up quickly to avoid being skewered by his black sword. She tried to get a few shots in when it seemed like he overextended a slash, but they were feints that he used to get in cuts on her body and tails. They were more annoyances than crippling, but they were adding up and sapping her strength as she bled from them. Harry still had to be very careful. She had gotten some slashes in that were deflected off his basilisk hide armor, but one slashed across his face that caused her to gasp when she saw the golden ichor. "The gods are not permitted to interfere with mortals," she screamed as she sent another slash at Harry's chest, then followed up with trying to slam one of her tails on him to crush him when he jumped out of the way. He dodged that by rolling away from it. "You are very wrong on that part," Harry said as he got back to his feet and back into his stance. "I am not a god, or a demigod. I am just a guy who found a couple of trinkets and got a job because of it," he said as he quietly slid the Elder Wand into his left hand. "Lies. Zeus will have your head and cast you into Tartarus," she yelled as she tried to wrap Harry with one of her tails. Harry jumped over the tail and shouted, "Not on your life, bitch!" Harry yelled as he brought his wand out and shot out a Snape special Sectum Sempra, which caused huge gashes to erupt on her face, chest, and some gashes went from her torso down to her tails. Echidna was wailing in pain as blood spurted out of her wounds, and she pitifully tried to staunch the blood flow with her hands. Harry cautiously approached her as she was trying to stop the flow of blood from the dark curse. Harry knew that only the counter curse could truly heal it on any being besides a god. He had some experience using it on Damien during training, and even nectar and ambrosia could not close the wounds. Hecate herself confirmed the counterspell was the only way to truly heal non-gods. "Zeus will make you suffer for interfering," she yelled out painfully as she was prepared for her one-way trip to Tartarus as Harry raised his sword above her body. "No, he's not. I am just a guy doing what his boss told him to do. He will have an angry group of gods on his hands if he even attempts to do so," Harry replied coldly as he plunged his sword into her chest. "Look me up when you reform, I'll kill you again," he muttered as he wrenched his sword out of her chest. He watched dispassionately as she slowly dissolved into dust, leaving behind a small pile of dust that was quickly blown away by the wind coming in from the hole in the floor and the missing glass pane in the roof, leaving a midnight black scale from Echidna's tail. Harry picked up the scale and conjured up a replacement glass pane to put it back, and quickly transfigured some cones out of pieces of broken steel and glass, and placed it around the hole caused by the Jackson brat fighting the chimera. After making sure nobody was going to accidentally fall through the hole in the floor, he decided it needed caution tape and transfigured some out of some rubble into some and tied it neatly around the cones. He operated down to the street in the cloak. After looking around for the kids and not finding them, he operated to the train station and saw them barely make the train before it pulled out of the station. Harry saw that they would be safe for a while, so he decided to head ahead to Denver and relax for the next 2 days while they traveled. He quickly operated away after he checked nobody could see him. When he appeared in Denver, he was close to Coors Stadium, home of the Rockies, who Harry hoped would be playing before the brats showed up and made him work. He went into the downtown area and stopped in front of one of the rattiest bars Harry had ever seen. There were broken bottles everywhere in front of it. There was graffiti on the walls, and a heavy smell of urine in the alley next to the bar. "Wizards are so creative," Harry muttered sarcastically as he walked in and made his way to the back where the entrance was to the mile-high shopping district. After placing his wand on a particular knot of the wood wall, It slid down, revealing the entrance to the American Wizarding District. Harry made his way to the American version of Nocturne Alley. He made his way down a dark and dreary stone path lined with people selling questionable goods. He saw a hag that turned and ran at the sight of him. Harry assumed she could sense his connection to death. He turned into a bookstore with a faded sign announcing the name of the establishment as Stephen's Strange Wonders. Harry walked into the incredibly dusty store, which seemed to have very few books on the shelves. A bell chimed when the door closed. "What can I do to help you, my friend?" an older man said as he popped up from behind a shelf. He was wearing faded gray slacks and a white shirt covered by a black vest. His glasses with very big lenses made his fade blue eyes look enormous. His white wispy hair stuck out in all directions. "I'm sure you can," Harry said as he stuck his hands in his jean pockets. "I would be delighted too," the man said as he gestured to his few books on the shelves. "I'm sure I have what you need. I've been told you had a very select sort of books that you have or can get for a reasonable price," Harry said with a smirk on his face and the guarded look that came on the old man's face. "And where would you have heard such nonsense like that? I run a respectable bookstore," he said in a very stiff manner, balling his hands into fists. "My friend Damien said there was some books you could get me," Harry said in a whisper. "Damien? I don't know any Damien," he said very furtively, looking in the shadows of his store as if they would come and attack him. "I'll be sure to tell him that," Harry said, looking the old man right in the eye. Harry pushed some of his power to his eyes, causing them to glow. He said you were the best. I'll be sure to tell him he was wrong. He might have to visit you himself. Maybe bring his father with him when he comes and speaks to you," Harry finished with a whisper. "No!" he screamed in fear. "I made a mistake. Damien is an old friend of mine. I misheard you, my friend," he said very quickly. "I have all sorts of books that never seem to make it to the shelves. What are you looking for?" he said, trying to appease a now widely smirking Harry. "I need all your books on Horcruxes," Harry said, forcefully startling the man. "I mean all of them. If you hold out on me, I will know, and you will face my wrath," Harry said as the shadows of the store rose in concert with the rise in Harry's voice. "Of course, sir," the man said in terror as he ran into a shelf, disappearing. Harry mused it had the same magic as Platform 9 3/4. Probably so when he got raided by the Aurors they wouldn't be able to find his illegal books. The man came back 5 minutes later with 3 very thin books. "This is all I have that even mention them. Only one actually has the ritual to make one," he said very timidly. Harry took the book and flipped through each one, making sure what the man said was true. Seeing that it was, Harry dropped a sack of galleons on the counter next to where he stood and said with his most charming smile, "Thank you so much. I'll be sure to mention how helpful you were to Damien. You do that. Come back anytime you need some books," he said with an uneasy smile as he eyed Harry warily. "Of course," Harry said as he walked out of the bookshop. He calmly walked down the street and used his magic to burn the books into ashes. He did this in every city that had a magical district. No need to have to hunt immortality seekers in the future if he could stop it before they got the idea in their heads. As he made it back into the respectable part of the alley, he felt the godly presence of Hecate. Figuring he would stop and say hello to one of his teachers, he saw her in front of a pet shop staring at an egg with a look of pure fury on her face. "My lady," Harry said as a way to get her attention. When she looked at him, he gave her a bow and asked, "What has upset you so, Lady Hecate?" She gave Harry a scowl and angrily hissed, "These mortals think they can sell a phoenix like an owl," as she pointed to the egg on display in the window. "They aren't even taking the proper steps to make sure it hatches correctly. I did not gift the world with phoenixes so they could be sold in fucking pet shops." Harry could feel her anger, and his magic was bubbling inside him as the mistress of all magic was angry. Harry was looking around, noticing some of the wizards who were more in contact with their magic noticed the disturbance in their magic. Harry quickly pulled Hecate into a hug and whispered, "It'll be fine. I will get the egg and make sure it hatches into a strong, healthy phoenix." Harry hoped his words would work because he feared the wizards would soon start to fall to the ground as their magic literally boiled them alive in their veins in response to their mistress's rage. He also hoped she wouldn't turn him into anything either. He remembered she was not a touchy-feely goddess from their training. The shaking stopped in her shoulders, and Harry felt his magic calm down as her rage bled away. She pulled back from the hug and looked Harry dead in the eyes and whispered, "If you fail in this task, I will make your eternity a living hell." Then she pat him on the shoulder with a smile on her face that chilled Harry down to his core, and disappeared without a sound. Harry slumped against the window of the pet shop. Dear gods, he had never felt his magic boil like that. He had seen her mad plenty of times during their years as teacher and student, but never felt the all-consuming rage that made his magic rebel like that. Taking a deep breath to center himself, he looked and saw some wizards having hushed and agitated conversations about what just occurred. He walked into the pet shop. The bell above the door gave a chime that let the owner know he had a customer. Harry noticed this pet shop was in better condition than the one he was used to in Diagon Alley. Then he remembered the magicals here had a version of the ASPCA for magical creatures, so it made sense. "How can I help you today, my friend? We have a wonderful selection of owls. Won't find a better one this side of the Rockies. Or can I interest a fine fellow like you in a crup? For the special witch in your life?" the portly proprietor said as he waved to Harry from behind the counter. Harry waved to the man and said, "I'm just looking. I think it's about time I got a new pet after my owl passed away." "Ah yes, we have beautiful owls for sale if you would like another," he said in mock sympathy. "Thanks, I'll look around," Harry said as he wandered the store. He hadn't been in a pet shop since Hedwig had been killed on that horrible night. Harry let out a bitter sigh as the only favor he ever asked of Thanatos was to recover her body for him so she could receive the burial she deserved. He placed her in the Potter family plot in Godric's Hollow, next to his parents and Hermione. She was going to be his wife when the war was over, but Ron Weasley put an end to that out of jealousy. Harry enjoyed it very much when he heard Ron was in the fields of punishment, receiving the special attention from the Furies for the rest of time. Harry was pulled from his musings as the snakes were making a racket as they complained no one ever wanted to buy them. Harry ignored them and walked past them and saw there were adorable Krupp puppies that were wagging their tails when he walked by. He gave them a smile as he walked to the owls. He saw none of the snowy white of Hedwig, and that broke his heart a little bit. He always told himself if he ever saw a snowy owl, he would buy it in honor of Hedwig. But he could never bring himself in all the years after her death to even look for one. He was glad there were none here so he wouldn't have to test his promise to himself. After finding nothing of note in the store, Harry casually went up and looked at the display in the front window of the store. Harry asked in a very disinterested manner, "What's in the egg up here?" "Don't know. I was given that by a fellow in exchange for an older owl. He told me it was a rare creature. Nothing hatched from it in 3 years. I've given up hope it ever will and use it as a display," the man said as explained the origins of the phoenix egg. Harry stretched out with his magic and felt the life that was in the egg, not as strong as it should be, but that was easy enough to fix with the right care. "I'll buy it from you," Harry said simply. "If anything, I can use it as a conversation starter in my home." The man looked at Harry strangely before replying, "It'll cost you 3 galleons. That's how much the owl was worth." Harry scoffed at the man. 3 galleons for an egg that won't hatch? That is robbery, my good man. I won't pay any more than 1 galleon, and that is more than generous for a conversation piece," Harry said with finality. The portly man hemmed and hawed for a bit before agreeing to the galleon price Harry offered. Harry carefully scoped up the egg and blanketed it in a cocoon of his magic, until he could make it to his home where he could properly care for the egg. He could feel the little life inside get stronger as it absorbed his magic. Harry thanked the man before making his way to the designated apparition point and popped away to his home so he could carefully care for the egg. After landing in his dining room, he made his way into his potions storage area and grabbed a solid gold box that was locked up tight in a safe, which required his blood and magic together to be opened. He carefully opened the box to make sure he didn't disturb the ash that lay in it. Not many knew that the only way to get a phoenix egg to hatch was to incubate it in the ash of another phoenix. It was the magic in the ash that allowed the baby to properly develop and hatch. Harry carefully placed the slightly larger than a big chicken egg in the ash and gently covered the egg with it, and placed a warming charm on the box to keep it warm, and took the box with him and placed it in his bedroom on his desk. He cast an alert ward to let him know if anything changed on the egg, before he quietly popped back to Denver. "Fuck me," Harry said as he saw that there was indeed a Rockies game going on that night and quickly bought a ticket for behind the home dugout. Harry quickly bought himself a hot dog and some popcorn, and thought to himself, other than having to babysit some brats, and dealing with a crazy angry goddess, some monsters, and a phoenix egg, this assignment wasn't too bad as he watched the home team hit a home run. Oh, how he would regret those thoughts in the near future. The next morning, after a very enjoyable evening, the Rockies won by 5 runs. Harry made his back to his house to check on his new phoenix egg. When he apparat into his living room, he saw he had a visitor waiting for him. "Hello, Fox," Harry said with a smile as he went and pet the phoenix. "It's not time for a burning day, is it?" Harry asked his phoenix friend. Fox trilled in the negative, and pointed his beak upstairs where Harry was keeping the egg. "Jealous, are we?" Harry laughed at the indignant look Fox gave him, and Harry received a wing to the back of his head for his bad joke. Fox then pointed with his beak upstairs again to tell Harry to hurry up and get what Fox wanted. "Hold on to your tail feathers. I'll get the egg for you to look at. Gods, you and Hecate are so demanding," Harry grumbled as he walked into his bedroom to get the golden box. After a quick check to make sure everything was okay with the egg, Harry brought it downstairs for Fox to investigate. When he arrived, he placed the gold box on his table where Fox flew down and landed on and inspected the egg. After checking it over and finding something he didn't like, he gave Harry a sharp glare. "Don't look at me like that, you flaming chicken," Harry said to Fox's glare. "I got the egg yesterday. I'm doing everything I can to make sure it's hatched properly." Fox continued to give Harry a dirty look before he started to softly sing for the egg, which Harry could tell the egg appreciated if the tiny spike in magic it let off was any indication. Seeing Fox had everything under control, Harry went into his kitchen and whipped up some eggs and bacon, and cut up some pineapple and strawberries for Fox to eat. When he came into the dining room, Harry put the plate of fruit down by Fox to eat when he was hungry and calmly ate his breakfast listening to the beautiful song of the phoenix. After cleaning up after breakfast, Harry checked on Fox, who was now eating the fruit left for him, and saw the egg was glowing slightly. Seeing how Fox wasn't concerned about the glowing, and Harry had never heard about that from books or any of the lessons he had on phoenixes from Hagrid or Hecate, he decided to leave it in the hands of a phoenix. They knew what the hell they were doing. After making sure the egg and Fox would be okay for the day, Harry popped over to the underworld so he could have a chat with Thanatos about this quest. From Denver, the quickest way to LA, where DOA Studios was through Las Vegas. Knowing how dumb demigods can be, there was a good chance they could be caught in the home of the Lotus Eaters. He needed to make sure if that was okay, as Hades was hiding 2 of his kids there. The satyr might sniff them out and cause all sorts of problems. When he walked into Thanatos' office, it was to a sight he never thought he would see. He saw Thanatos and Inio cuddling on his couch asleep. Harry quickly pulled out his camera and started taking pictures. He took out his cell phone and snapped some too so he could send them to Hecate. She would get a kick out of this. After making sure he banished his camera back to his house where it couldn't be destroyed, and emailing himself the picture from his phone just in case it was broken or the picture deleted, Harry cleared his throat, causing the god and goddess to fall off the couch at the rude awakening. Inio shot Harry a look that said he would pay dearly for the interruption of her sleep. Thanatos looked horrified at the smile Harry was shooting him. "How's it going, guys?" Harry said with a smile, causing the immortals to curse his name. "You better have a good excuse for coming here and ruining my sleep, or you are going to feel what it's like to have a broadsword shoved up your ass," Inio said in a deathly quiet voice that caused Harry and Thanatos to shiver at the mental image of that punishment. After clearing his throat, so it wouldn't squeak in fear when he talked, Harry asked, "I got a problem on this mission. It concerns the big boss man." Thanatos sighed and helped get Inio to her feet before saying he had work to do. She gave him a quick kiss goodbye before shooting Harry a death glare and teleported out of his office. Thanatos looked at Harry after seeing Inio go and saw the shit-eating grin on his face and cringed. "So can we pretend you didn't see that?" "Not on your life," Harry said with a smirk, which turned into laughter as Thanatos put his head in his hands and groaned. "What was so important that you had to come and disturb me and my lady friend?" Thanatos said in an annoyed manner as he sat at his desk and glared at Harry. "The brats are going to pass through Vegas. It's the quickest way to LA. Chances are, with them being demigods, they'll get sucked into the Lotus Hotel. You know, the place where Hades is stashing 2 of his kids," Harry said. "Fuck, they have a satyr with them," Thanatos said as he rubbed his eyes in exasperation. "You can't let them enter the hotel. I don't care if you have to introduce yourself to them or knock them out. They cannot go in there. Hades will kill you and me if they find out about his kids," Thanatos said as he gave Harry an expectant look. Their asses were on the line if he fucked this up. "I gotcha. I'll make sure they will not make inside the hotel," Harry said to ease his boss's mind. "You better not. Hades is still furious with Zeus over their mother's death. If word got out about them before Hades is ready to announce it himself, there will be a war between the brothers," Thanatos said in deadly seriousness. "And we would be obligated to fight with Hades," Harry finished. "Yes, so don't fuck this up. I don't care what you do, those kids are not to step 1 foot in that place." "Will do, boss man," Harry said with a mock salute before he operated back to Denver. "I swear that guy is going to give me an aneurysm," Thanatos muttered as he glared at the set of horns behind his desk. Harry landed in Denver and realized how late it was. Looking at his watch, he saw he had 12 hours of brat-free time before he had to make sure they didn't cause World War III by finding some people they weren't supposed to. Gods, it was so hard working for death sometimes. "Hello, Harry Potter," a cheerful, dreamy voice said from behind Harry. A voice Harry would recognize anywhere. "Luna," Harry said happily as he scooped her up into a large hug. "How is the hunt going for creatures?" Harry said as he set her down. "It goes well, Harry. I have found evidence that suggests the crumplehorn snorkack migrated from Sweden to Montana. I'm on my way there right now. How's working for Thanatos working out for you, Harry? You seem much happier now than the last letter I got from you," Luna said as she grabbed her friend in another hug. "Montana is a great place to start. I hear that is where Artemis lets all the jackalopes she makes run around. It's going well, I suppose. I'm sort of on a mission right now for him. Preventing World War III and all that jazz," Harry said, hoping she would not notice he didn't answer the question about being happy. He himself didn't have an answer to that. "I see that this quest would be very different if you were not here to make sure they succeed," Luna said with a far-off look to her eye and a very dreamy quality to her voice. "What did you see?" Harry asked, curious. Harry knew Luna was a legacy of Apollo. Her grandmother on her mother's side was a demigod child who was killed by a monster defending her mother when she was just a little girl. "Flowers. I see flowers and panic," she said before she came back to her senses. Harry was glad he had orders to keep the brats out of the hotel now. Panic is never good on a quest, especially one as important as this one. "So can I interest you on a night on the town, Luna? To catch up for old time's sake?" Harry asked. "We both know you can't get old, Harry," Luna said knowingly as she hooked Harry's arm and started walking towards the downtown area. Harry agreed with her with a nod of his head. He remembered the morning after his first talk with Thanatos. She had greeted him as the master of death and congratulated him on becoming immortal. When he asked how she knew that, she said she had seen it happen the first time she met him. It was always his destiny to walk with death. "You know, being immortal and working with my bosses kind of sucks sometimes, Luna," Harry said as he steered her towards a restaurant he thought she would like. "You got all night to tell me about it, Harry," Luna said as she hummed a tune to herself as she put her arm through Harry's. "Let me tell you about the shit I've been put through," Harry said with a laugh as he got to spend some time with one of his school friends. They spent the evening swapping stories from their travels. Harry telling Luna about his training and what he did for Thanatos, partially reenacting his battle with Sobek, and complaining about the quest he was supervising. Luna told him about the species she was looking for and the discovery she made about the connection between unicorns and thestrals, how both species represented the 2 facets of mortal life, the unicorn representing life, while the thestral represented death. She gave him evidence as the blood of the unicorn healed almost any injury at the cost of a curse of half-life. This being as the animal representation of life was killed, while the blood of the thestral was a toxic poison that caused a person extreme pain and eventual death. The only cure being unicorn blood, further proving her claim the animals were opposites on the scale of life. Luna also told him about her meeting a Rolf Scamander on her travels, and them going on a date. She said they were going on another as soon as he returned from a trip to the deepest parts of Africa looking for new magical creatures. She told him how things were going for people back home, how the ministry was looking for him on the sly, while cleaning house of all the corruption allowed to fester under Fudge and Malfoy. They were hoping to find him through Gringotts, but were quickly informed that the Potter accounts had been emptied and closed. They sent out small squads of Aurors to look for him all over Britain and the continent. They never thought to look in America, as Harry never knew anyone who lived there. After a wonderful evening hanging out and catching up, Harry dropped off Luna at her hotel before promising her to write to her about all his adventures, and she warned him to stay alert around boars. They could be bad for his health. After agreeing to be on the lookout for boars, Harry left happier that he got to see one of his good friends from home. Harry checked his watch and saw the kids would be coming in a few hours. He decided that he would pop to his house to check on the egg and to make sure Fawkes didn't burn his house down. One time he came back after leaving Fawkes alone, and his brand new sofa was a pile of ash when he got back. Fawkes couldn't look him in the eyes for days. When he arrived, he saw that Fawkes was sleeping and that the egg was slightly glowing. He woke up Fawkes, who gave him a positive trill when asked if the egg was close to hatching. When Harry asked why it was hatching so quickly, Fawkes got a smug look on his face and pointed one of his wings into his chest and puffed up proudly. Harry rolled his eyes and went to gather some extra supplies. He figured the best way to keep the brats out of Las Vegas was to take them to LA himself. That way there would be no accidents. After getting some extra healing potions because he heard how accident-prone demigods were, he made a sandwich and packed some extra food in his bottomless pouch that he kept on his belt. Who knows if they would need food? After checking on the egg one last time, he operated back to Denver and meandered his way to the train station to follow the brats when they got off the train. When he saw the train pull up and saw them get off, Harry was about to follow them when he felt the presence of a god nearby. Not wanting to tip off the god that someone was watching out for the questers, he looked discreetly around hoping to spot the god and determine if they were a threat. Not seeing anyone hiding in the mist inside, Harry calmly walked out of the station and into the parking lot and found the god who was watching the kids. Fuck! What the hell is Ares here for? Harry quietly cursed. While Harry had never met Ares in person, Inio had told him all about her insane brother's thirst for violence and war. If he was interested in the kids who were trying to prevent a world war, Harry might just have to step in and stop the war god before he does something incredibly stupid. Remember, Harry, Inio is the better fighter. Inio is the better fighter. Harry kept muttering to himself as he watched the god follow the kids into a restaurant, hoping he wouldn't have to intervene. Harry saw the god introduce himself to the kids and saw the shock in their eyes. He almost had a heart attack when he saw that Percy kid mouth off to Ares. He had killed people for less, and this kid running his mouth. When he introduced himself to these kids, he was going to give that brat a piece of his mind. Yeah, some gods are stupid, you don't tell that to their faces though. That a very quick trip to visit Sharon. He saw the kids get up from their table and leave the restaurant while Ares put his feet on the table and had one of the waitresses feed him. It was no wonder Inio hated her brother with the blatant abuse of his powers on the mortals. He was acting like the Death Eaters who used the Imperius to control Muggle women and raped them. If they fought, he was going to make Ares hurt, and hurt for a long time. Harry followed the kids as they made their way through Denver towards an abandoned water park. He saw the kids trying to decide on what best way to get over the fence and decided to help them out by using his magic to open the lock for them like it was broken. Annabeth, Harry thought she was called, tried the lock and looked very smug when the lock was undone, causing the son of Poseidon to blush in embarrassment. The satyr also looked embarrassed as he had been arguing with the girl too. Harry, seeing a way to have some fun with the kids before he introduced himself, and seeing how it was obvious that they were doing an errand for Ares, the lazy fuck, it was probably a trap by Hephaestus to catch his brother and his wife together again. Harry didn't understand why the Smith god just doesn't get a divorce. Word in the underworld is that Aphrodite only sleeps with Ares, so Hephaestus gets mad enough to divorce her. She never wanted to be married to him in the first place. Granted, this information did come from a spirit of one of Aphrodite's children, so it had to be taken with a grain of salt. They were known for taking a small bit of truthful information and turning it into something else entirely. The apple didn't fall far from the tree either. The Trojan War was fought because of a beauty contest, where the judge was bribed. Harry quickly transformed his clothes into a security guard uniform and apparat in front of them. He was gonna scare the shit out of the demigods. Seeing that they were heads for the Tunnel of Love, what better place for Ares and Aphrodite go to snog? He walked up behind them and conjured a taser and shouted, "What do you kids think you're doing here?" as he pointed his weapon at them. Harry had to work very hard on not bursting out in laughter at the look of shock and embarrassment on their faces at being caught by a mortal security guard. "We are here to pick up something a friend left here," the son of Poseidon quickly stammered out. "Really?" Harry said as he saw them fingering their weapons, thinking he might be a monster. "Well, where is it? I'll help you get it. This place is closed for a reason. Some kids like you were up to no good and were killed on one of the rides. It is said that their spirits still haunts the park to this day," Harry said as he conjured a flashlight behind his back and shined it into his face to shadow his eyes, hoping to scare the kids. "There is no such things as ghosts," the daughter of Athena said hotly, looking at Harry like he was an idiot for believing in them. The satyr was smelling the air in what he thought was a sneaky manner. He could tell there wasn't something quite right with Harry's scent. He was trying, and failing, to be subtle about warning his companions about his findings, and them completely ignoring him. Harry felt kinda bad for the guy, reminded him of Neville in first year when he tried to prevent them from going after the Snape and the stone. "It's fine, sir. We don't need any help getting it. We will just grab it and be on our way," Percy said as he tried to dissuade Harry from following them to get whatever it was Ares wanted them to get. He was fidgeting nervously, playing with the hem of his dirty shirt. "I can't do that. It's either I go with you or I ask you to leave. Those are your two choices," Harry said sternly. Harry watched as they had a powwow and were discussing their options. He saw the satyr finally get their attention that he smelled off. This caused the two demigods to shoot him wary glances. Harry smiled at them when they looked at him, causing them both to flinch. When they finished talking, they came up to him and Annabeth said in a very tight voice, "We will go with you. The item is in the Tunnel of Love." "Excellent. That wasn't so hard, was it?" Harry said, cheerfully rubbing his hands together as he saw the apprehensive looks the three kids gave him. He saw each kid fingering their weapons. He almost laughed when he saw Percy's weapon was a pen when not in use. They walked to the Tunnel of Love in silence. The kids were waiting for him to turn into some sort of monster and attack him. Harry was impressed with their level of caution now that they knew something was off with him. If he was really a monster, the kids would have been dead already from their lack of awareness. Besides their age being a factor, these kids were very inexperienced. When they got to the Tunnel of Love, Harry asked the obvious question, "Who uses a shield these days? I mean, really, I know Captain America just came out and all, but that is defiantly the wrong color for a replica." Harry was so glad he could take pictures inside a pensive. The kid's face were priceless. "You can see it?" stammered the shocked child of Athena. "Well, duh. It is a shield, in a boat in the shape of a heart, next to what looks like an expensive scarf, at the bottom of a broken ride," Harry said very slowly, causing Annabeth to flush red in anger as he was speaking slowly because he thought she was stupid. "Who are you?" she said angrily. "We know you aren't a real security guard," she finished with a smirk showing that they uncovered his little prank. Harry sighed. "You guys aren't very fun to mess with," as his clothes changed back to normal, surprising the demigods. "Which god are you?" Percy asked very quickly, pulling out his sword, Annabeth pulling out her knife, and the satyr whose name he couldn't remember pulled out his reed pipes very shakily, obviously very scared. "Harry Potter at your service," Harry said with an exaggerated bow to the demigods. "Why are you here?" demanded Annabeth as she lifted her knife higher. "To keep you brats from dying," Harry said simply, causing them all to think it was a trap. "What do you mean, keep us from dying? Why would you do that?" Percy said as he fidgeted in his sword stance. Harry conjured a very comfortable chair for himself and his guests and said, "Take a seat," as he sat down. Seeing the kids not cooperating, he used a small banishment charm to push them into the chairs. Now that we are all sitting, Harry said, shooting the kids a glare, who were now panicking that they offended a god. I was given the lovely task to make sure this quest is successful, and I am to do whatever it takes to make sure the bolt is returned by you 3 kids by the summer solstice. Who wants to see the bolt returned besides Zeus? Did he hire you? Are you a god? If so, what are you the god of? I've never heard of a god with a last name before, Annabeth asked rapidly. This caused Harry to feel an ache in his heart. Hermione asked questions in a similar manner to Annabeth. I was not hired by Zeus or anyone on the council. I am not a god. I am an immortal sorcerer, Harry said simply. You're a wizard like Gandalf? Said Percy, causing Annabeth and the satyr to face palm at his stupid question, hoping it didn't offend the sorcerer. I like to think I'm a little stronger than Gandalf, Harry said with a chuckle. The kids seemed to relax a bit when he wasn't mad at the question. So who hired you if it wasn't someone on the council? Asked the satyr confusedly. That's a secret, Harry said as he tapped his nose with one finger. What I can tell you, it is one of the gods who is concerned that this war would cause unparalleled destruction in the world, and they want to avoid that, even if they might not like Old Thunderbutt very much. The sky rumbled at the insult. So you are here to make sure we succeed the quest because you are being paid too? Asked Annabeth curiously. You know what? I don't even know if I do get paid. I really need to see if I get a paycheck or something, Harry said, striking a thoughtful pose in his chair. How do you not know if you are getting paid? Asked Percy. Obviously you have never worked for a god before. Don't worry about it. It might make your brain melt if I tried to explain it to you, Harry said. The demigods started whispering amongst themselves about the information Harry had just laid out for them. After about 10 minutes they asked a very important question. How do we know we can trust you? I, Harry Potter, swear on the river Styx that I am here to ensure the successful completion of the quest to retrieve the lightning bolt, and make sure all the questers are alive and well at the end and back home safe. There was a flash of lightning and boom of thunder at the end of his oath, sealing it. Wow, Annabeth said. Yup, how about I get Ares' shield without setting off the traps laid on it by Hephaestus? Sound good, Harry said as he got up and walked to the empty pool where the shield was in the boat. Harry cast a detection spell to see what was done to it by Hephaestus before he tried to summon it. The spell outlined a wire that was attached to one of the Cupid statues surrounding the pool. After checking the statues, he found they were cameras and that they would shoot wires to make a net when the wire was broken when the shield was moved. He also discovered that something would come out of the evenly spaced holes around the pool. They were shielded, so he couldn't exactly tell what. Harry thought about what he was going to do before he conjured a shield in the same dimensions as Ares and used a switching spell to swap them. Seeing it was successful, he did the same with the scarf that was down there. When he picked up the scarf, he could feel the very powerful enchantments on it. It was giving off the same scent as Amortentia. Harry quickly banished the scarf to his home, where it wouldn't be affecting anyone on the quest. Bam! Harry shouted as he tossed the shield to Percy. Do I do good work or what? The kids were speechless on how quickly he managed to retrieve the booby-trapped shield. How did you do that without setting off the trap? Asked Annabeth in disbelief, looking at the shield in wonder. Harry leaned in close and whispered, Magic! Harry laughed hard when she started cursing him in ancient Greek. So what were you promised for retrieving the shield? Harry asked after Annabeth had stopped cursing. He promised us a ride out west. We kind of lost all our money and supplies at the beginning of the quest. It was blown up on the bus we were traveling on, Percy said as they were walking back to the restaurant. I can help you with that. I have a way that will get us there in about 10 seconds or so, Harry said as they made it back to the restaurant. Harry told them to stop before they walked in. Now I need you guys to not mention me to Ares. Let me be your guy's secret weapon. Just say you were able to disable the trap on your own. He's really dumb, he'll buy it. Just accept his ride west and I'll take care of the rest. After getting the kids to agree, Harry saw the kids as they gave the shield back to Ares. While he seemed skeptical about them disarming his brother's trap, he did point out the truck that they could sneak in that will take them as far as Vegas. While the kids were with Ares, Harry took a look at his bike. He could feel a very old type of magic on the helmet hanging from the handlebars. As he neared it, he could sense the mist trying to make him see it as a regular helmet. But Harry pushed so magic to his eyes and gasped at what he saw. There was Hades' Helm of Darkness. Harry quickly checked to see if there was anything that would alert Ares. He took the helmet off the bike. After finding there were 6 different wards that would alert Ares and harm the thief if touched, Harry quickly started to break the wards down. While Ares was a god, he wasn't a god of magic. Hecate made him break down wards much stronger in much less time. Harry took a peek to see the kids and realized they were getting up to leave. Harry cursed and finished breaking the last ward as they opened the door to leave. He quickly conjured a replacement helmet and threw up some wards that would mimic the ones Ares had set up and quickly put the cloak to avoid being seen by the war god as he quickly made his way over to the kids as he sent the helmet to Thanatos by portkey. He got in the back with the kids, stunned the animals, shrunk them, and put them in a pouch on his belt in the span of 3 seconds. "We to get the fuck out of here quick. Grab on to this," Harry said as he picked up a rake and made it into a portkey. "Hurry the fuck up, we need to go," Harry yelled as they hesitated to grab the portkey. They changed their minds when they heard Ares roar in anger and an explosion as his rage blew up the street he was on. The kids quickly grabbed the rake and they were gone before Ares could open the back door and attack the demigods for stealing from him. When he ripped open the back of the truck, the kids were gone and Ares blew the truck up in his anger. He vowed he would make them pay for daring to steal from him. "What the fuck was that?" Percy said as the 3 kids and Harry landed in a heap in front of a dilapidated building in what seemed to be a rough part of whatever town they were in. "That is what wizards would call a portkey. Takes you from one place to another in no time flat," Harry said with his explanation, while knowing he was referring to Ares blowing up the street they were on moments earlier. "What did you do to make Ares so mad?" Annabeth asked curiously as she gave a calculating look to Harry as he stood up and dusted his pants off. "I just took back something he borrowed without asking," Harry said as he helped the kids up and used a cleaning charm on them to get rid of the stains on Grover's shirt from the rough landing. "Where are we?" Grover asked nervously while looking around. "It smells like monsters." This put Percy and Annabeth on edge, both reaching for their weapons. Annabeth shot a suspicious look at Harry. "Well, we needed to leave in a hurry, so this is the first place I could think of. Welcome to the most beautiful place on earth, the slums of Detroit," Harry said with a flourish as he made sparks fly out of a conjured banner that said, "Welcome to Detroit." The 3 kids looked at him like he was insane, before Annabeth screamed out, "We are further away than we were before. We need to retrieve the bolt by the summer solstice to prevent a war between the gods." "Nah, we have plenty of time," Harry said as he turned his back and started moving his hands in a complicated manner that confused the kids around him. "What are you doing?" Percy asked as he saw the building beside them glow blue for a moment, as well as the street around them. "I am placing some wards that will prevent Ares and monsters from finding us for a while. I need to know what Ares said to you after you gave him the shield," Harry said as he conjured simple padded chairs for them to sit on while they talked. "Well," Percy said thinking, "he didn't really believe us when we said we disarmed the trap, but he was happy to have it back." He also pointed to the truck that said it would take us a good distance to our destination. "He also gave us a backpack with some money and food in it," Grover added helpfully, as Percy shooed Harry the backpack. Harry took the backpack and placed it on a table he conjured up and ran his hands over it. He started to frown at what he was seeing. This was way too complicated for something for Ares to have made himself as he saw some of the enchantments on it. There was one for a pocket space enlargement, seeing as it just should have had food and money in it. It didn't seem right to Harry that it was there. Also, there was a trigger spell that would only work in a specific location. He waved his hands again and saw that the trigger would place an item in the expanded pocket space. Harry dug deeper, pushing his magic into the backpack to try and find out where the item was currently and retrieve it without needing to go the location of the trigger. The magic that was blocking this from happening felt old. Really old. It had a similar feeling to an enchanted sword Hecate had in her home from before the time of the gods. The kids just watched fascinated as Harry was working on the backpack. They let out a small gasp as they noticed Harry's eyes start to glow, as the frown on his face deepened. All three of them were wondering just what was causing this much concern from the sorcerer. About 20 minutes later, Harry finally snapped out of his concentrated task of examining the backpack. He looked visibly frustrated and angry. "What's wrong?" Percy asked as he stood from his chair to stretch his legs. He didn't like the look on Harry's face. "I got good news and bad news. Which do you want first?" Harry said as he brought a water bottle out of a small pouch on his belt and took a drink from it. The three kids huddled together and whispered among themselves what they wanted to know first. Annabeth pointed out there was some good news. Maybe he found a way to speed the quest up. Grover, the ever-pessimist, argued the quest could have gotten harder because of the bad news. He even threw out the suggestion they could have to fight a god to get the bolt. "We want the bad news first," Percy said as their small discussion came to a close. He looked determined. Annabeth was worried, chewing on her bottom lip and playing with a strand of her blonde hair. Grover was bleeding quietly in his nervousness. "Bad news it is then," Harry said as he clapped his hands together and stood up. Harry began to pace in front of the kids, worrying them even more. Harry stopped his pacing and took a deep breath before saying, "You need to go to the throne room in Hades' palace to finish your quest." He really wished he had a camera with him to take a picture of the horror that crossed the demigods and satyrs' faces. He could tell they were terrified. He could see why. Hades had a horrible reputation amongst all the gods and goddesses and their offspring. "We are dead," Grover muttered close to tears as he bowed his head and started playing with a loose thread on the bottom of his shirt. Percy, not knowing how bad the stories were about Hades, were said angrily, "I don't care. He took my mother and I'm getting her back. I don't care if I have to go to his house to do it." "You got some balls, kid. You would make an excellent Gryffindor. You guys want to hear the good news now?" Harry said with a smirk at the shocked looks on their faces. "You guys were planning on going to the underworld anyway. You guys just didn't think you could meet Hade walking around there, right? Good news for you is you have me here. I happen to work there and can get you guys in easy. Also, that whole not escaping alive thing in the myths, I can guarantee you free passage out. No ifs, ands, or buts. So why do we need to go to the throne room then? Couldn't you arrange a meeting above ground?" Grover asked hopefully. "Not gonna happen, buddy," Harry said in a deadpan voice. "I just work there. I don't have a say in what the big guy does or where he goes." "But there is lots of monsters down there," Grover whined as he kicked a pebble with his hoof with a forlorn expression on his face. "It's not that bad. Most of the monsters you see work for Hades and will leave you alone when they see you are walking with me. Besides, I'm magic. I can abracadabra anyone who bothers us," Harry said with a confident smile, his teeth sparkling in the sunlight. The kids gave him a deadpan stare and shook their heads at the sorcerer's confidence and poor attempt at humor. "Are you sure abracadabra is even a real spell?" Annabeth snarled. "Seems like some made-up mumbo-jumbo to me," her annoyance with Harry's theatrics coming to a boil. "Look, I'm trying to lighten you guys up. So serious. You guys need to relax and enjoy the ride. I know what being a demigod is like for you guys. Gods know I met a ton of them in the underworld. You guys are undertrained and equipped to deal with the real world, which is why most of you guys die," Harry said in a solemn tone. He raised his hand to stop Annabeth and Grover from giving an angry rant defending Camp Half-Blood. "I have talked to the heroes of the past during my training in the underworld. Great trainer Chiron is, but he used to be more involved in all aspects of the training, not just archery, from what some of the newer spirits have said. Besides, you don't have older experienced campers helping teach. We have the best swordsmen in centuries teaching us now," Annabeth shouted hotly, her face taking on a crimson hue in her anger. "Luke, right?" Harry said with a mocking tone. "Yes, Luke Castellan is the best swordsman in centuries to come to camp. Chiron says so. He teaches everybody and makes them better. This same Luke who never says anything about his quest to retrieve the golden apple of the Hesperides. The same Luke who cut and run when they confronted Ladon, the guardian of the tree. The same Luke who pushed Carl Espinoza, son of Hephaestus, in front of himself to avoid getting mauled to death and eaten," Harry asked in a dangerous tone. "How do you know this? He hasn't spoken to anyone about the quest." Annabeth looked horrified at the scenario Harry laid out to her hero and crush. The dead talk, and they have nothing nice to say about Luke Castellan the coward. Caprice Littleton, daughter of Hermes, his sister. She was the first to fall as they underestimated Layden and how far he could come away from the tree. Harry said as he got in Annabeth's face. He will have a very unpleasant afterlife when he dies. Traitors to one's family are looked upon very poorly. He would never do something like that, Annabeth said in a whisper, as tears formed in her eyes. The hero she knew since she was a little girl on the run with him and the daughter of Zeus. Death changes people. You should know that better than most, child of Athena, Harry said as he stepped back from Annabeth. Grover and Percy were shooting each other uncomfortable glances. Both of them thought Luke was a good guy. Grover especially since he had known him for years. Although thinking about it, Grover realized that Luke never treated him in as friendly manner as he had before her death at the hands of Hades' monsters. Anyway, Harry said, clapping his hands, snapping the kids out of morbid thoughts about their friend. I need to know where we are going next. Do you guys have any stops we need to make before heading to the underworld? Speak now or forever hold you peace. Percy stated eloquently. I need to go to the beach at Santa Monica. My father wants to speak to me there. He finished uncomfortably at Harry's amused smile on his face. Santa Monica it is then. They have some good people viewing places there, Harry said as he grabbed the rake that had been dropped on the ground when they landed. It glowed blue before he held it out to the kids. All aboard the Portkey Express. Please keep all hands and feet inside the wormhole at all time. Failure to do so might result in loss of limb or life. Have a pleasant journey. The kids looked horrified at his warning before they grabbed, and the pull of the portkey took them away. A few agonizing seconds for the children later, they were deposited on the beach of Santa Monica. All of them gasped and tried to keep their lunch from coming back into the world. Thank you for riding Portkey Express. We know you have many options for Portkey travel, and we thank you for choosing to ride with us. Have a happy trip, Harry said with a straight face before bursting into laughter at the children's very angry faces. Why are you always making jokes? Is this a game to you just because you are immortal? Annabeth said angrily, glaring at Harry. Harry sobered and replied, I was a moody, brooding little shit most of my life. I was abused my entire childhood, sent off to a hidden society that thought I was Jesus, made a villain or hero depending on how the media felt that day, had a mass-murdering psychopath after me because a prophecy was made by a drunk fraud who only had 2 real predictions to her name. I killed said psychopath, thought I could finally relax and live the rest of my life with the woman I love, have a couple sprogs, and die an old man in the arms of my wife. What happened? Harry said, getting angry. My so-called best mate was jealous that I got the girl he fancied. So he killed her because he didn't want me to have what he didn't. That fucker was lucky he was killed before I could get my hands on him. I would have made him suffer, Harry said darkly. The kids were looking at Harry in a whole new light. Here was the guy who they had only met for a while, who they all thought was a joker, having such a horrible past, was still able to smile and joke around. I was very distraught when I found out due to a freak accident. I was now immortal and would never see my family again in the afterlife. Do you what that's like? To welcome death to see your family in the afterlife, only to be told you can never die, and that your family chose rebirth because they couldn't deal with not being able to see me again. At the kid's shake of the head, he continued. I learned in training for my new role that I had to suck it up and grow the fuck up. I was going to live forever. I am not spending the rest of eternity a moody asshole. I got help from some dead therapists because gods forbid I mentioned any of this shit about magic and gods to an alive one. I made some new friends, distanced myself from my home country to avoid the pain. Took me a long time and a lot of work to become happy. Life is too short to be a moody, whiny little bitch. Harry finished. The kids sat in silence, each thinking about what Harry had said, accepting that he was going to die one day and was happy because he would be reunited with his family, only to become immortal and have that ripped from him. All three were wondering if they could be happy after having a life like his. So now that that's all out of the way, go talk to your dad, kid, Harry said as he started to put wards up to keep monsters and angry gods from finding them. Percy nodded absent-mindedly as he walked into the ocean, his dream of meeting his father a reality. While Percy was under the waves, Harry had quickly set up the wards as was now drawing symbols into the sand very carefully. Annabeth, seeing symbols of a language she had never seen before, asked, "What do these symbols mean?" "These," Harry said, pointing to his mess of squiggly lines and block-shaped lines in the sand, "are Sumerian runes. They will help fight Ares when he gets here." "How do you know he's going to fight us?" Annabeth asked, panicked, as Harry calmly went back to drawing in the sand. "Because as soon as Fishboy stepped in the water over there, he tripped an alert ward placed by Ares. Before you complain, my magic is keeping him from precisely knowing where we are," Harry said to an almost hyperventilating Grover who had walked up and heard a part of the conversation. "How are we supposed to beat a god? How do we beat the war god in a fight?" he shrilled. "You stick the pointy end of your sword in his gut?" Harry supplied helpfully with a smile on his face. "That's the best you got?" Annabeth said in a flat voice to cover her fear, though her eyes conveyed how scared she was to Harry. "Have you ever fought a god, Harry?" "Many times. It's part of my job. Why, just before this quest I was engaged in a fantastical battle with one. It also had magic and screaming and lots of swearing," Harry said with a smirk. "Did you win?" asked Grover with hope in his eyes. "You bet your furry arse I did. Why else would I be here?" Harry said with a smile at Grover. "Which god did you fight?" Annabeth was genuinely curious. She didn't know of many gods that an immortal sorcerer could beat in a fight. Maybe one of the minor gods of pottery or something. "I fought a god and won. It wasn't a sissy minor god, if that is what you are thinking. That is all I can say at this time. Underworld secrets and such. I can tell you that a very important part of that god is now used as a wall accessory in my boss's office," Harry said, giving a conspiratorial wink at Annabeth. "Part of him?" Grover asked, confused. Harry gave a vicious smirk and ran a finger across his neck. Both kids shuddered in both disgust that something like that was on display in an office, and fear that Harry could do that to a god. There was an uneasy silence after the latest revelation from Harry. The kids awkwardly watched as Harry finished up his drawings, checked them over, and then waved his hands, causing them to disappear. "That is going to be one nasty surprise for Ares," Harry said with a chuckle. "Do I want to know what is going to happen to him?" asked Annabeth. She was very curious as to what writing is going to do to a god. "That would ruin the surprise. You'll see. When he shows up, you guys need to stick together and leave when I tell you to. This is going to get very messy very quickly," Harry said, seriously, giving them a very hard look. "Can you handle Ares by yourself? We could distract him for you," Grover said, trying to be helpful. "No. As soon as he sees me, he is going to go berserk," Harry said firmly, giving either of them a chance to argue against him. Before either kid could retort back, Percy came walking out of the ocean with a disappointed look on his face. "Did he not show up?" asked Grover, concerned for his best friend. "No, he didn't. He sent the lady again from St. Louis. She told me some things and gave me these," Percy said as he showed them 3 pearls he pulled from his pocket. Harry took a quick look at them and was able to feel the magic they gave off. "That magic is similar to what I use for portkeys. Yours would get through any ward I could create at this time," he said thoughtfully. "So they will be just as awful?" Grover said, feeling queasy at the thought of more spinning through a tear in the fabric of reality. "Nope. This feels smoother, more powerful. Maybe if I had more time to study them I could recreate them. But we don't have the time for that," Harry said as he used his magic to make a model sand dragon, and then charmed it to fly around them, blowing out sand as flames. "That's cool," Percy said, impressed at the display the sand dragon was putting on. It had just done a barrel roll into a backflip. "Magic is a wonderful thing. It can be used for more than just fighting," Harry said as the dragon glowed white, before looking like a real miniature dragon with the blackest scales the kids had ever seen, with spikes coming of its tail and horns on its head. It landed and breathed out real fire. "This is one of the things magic can do," Harry said proudly as the small dragon landed on his outstretched hand. Another wave of his hand, it was gone. "We need to get going. Ares will be here soon. I can feel my wards failing." Harry said as once again he charmed the rake into a portkey. I'm going to drop us off as close to the palace as I can, which is the Judgment Pavilion. Word to the wise. Shut the fuck up and don't say anything. Minus is on the panel this week and he's an asshole. He will try to fuck you over if anything you say offends him, Harry said seriously. The kids nodded and grabbed the rake and they were gone. If you had asked the kids what they imagined the underworld to look like, they would have given you different answers. Grover would have told you it would be a bleak wasteland where it was just black dirt and dead vegetation. Percy would say it would be like hell. Fire covering everything. People screaming in pain. Annabeth would say it was a combination of both of Grover's and Percy's versions. Except, she knew there would be a piece of green where heroes went after they died. What they got was not what they expected. The underworld was a huge, dark, dank, dusty cave. This shocked them and they were gaping at the sheer size of the cavern they were in. They couldn't even see where it ended in the darkness. Welcome to the underworld. Trust me, it doesn't all look like this, Harry said as he walked towards a gate that had a flashing sign above it that said, Authorized personnel only. Violators will be immolated. It gets better than this? Percy asked hopefully as he hurried through the gate Harry opened for them, hoping not to get immolated, whatever that meant. It didn't sound pleasant. For the most part, no. It actually gets worse. Harry laughed at the crestfallen look on Percy's face. Buck up, kiddo. The best part of the underworld is by where we need to head, Harry said as they came upon long lines of souls, waiting to be judged. There were thousands of ghostly people waiting in lines to be judged. Many were wailing that there had been a mistake, that they shouldn't be here. The kids saw there were two lines that souls could go through. One was to be judged by the panel to determine where they go, or the other was the easy death line. For every one person who was judged by the panel, 15 would make it through the other. Where does the easy line go? Asked Percy as Harry led them off to the side of the line to the judges' panel. Harry was very careful to look around and wave off spirits armed with a variety of weapons from stopping the kids moving to the front of the line. Asphodel, Harry said, grabbed a key card out of one of his pouches and slid it to open a locked gate at the bottom of the dais where the judges waited. There was a set of stairs they would have to climb that would take them right in front of them to get by and towards the Palace of Hades. Remember, no talking. I don't want you to screw up your afterlife now because you couldn't keep your mouth shut. Grover, that's double for you. Minus hates satyrs. Harry warned them before holding the gate for them to enter after he got a nod from each of them that they understood they couldn't speak anymore. The chances of eternal torment a lot scarier than a few moments of silence. As they reached the top, the kids heard a high-pitched, greasy-sounding voice speak to Harry. I say, it is the so-called Master of Death. Run, boys, before he tosses us in Tartarus. The kids saw who spoke and saw it was a tall-looking man, with a graying, very pointed black beard, with a head full of curly black hair that looked to be graying at the temples. He had the most vibrant blue eyes that shocked Grover and Annabeth. Percy had no idea why they reacted that way to the man. His face seemed to be chiseled from stone, with very defined cheekbones and a long, straight nose. He was wearing the same plain white robes as the other two judges, and a golden circlet on his head. Percy noticed the other judges were Bob Marley and Winston Churchill. Minus. I hadn't realized your overcooked ass was on the panel this week, Harry said with a smirk, as Minus very briefly showed what his body looked like at his death. Boiled to death by the daughters of Cocculus, the king of Agrigentum, while he bathed. This caused the kids to gag silently at his appearance. He shot them a hateful look when he caught them doing it. Harry silently palmed his face in frustration at the kids' actions. Who are these demigods you dare bring into the underworld? He thundered, glaring hatefully at Harry and the kids. Demigods on a quest and all that. We are kind of in a hurry, Harry said as he stepped between Minus and the kids and started pushing them to the path by the judge's table. You dare help mortals enter the underworld? I will see you banished to Tartarus for this betrayal, he bellowed. Listen, asshole, and listen well. I am doing this by orders of my boss, who is under orders from his boss that I make sure that they are successful. Minus seemed to lose what little color the kids could see in the darkness. I will be sure to mention this incident to the big man himself. He's always been looking for a way to send you to the fields of punishment. Interfering with my assigned duties seems to be a nice way to get rid of you, Harry said as he pushed the kids to get them going again as he walked behind them, ignoring the pleading of Minus behind them. Can you really do that? Grover asked fearfully. Getting someone you don't like thrown into the second worst place in the universe made it seem like Harry had a ton of power down here. Probably not, Harry said with a chuckle. Minus is a pain in the ass that was put on the panel by Zeus, not Hades, as Minus was his kid. By doing what I did, made him forget what you guys looked like so you don't have problems when it comes time to be judged when you die. I'm a satyr. We don't have mortal souls to be judged down here, Grover protested, looking affronted at Harry's remark. You still get judged, Harry said, turning and walking down the path, ignoring the look of horror on Grover's face. It was believed by the satyrs when they die they just turn into a plant to show their bodies returning to nature. But if they were judged, Grover did not want to think of the implications on what it meant by what plant they turned into. Percy quickly caught up with Harry and whispered, I think you broke Grover. Harry smiled and reached into a pouch on his belt and pulled out a protein bar. Percy's stomach growled when he saw it, so Harry handed him one and grabbed another. Percy muttered a thanks as he went back to Grover, who was being comforted by Annabeth. Soon they came across an area bathed in firelight. Screams could be heard, begging for mercy. Cruel laughter could be heard and more screams rang out. The screams chilled the kids to the bone. When they came across where the light was coming from, they turned to see what the fields of punishment to look like. They saw a red smoke block their vision of it. Trust me, I'm doing you a favor. I had nightmares for weeks after I saw that place for the first time, Harry said with a small shudder at the memories of those terrifying nights, screaming in the dark in terror that Hermione might have been sent there, before he remembered she went for rebirth. The kids could only murmur their thanks at Harry's thoughtfulness on their parts. Although the screams of terror were bound to be in their nightmares for some time, they didn't need the visuals to go with it. Can you muffle the sound? Annabeth asked hopefully, cringing when another wail of terror caused her to flinch.
No.
Harry said apologetically. I can prevent you from seeing it. Muffling it would take an order from Hades. The jailers get power from the screams. Holy shit, Percy said at that revelation. That meant they had to be as horrible as possible to get super strong. Percy was man enough to admit he might have peed himself, just a smidgen, at that horrifying revelation. He swore to himself he would work the rest of his life to make sure he never, ever, would be sent there. If the cursing behind him was any indication, Annabeth was thinking the same thing. 20 agonizing minutes passed in silence as they made it past the wails and screams of the damned in the fields. So the sound faded into nothing, and all they could hear was a gentle breeze blowing by. Harry steered them to a path that cut tight through the center of a massive gray grassy field where millions of gray spirits stood, never moving, just swaying with the breeze. This seems awfully dull, Grover said to break the silence that they had been in since the fields. That's the point. Most never were judged, so they can't be rewarded or punished, they just are, Harry said in explanation. As they were getting closer to the end of the field of asphodel, they saw a very sunny area that cut through the gloom and doom that they had been experiencing the whole time they were in the underworld. When they were in front of the massive golden barred gate, the kids could see a paradise for all the people laughing and smiling as they walked through the streets. There were houses from all time periods in history, Roman villas, huge English manors, and Percy swore he saw a house made of straw. He was very confused about that. Welcome to Elysium, home of the heroes and the virtuous. This is where you want to end up, kiddies, Harry said as he quickly walked past the gates towards a large dark city lit up by thousands of torches, which made it seem like it was on fire. When they reached the gate separating the Black City from the rest of the underworld, they saw depictions of death and decay and war. It unnerved the kids at the graphic display of people killing people, animals killing people, and what appeared to be a nuclear bomb devastating a city that looked remarkably like New York. Percy hoped it wasn't a sign of a future event. So before I open this gate and let you into the palace of Hades, know this. Don't eat anything you are given without getting an okay from me. Eating the wrong thing can see you trapped here forever. Next, do not insult the big boss man. He will kill you and obliterate your soul. Be polite to his wife. She can be a lot scarier than he can. Harry said, getting scared nods from the kids. With a deep breath and a push on a specific panel saw the gate open in eerie silence. Welcome to the palace of the underworld. May you not be an eternal guest. The kids saw a dark hallway lined with expensive-looking paintings of death and destruction. There were scenes of what could only be Hades destroying his many foes in the past. There was one of him fighting a titan during the First War, armed with his helm of darkness and a staff. The next was of Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus throwing the chopped-up remains of their father Kronos into Tartarus. There was also expensive dark mahogany tables with bright, colorful flowers in ornate vases gilded in gold. This was the only splash of color they have seen in the underworld besides in Elysium. As they moved further down the walkway, soldiers materialized out of nowhere. They came from different time periods based on the different states of armor they wore. Annabeth whispered she saw warriors from Greece, Rome, Persia, medieval France and England, and some modern American soldiers lost in conflict with the Middle East to Percy and Grover. All of them gave the demigods a hard stare, and when they looked into their pale, ghostly faces, realized they had no eyes, causing them to shiver in fear. Harry was quiet and solemn on the walk up to a solid gold door. Here they saw no decorations of war and death on it. To the children, its simplicity was all the more terrifying as they knew what lay behind this door. Remember, be respectful. Only speak when spoken to. Harry whispered as he placed one, very hard, knock on the door that swung open before the sound could dissipate. Harry ushered the kids into the throne room, which caused them to gasp at the splendor shown. The room was covered in silver and gold. The walls were made of solid silver, and the floor solid gold. The only decoration in the room was Hades and Persephone's thrones. Hades made entirely of human skulls, while Persephone's was made of thousands of different flowers, some not known to mankind, fitting for the goddess of springtime. Hades sat alone in his throne, his dark eyes watching the children intently, his posture straight and relaxed, giving nothing away of his feelings to the children. As they moved closer, he leaned back in his throne and turned to Harry and asked in his deep voice, "Is this the boy who is labeled thief by my brother?" "It is my lord Hades. This is Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon and Sally Jackson," Harry said as he knelt before the god of the underworld, the children quickly following his example so not to offend. "Rise and tell me why you are here, Percy Jackson," Hades said, motioning with his pale hand for them to rise and stand before him. We are here for the Zeus's master bolt, Lord Hades," Percy said nervously, flinching when Hades intensified his gaze upon him. "And what makes you believe I would take my brother's toy?" he said smoothly, neither confirming nor denying he had reason to take the bolt. "We were told you were the most likely suspect because you have a beef with Olympus," Percy stammered out. At the look of anger finally making its way onto Hades' face, Percy immediately shut up. "I have a beef with Olympus?" Hades shouted, his voice echoing dangerously in the throne room. Guards from the hall rushed into the room and pointed a variety of weapons at the children. Annabeth and Grover holding each other in terror. Percy paled and looked like he wanted to soil himself. "Who did you hear this from, boy?" Hades asked dangerously. "Answer me now," he shouted when Percy tried to stammer a reply. "I heard it from Chiron and Luke from camp," Percy quickly spoke, hoping to avoid becoming a pile of goo on the shiny golden floor. "And what exactly did my half-brother say exactly? He would never accuse me without evidence," Hades asked in a near whisper, causing the kids to strain to hear him. "He didn't exactly say you stole it," Percy said quickly. "He was referring to a line I received in my prophecy that said I would face a god who had turned. Chiron said you could fit that description based on the disrespect you received from Olympus, and you kidnapped my mom," Percy finished by shouting at Hades, glaring at him. Hades grew to his godly size and boomed out, "You insolent whelp! You dare come to my kingdom and accuse me of theft and kidnapping. I should throw you into Tartarus for showing me this much disrespect. Maybe being tortured for eternity will teach you respect for your betters." The three kids fell to the floor at the sheer power radiating off the firstborn son of Kronos. His anger palpable in the very air they breathed. They could feel the ground shake in response to his anger. the guards chittering in an unknown language with their weapons waiting to be used on the demigods on the order of their master. The only one not affected was Harry. He was behind the kids, rubbing his face in exacerbation. He told that idiot son of the sea to be respectful, and here he is throwing out accusations, ignoring his advice. Harry stepped forward and stole the backpack from Percy, who jumped in surprise. I have the bolt right here, Lord Hades. Given to these children by Ares, son of Zeus. Harry said as he opens the backpack, showing a sleek cylinder made of a silvery metal the children had never seen before, let alone know the name of. And why show me this master of death? Hades said seriously as he took the cylinder from the backpack that burst into electricity on contact with the god, its power pulsing throughout the throne room. So you know the boy has not committed any crimes against you or the underworld. The hostage you keep is for naught, Harry said, bowing before the ruler of the underworld. Hades set the bolt down on the armrest of his throne and rubbed his chin thoughtfully with his left hand, while gently caressing the cylindrical case that was no longer sending waves of power throughout the throne room now that it was no longer held in a godly hand. You can assure me he had no part in this, Harry? Hades said thoughtfully. No, my lord. Until he was brought to the camp, he had no idea the gods existed. The theft was before he was informed. I would stake my life on that, Harry said very seriously, looking his lord in the eye. The kids gasped in shock. Harry was putting his life on the line to back Percy's claim that he wasn't the lightning thief. Percy was very touched that someone he barely knew believed in him enough to stick up for him in front of one of the most powerful beings in the universe. Very well, Hades said as he motioned for Harry and the children to rise. Percy Jackson, Hades said, turning to the fidgeting boy who looked desperate to ask about his mother. Your mother has been returned to your home unharmed and unaware of her time in captivity. Percy sagged in relief at this news. His mom was safe and at home. All he had to do was return the bolt and this quest would be over. Thank you, Lord Hades, Percy managed to say without choking up. His mom was okay. As the matter of the bolt, Hades said, looking longingly at his brother's symbol of power. It must be returned so the drama queen doesn't start another war. He then tossed the bolt at Percy, who nearly dropped it when it hit him in the chest. Let him know the underworld has no interest in his little toy or his war-mongering. I will, uncle, Percy said without realizing he failed to address Hades as lord. He closed his eyes, waiting to be turned into goo on the floor. See that you do, nephew, Hades said before he vanished in a shadow, leaving the kids mystified that he didn't strike Percy down. Hades was known for being, well, evil. So that went much better than I expected, Harry said, and he stood up and clapped his hands. There was less yelling and screaming in terror than his normal meetings go, Harry said with a very cheerful smile. There is screams of terror during regular meetings? Grover said with a pale face. Yeah, Percy must have really impressed him, Harry exclaimed joyfully as he led them to a chamber off to the side of the throne room that just seemed to appear out of nowhere. At least we're not dead, Annabeth muttered, her brain working over the meeting and categorizing what she knew of Hades before the meeting, and after now that she had interacted with him in person. Percy said nothing as he put the bolt back in the backpack and clutched it tightly to his chest. His hope to clear his name in the eyes of the king of the gods, all that was on his mind now that his mother is safe. So Jackson, Harry said as he got the boy's attention, this is the only room in the palace where your pearls will work. I suggest you use them. I got something I need to do before I meet you topside, Harry said in a tone that bade them not to ask questions. Okay, Percy said as he reached into his jean pocket and handed Annabeth and Grover a pearl. He clutched his tightly in his hand. When nothing happened, Grover asked, is there a password to make these things work? Like Poseidon is the greatest. Harry waved his right hand, causing the children to crush the pearl they were holding, causing a bubble to envelope them and gently lift them towards the ceiling where they passed through it like it wasn't there. Hades stepped out of the shadows and asked curiously, is the boy really worth risking your life for? I won't lie and say he's a tactical genius or anything that would benefit Olympus in the coming war with the Titans. He's a good kid who had a prophecy dumped on him before he was born and is going to learn how to deal with it, Harry said with some thought. There are other children who could fit the bill. Hades said, seriously thinking of his 2 children hidden away from his brother Zeus's sights.
No.
Percy is the child of the prophecy. I can tell. Something about his aura tells me it's him. He's powerful. More powerful than he or Poseidon knows. Harry said, pacing back and forth, trying to formulate his thoughts to tell his boss just what he had seen. Explain, Harry. How powerful is he? Hades asked in confusion. He had heard his brother brag that Percy was the most like him out of all his children, past and present. He felt the same way about Nico. There was something in his son that he could sense would lead him to great things. When I look at him with my magic, Harry said, pausing, trying to think how to describe the well of power this demigod child had. He shines like the sun, I suppose. He's just so full of the power that makes his father the king of the seas. He will never be as strong as his dad or anything, Harry said at the look of alarm on Hades' face. Think of him like Heracles, but instead of being super strong and a prick, he's got extra oomph when it comes to the powers he was given as a demigod. I see. It is good then that he is a good boy. Hopefully he won't be the destruction of us all, Hades said thoughtfully. He was planning on having a long discussion with his brother to see whether or not the boy was to be trained in his powers. If what Harry said was true, then having an uncontrolled burst could kill a lot of people, mortals and demigods alike. If it makes you feel better, we got some options to go to if I'm wrong and we lose. Hela would love it if we came to her, Harry said with a chuckle at the look of distaste mentioning the Norse deity. Not her. Not ever. That swill they call beer is a disgrace to all beverages, Hades said with a small laugh. Harry was about to joke it was just her appearance keeping him away when the wards he set on the beach to hide them from Ares broke. Shit! Harry yelled as he trembled at the shock of the power that broke his wards. What is it? Hades asked, concerned. Ares has found the kids. I have to go, Harry said as he was about to apparate out to help them. Bring my nephew to me. I want to have words with him, Hades said with an insane gleam in his eye. Harry nodded and was gone. Hades laughed as he made his way back to his throne. His nephew would rue the day he stole from the god of riches. He was very jealous of his hoard after all. His chilling laugh caused the guards outside the throne room to shiver in fear. They knew how cruel their lord could be to those who crossed him. Harry appeared on the beach near where he laid his trap for Ares, and saw that Percy was right about to accept the challenge from the immortal god of war. There was no way Percy could come out of that fight unscathed. Whether he won or not was irrelevant. He would either be cursed or killed, and right before the Second Titan War was about to begin would spell disaster for the gods. So Harry did what he knew would piss off Percy, possibly save the world in the future, and summoned the 3 kids to him and silenced them. The stunned looks they gave him when they landed gently beside him and realized they couldn't speak got him very angry looks. Percy was about to march back to Ares before Harry put his arm out to stop him from being an idiot. You didn't listen to me at all, did you? Harry said, angrily shouting at Percy. I told you to be careful how you speak to those with power above you. You fight the god and win, so what? He would curse you. How do you think that would go for you down the line, huh? When you need your weapon the most it fails you because you were a petulant child who challenged someone with powers he didn't understand. Worse, you could be killed now. Some hero you would turn out to be. Percy started to shout, silently waving his arms, and soared wildly in agitation, trying to explain himself to Harry on why he needed to fight Ares. Harry ignored him and rounded on Annabeth and Grover. And you too? Why the fuck would you let him be such a dumbass? You guys have been around this shit for years. You know what happens when a hero challenges a god. Nothing good, ever. I swear to fucking God you kids are stupid, Harry muttered and turned to the furiously pacing war god. His eyes discharging embers every time he blinked. He was clutching his weapon, which was changing to a different weapon every second. Some Harry had never seen before. Who are you to dare interfere in my business, wizard? Ares gravelled out. He released his godly aura in hopes to terrify Harry into submission. He discarded his leather jacket, which left him just wearing a tight black tank top that showed his incredibly muscled physique to the world. Holy crap, you are ripped, Harry said to Ares, causing him to look at Harry funny, and stopped his pacing. He was pretty sure that was not the reaction Ares was going for. Harry went on. No wonder Lady Aphrodite like you so much. You are a man's man. I bet your physique isn't the only thing that gets her motor running, if you know what I mean. Harry said, shooting a wink at Ares. You know what they say about big hands and feet. Ares had a satisfied smirk on his face before he shouted. I will kill you quickly now, wizard, instead of drawing out your torture when I destroy you. Why have you interfered between me and Jackson? He has something of mine. That's not what I heard from the grapevine. I'm pretty sure the toy he has belongs to your daddy. Harry says casually as he sends a stinging hex at Percy to get him to stop waving his hands in anger at Harry's banter with the true thief. Grover was curled into himself, shaking in terror, envisioning their eventual annihilation. Annabeth was catching on that Harry was goading Ares to fight him instead of them, as he had a much better chance of coming out of the battle alive. Enough of this shit. Give me the bolt or die, wizard. Your magic won't hurt me. I am a fucking god. I could smite you where you stand with a thought. Only my mercy is sparing you right now. Ares screamed as he raised his weapon that transformed into a pitch-black great sword with a serrated blade edge. Not gonna happen, buddy. You see, these kids need to return your daddy's toy back to him before he has a temper tantrum and starts a global war. Harry raised his palm to silence Ares before he could go on a gleeful tangent on how that would increase his power, blah blah blah. Harry didn't care what the god wanted. He wanted this job over so he could get his pizza finally. Besides, while the kids were annoying and stupid and had no real idea how absolutely fucking dangerous the world was becoming, he thought they were all right. Grover needed to grow a pair, Annabeth needed to learn she doesn't know everything, and Percy, well, he needed a lot of things. But they could be great in Harry's opinion, which is if they all didn't die on this beach in the next 10 minutes. Look, I know you aren't smart enough to do this on your own. No offense, you are a berserker. You don't have the acumen to be able to pull a maneuver such as this off that befuddled and vexed the other celestial beings. You were the muscle behind the brain. Harry said, hoping the big words would cause Ares to attack him when he didn't know what they meant. Ares charged at Harry, his clothes morphing into blood-red armor that cover his chest, shins, forearms, and his back. His upper arms and thighs were exposed to attack. Harry was sure they were supposed to be the main area of his enemy's attacks, trying to disable his vulnerable areas, while Ares picked them apart. So Harry ignored that as he charged at Ares, extending his sword, causing him to eye the blade worriedly for just a moment when he realized what it was made of. Their blades crashed in a tremendous explosion of power that blew a massive cloud of sand in all directions. The kids couldn't see what was happening inside the dust, but they could hear it. The grunts as the blades impacted each other. The swish of the blade rushing death through the air when the strike missed. The cursing of Harry as he dodged attacks that came too close to him. When the dust cleared, Ares and Harry were standing about 5 feet away from each other. Ares looked pissed that Harry didn't even have a single scratch on him, and he wasn't even breathing hard from clashing with Ares going all out. How are you keeping up with me, wizard? What sorcery is this? He shouted in frustration as he clashed with Harry again, trying to catch him off guard. Harry remained silent as he matched the pissed-off immortal blow for blow, arms never shaking in fatigue due to repeated heavy blows. No sweat dripping in his eyes from exertion. To Ares, it seemed like he was taking this as a spar for fun. They broke apart, Ares shaking in rage that his opponent wasn't a blood stain on the sand yet. He planned on dragging his fight out with the brats for some entertainment before he dismembered them. This guy was good. Too good. There was no way he could have gotten this good without divine help. Who trained you, mortal? Was it Athena? That know-it-all bitch has a soft spot for humans. Ares yelled as he couldn't get the upper hand in their exchanges. The worst was he hadn't even started to use magic against him. He was fighting Ares straight up like a real warrior, like his prize Spartans would have done back in the day. Never backing down, never surrendering, never retreating. Ares was afraid. If he brought magic into the mix, he could lose not just his life, but his power if he is discovered to be a traitor against Olympus and his father. Harry feinted at Ares' thighs and struck Ares across the face when he fell for it. The small slash left a thin line across his face from the right side of his chin, across his mouth, splitting his lips open, and ending just below his left eye. Ares roared in pain and anger as he was the first to bleed in their match. I was trained by the best war god on Olympus in Io. Harry said with a smirk on his lips at the look of utter hatred on his face at the mention of his twin sister. And why would my whore of a sister train you mortal? You sleeping with her? Ares growled out in pure hatred, his burning eyes never leaving Harry's green ones. Not even once, Harry said to Ares and the kids' surprise. They agreed that was the most likely reason a goddess would train a human. She is doing a solid for the Master of Death because she is friends with Thanatos. Ares burst into laughter. The Master of Death, my ass. That's just a bedtime story for you wizards. Harry just shot Ares a smile before he vanished right before his eyes. Ares started frantically spinning around, looking for his opponent. There was no way a wizard could hide from his senses, but here this one was. It wasn't possible. Ares had an inkling to duck, and he barely missing, having his throat slashed by a sword appearing out of thin air. Harry materialized back into view with a smile on the look of fear on Ares' face as he realized just how close he came to going to Tartarus. How did you do that? How could your magic hide from me? It shouldn't be possible. Ares screamed as he turned his sword into a double-barrel shotgun and firing it at Harry. Harry used his magic to raise the sand in front of him, transfiguring it into stone, which absorbed the pellets, before he waved his left hand, causing it to break apart into sharp rocks, before launching them at Ares, who had to summon his shield and hide behind it while it was pelted with very sharp shrapnel. The kids were in awe of the battle. Percy was now glad that Harry prevented him from challenging Ares. He was certain he would be dead right now, and Ares would have the most powerful weapon in the universe to cause untold destruction with it. Harry just kept using his magic to transfigure the sand into small dragons, who flew around Ares launching fire at him, while he would destroy the ones who came too close to him by blowing holes in their bodies with his shotgun. When the last dragon was gone, Ares wiped some of his blood off his face and shook it onto the sand. Where each drop landed, a boar sprang from the ground. Each of the 17 boars that sprang up weighed 1,500 pounds and stood over 5 feet tall with foot-long sharp tusks that charged at Harry and the kids. Harry shot his hand out like he was snapping a whip, and one made of incredibly hot fire shot out his palm and cut down 5 of them on his first stroke. When Harry changed his hand's direction, he got another 8 with his flame whip. One peeled off from the group and charged the kids. Since they were still silenced, they couldn't communicate any plans to deal with this mammoth monster attacking them. Percy jumped in front of the beast and started swinging his sword, hoping it would back away in fear of the swinging bronze weapon. He was wrong as it charged him, and Percy was barely able to avoid getting gored, the tusk putting a large hole in his shirt, just barely missing the skin. Annabeth flanked the beast and started slashing at its hindquarters. All this did was to serve to piss the boar off, and it tried to kick her. She was quick enough to dodge it when Grover used reed pipes to produce a tune that caused vines to grow out of the sand and ensnare its legs. Percy used this distraction to get in close and lop one of the large tusks off. Unfortunately for him, it broke free of the vines and charged him, knocking his down as it ran over him. Luckily for him, he had chopped off the tusk that would have been rammed into his chest as he was knocked over. He was bruised and sore, but he was alive and able to fight when he gingerly stood up, eyeing the beast warily, looking for it to charge again. While the kids were fighting the boar, Harry had finished off the other and was again engaging Ares in a sword fight, this time Ares using his shield. Harry was having a much harder time engaging, as now when Ares blocked his strike, he could immediately counterattack. He had a few close calls which ripped his shirt, causing his basilisk hide armor to peek through the holes in his shirt. Harry, realizing he wasn't going to win this fight in a sword fight, looked for something to give him an advantage. Ares' shield would deflect many of his battle spells, as he had found out, and he was too far away from his rune trap to push Ares into it. As he ducked, another slash aimed to remove his head. He saw the kids fighting the boar rather badly. Then Harry realized he forgot to unsilence them. He felt like smacking himself in the face. Of course it's going badly for them. They have no way to set up plans or traps. Realizing that the kids could die because of his mistake, Harry summons the boar with more force than necessary for the large beast. Its panic squeals alerting Ares something was coming towards his back fast. He turned and sliced his sacred animal in half, lest he be knocked over by the speeding aerial pig. Harry used the distracting to banish Ares towards his trap. Caught unawares, Ares slammed into the ground and skidded to the boundary line. Harry apparat right in front of him and kicked him with all his might the last foot into the trap. Ares got up and swung his sword and was shocked when his slash met a barrier and bounced off with a deafening clang. He tried to flash out and realized he couldn't. "What is this sorcery?" he screamed as he pounded his meaty fists against the magical walls of the barrier. His eyes bursting into flames, so great was his rage. "A rune trap meant to catch dragons and other such powerful beasts. Modified by me to catch and hold gods. I am under orders to turn you over to Lord Hades as undamaged as possible for punishment." Harry replied coldly as he started writing more runes in the sand. "My father will never stand for this. No matter what I have done to him, he will never let this stand. It will be war." Ares screamed as he pounded uselessly against the walls that started to close in on him. He backed into the center and raised his sword and shield as if that would prevent him from being crushed. Before Harry could finish binding Ares, he was struck in the left shoulder by a pitch-black arrow, another one finding its way into his thigh before he could raise a shield. Harry grunted in pain as he broke the arrow shafts off and left the heads in, the burning sensation in the wounds telling him they were coated in a very strong poison. Harry looked up and saw the kids were surrounded by a group of 7 goblins in heavy armor, pointing sharp spears and swords in the kids' faces as they were disarmed and forced to their knees with their hands on their heads. "Do you have any idea what you have done, goblins?" Harry asked as he rose painfully to a full standing position. "What suffering you have brought onto your people," Harry said as he started walking towards them as he vanished his sword. Ares beating once again on the shield, hoping to get out while Harry was distracted. It didn't budge. "You and all those who you associate with have been marked for death by order of the Ragnarok the Unassailable for your insult and cowardice hiding behind your god years ago when you escaped goblin justice." The biggest and meanest one shouting at Harry as it pulled a piece of parchment out of its armor and tossed it at Harry. Harry summoned the paper and saw it had his name and any associates with just a black handprint on the page. Harry mused, that is the goblin mark for death. "Do you realize whose children those are minus the satyr? We are on the boy's father's turf. Do you think he will stand for his son's capture?" Suddenly the waves slammed onto the shore, causing the ground to shake in agreement with Harry's words, the water level rising towards them to drag the goblins into the ocean to face the wrath of Poseidon. The goblins all turned and started gnashing their sharp, pointed teeth at the rising water and pointed their weapons at it. While they were doing this, Harry activated the portkeys he had slipped on the kids, causing them to appear in his shield unharmed. Before the goblins could realize the prisoners were gone, the water shot out faster than the eye could see and dragged the goblins screaming into the ocean and out of sight, the sand being dry as if the water never rose to grab the would-be kidnappers. Harry collapsed as his shield failed and moaned in pain as he reached into one of his belt pouches looking for a bottle of phoenix tears to counteract the poison. Normally, the residual basilisk venom in his blood would negate almost all poisons. This, however, he had felt before when he was poisoned the first time he went after a shaman from the Norse pantheon. The poison came from Jotunheim, from a small fish that swam in its frozen oceans. It literally froze the blood in those unfortunate enough to be poisoned by it. Luckily, phoenix tears counteracted it. As Harry sighed after taking a sip of the potent healing tears, Harry pulled the 2 arrowheads out before he started to convulse as the tears counteracted the highly potent toxin. The kids could only watch in horror as Harry lay convulsing on the sand for a full minute before he stopped Percy and Grover, quickly grabbing Harry under the shoulders and sitting him up so he could breathe easier. "Fuck, that hurts," Harry moaned, and the wounds in his shoulder and thigh closed up to the shock of the kids. Harry fumbled in his pouch and retrieved a pain-relieving potion and downed it before standing up to the kids' amazement. "Are you okay?" asked Annabeth as she gave their protector a once-over, checking to see if he had any other wounds, breathing a sigh of relief when she didn't find any. "Right as rain," Harry said as he brushed sand off his clothes. "Are any of you hurt? I have some potions to take away pain and such." Percy was the only one who took him up on the offer, as his body was beat up from being run over by Pigzilla. After making sure the kids were all right, he walked over to Ares, who was looking at him with hate that he wasn't dead from the poisoned arrows. "I will make you pay for this, human," Ares said threateningly. "Those children too. One you can't curse an immortal like me," Harry said, causing Ares to look at him in shock as Harry showed him his golden blood on his clothes. And 2, you can't curse them because they never challenged you. You would be breaking the rules of someone far more powerful than either of us. And I'm pretty sure you don't want them on your case, Harry said as he started to draw more runes that finished the binding of Ares. When Ares could no longer move or speak, all he could do was glare at Harry that promised his ultimate demise. Harry Potter had made an enemy out of the war god for all eternity. Harry smiled and waved and said with a grin on his face, "Have fun with your Uncle Hades." The look of horror conveyed in his eyes made getting poisoned worth it to Harry. The asshat was going to pay for trying to start a war. Granted, Zeus will probably threaten one to get the bitch back from Hades, but that wasn't Harry's problem right this minute. Harry walked back to the kids, pulling the trusty rake out again, causing the kids to groan. All aboard the Portkey Express. Next stop, Olympus. After the awful, in the children's mind, spinning sensation, they appeared in an alley right across the street from the Empire State Building. Harry led them across the busy street, paying no heed to oncoming traffic that just seemed to stop as they were crossing. They do that when a member of the Pantheon crosses the street, or so I'm told, Harry said in explanation as they walked into the opulent ground floor of the base of Olympus. Annabeth, having been here before for a tour, coincidentally the one where the Master Bolt was stolen, pointed to the guard where they get the passkey for the elevator to take them to Olympus. Harry waved her off and motioned them to follow him. They went past the elevators and into a storage closet that seemed to melt out of the wall as they appeared. Harry pulled a key out of his pocket and unlocked the door and ushered the kids inside. What they found was a pitch-black elevator with only 2 buttons. One was labeled Olympus, the other Underworld. You really think Lord Hades would ride the regular elevator like everyone else? Please, he has way more class than that. If the rumors are true, Poseidon has a personal elevator too, Harry said as he pressed the Olympus button. Soft rock music started playing as that started the ascension into the heavens. My dad has an elevator like this? Percy asked, hoping to learn something new about his absentee father, a delighted look of surprise on his face. Allegedly, Harry said, which put a frown on Percy's face. You know, the rumors. Could be true, could not be. My personal opinion, Harry said as he gave an encouraging smile to Percy, is that he has one. He is one of the big 3. Seems like an insult for him not to have one when Lord Hades does. Percy nodded his head with a small smile. So what was the thing with the small green guys at the beach? Grover said to break the silence as they traveled ever upward. They put a death contract out on me because I robbed their unrobbable bank? Harry said lamely with a self-depreciating smile as he rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. How to rob a bank that is impossible to rob? Asked Annabeth in confusion, her mind working on different possible methods she would use to do it. First of all, it had to be done, Harry said, to defend his actions years ago. An evil wizard split his soul into pieces and put the soul bits into items, one of which was in a bank vault run by the goblins. So me and my friends, Harry paused and thought a bit before saying, let's change that to friend and person I didn't know was going to betray me and my friend. Got the help of a goblin to break into the bank and steal it. Shit went down, we got what we needed. Fought security when the robbery was discovered. Stole a dragon and blew out the roof of the cavern we were in to escape. The kids were looking at Harry in shock and surprise at the daring robbery. You escaped on a dragon? Annabeth asked, disbelieving. Yes, a blind Norwegian ridgeback to be precise. Didn't realize that part until after we jumped off it, Harry said to clarify what type of dragon it was. Damn, Grover said. You guys have dragons that don't immediately try to kill you? He said with some jealousy. Yeah, Harry said, nodding his head. You heroes got it bad. Power has its price, I suppose, Harry said, shrugging his shoulders. What do you mean? Asked Percy, confused. Why do our powers come with a price? Look at it this way, Harry said after a moment of gathering his thoughts. You guys are like the bridge between the gods and the mortals. You can be killed by both sides' weapons. However, you get powers from your godly parent that puts you above the mortals. So maybe chaos-decided monsters were a way to keep the sides relatively balanced, I suppose. A way to keep you from trying to take over the world and all that like Hitler tried to do. Harry finished. So monsters are a way to keep the power between demigods and mortals even? Asked Annabeth thoughtfully. She had never heard this type of argument for why monsters were attracted to the demigods. It was just assumed they were the enemies of the god who sought revenge on them for their parents' transgressions. It's not because they hate the gods? I'm sure the smarter monsters believe that, and some evidence would support it. But what about those that are born recently? Why do they immediately try to eat you guys? Has to be something. Harry finished leaving the elevator in thoughtful silence after this revelation. Back to the goblins, Annabeth said a few minutes later of thoughtful silence. Why did they put the contract on you for just stealing from them? Couldn't you pay a fine and return the item? Why go through all this trouble? Especially when they involve the gods in this issue. It can't end well for them. They have never attacked me while I've been on a job before. Always when I'm off the clock and alone. They must have found something or someone who would give them leverage enough to risk it. They know who I work for, Harry said. But you wrecked a building and stole something. It's not like they died or something, right? Percy asked. Well, up until I went to get my money from them after the war was over, right when I was walking out of the bank for the last time, they told me 372 goblins were killed as a result of the damage we caused in our escape. Be it from being crushed by falling debris, collapsing tunnels, or fire from the dragon, Harry said solemnly. The kids were shocked. They had no idea so many goblins died during a robbery that was orchestrated to end a war between wizards. Harry continued in the same solemn tone. Since I was the only robber who made it through the war alive, they sought to take their pound of flesh from me. But because I was now working for the gods, they were denied their justice. So they put the contract out on me to hopefully get some form of justice in the future. So they really hate you for a good reason, Percy finished after hearing why the goblins were after him, and by extension them because they were associated with Harry. Yup, I have never killed any of the goblin assassins they have sent after me. Only knock them out and send them home with an apology attached to them. Other than my death, they will accept no other forms of apology from me. A guthrot in their language, Harry said as the elevator started slowing down. What's that mean? Asked Grover before the elevator door opened. Murderer, Harry said simply as the doors opened to the splendor that was Olympus, cutting off any remarks from the children by the sheer beauty of the place. Annabeth and Grover had been here before with the camp, but this small group, who was not pushing and shoving each other or shouting or playing pranks, allowed them to view it without the distractions their fellow campers provided. Percy was in awe. He had seen pictures of Greek architecture in school books and got a first-hand look at the camp, but this was beyond his scope of imagining what Olympus would look like. Everything was made of marble and gold, it seemed. The streets were teeming with gods, spirits, satyrs, and a few demigods here on business. Percy looked and saw immaculate gardens and temples dedicated to specific gods. Percy took a deep breath and had never smelled such clean air. But what took his attention the most was the massive marble temple that was situated at the top of the floating mountaintop darkened by thunderclouds. He noticed this when he looked over the ledge where the elevator was located. It was a clean cut through the stone. The gods literally cut the top of the mountain off. Holy shit, this place is beautiful, Percy said in awe after he took a moment to appreciate where he was. Yup, fancy and stuff. We can take a tour after we deliver the bolt, Harry said as he started walking towards the darkened by storm clouds. The kids followed after Harry, receiving looks and stares from all those they passed on their way to the council chambers. A few whispered thief or war starter to Percy, but to Harry they looked at in fear, master of death being their favorite thing to say. Why are they so scared of you? Asked Percy, pointing to a nymph that ran away in terror of Harry with a confused look on his face. I suppose it has to do with how succession works in the underworld, Harry said as they continued to walk closer to the meeting chambers of the Olympians. What does that have to do with it? Hades has 2 daughters with Persephone. They would take the throne in the event of his fading, wouldn't they? Annabeth argued, not understanding how the fear of who rules the underworld would relate to Harry. But you see, they aren't in contention to be a successor to their father. Besides, Macaria and Melano have no desire to rule. Really nice girls for how childish and spiteful their mother can be, Harry said as he waved to one vendor who smiled and waved to Harry. Who takes over then? Asked Grover. Talks of succession were very rarely ever discussed as the gods are immortal. There was very little chance of an offspring taking over for a parent. Thanatos is next in line to rule the underworld, although I don't think he'd want to. He complains enough as it is about his paperwork, Harry said with a chuckle as they reached the steps of the throne room. The kids looked in awe. Of all the buildings in Olympus, this was the most grand. Annabeth muttered how the Parthenon was modeled after it by a son of Athena. Percy had seen pictures of it in his textbooks from school, but it was grander than he could have ever imagined. Tall, towering, pristine white marble formed the framed work for the whole building. Etched so painfully in detail was the history of the gods and the rise of Greece. Many of the depictions of the gods were inlaid with gold and silver, and one of Zeus had the same unidentified metal the bolt was made up of. This is the perfection of Athena. She designed it, you know, Annabeth said smugly as they approached the doors that depicted the fall of the Titans. It's a nice building, Percy said, looking at the door carefully for his father. He completely missed the scandalized look on Annabeth's face when he said the building was nice. Harry walked up and knocked once on the door before stepping back to join the kids. Remember to bow to Zeus and then your parent. We don't need to make the situation worse by offending them. Okay? Harry whispered to them as the door opened. Enter, boomed a deep voice that caused the whole temple to rumble. The kids became more nervous at just the power of just a god's voice, Grover paling beyond what Percy thought possible. Greetings, Lord Zeus, ruler of the heavens and the gods, Harry said with a deep bow as he made it into the center of the lone room, the gods rising high above them in their godly forms. The kids followed his example and muttered their own greetings to Zeus and bowing before doing the same to their parents. Only Percy receiving any reaction from his father, a small upturn of his lips. Athena remained stoic and imposing, not even acknowledging her daughter. And what do you think you are doing here, Harry Potter? Zeus asked angrily, standing up, causing a deafening boom of thunder that had the kids cowering on the floor in fright. Are you here to announce my brother Hades is in possession of my bolt and have come to negotiate its release? His rage was easily palpable in the air and caused it to heat up. Nay, Lord Zeus, I was entrusted by my lord Hades to ensure these children here returned the master bolt to you as a sigh of good faith. Lord Hades had nothing to do with its theft, as he, too, was dealing with the loss of his helm, Harry said without any sigh of being afraid of Zeus's anger. This was news to the kids. They had no idea Hades had lost his helm of darkness, although it would explain why Ares was so mad when Harry stole from him. Say, I believe you, boy, Zeus drawled out dangerously. That still does not explain why you have taken my son Ares hostage. The floor cracked at his bellowing shout from the sheer force of it. Grover and Annabeth were actually knocked over, while Percy fell to a knee. I was asked to bring the thief before my lord and I did, Harry said simply, not raising his voice or even acknowledging the rage he faced from Zeus. And what makes you think that Ares was the thief? Asked Hera as she placed a calming hand on her husband's arm before he could shout again. Harry turned to the very attractive queen of the gods, with her long brown hair perfection curled and fell to her waist, her deep brown eyes penetrating his very soul, and her beautifully sculpted face, that no artist could ever hope to recreate, folded her arms across a simple white chiton. I stole it back from his chariot, Harry said as he folded his hands behind his back. There was also a very old form of magic protecting it from discovery of others not attuned to the faint resonance it gives off. My son has no ability to do something like that, roared Zeus as his crisp black pinstriped suit turned into golden armor. I will cut you down where you stand if you tell me another lie, boy, he said as he drew a golden sword from its sheath. Are you not the god of justice? Harry said in a challenging tone, taking a step towards Zeus, who raised his sword threateningly. Can any of you detect any lies from my mouth? Harry asked as he turned to the council. I have only done my assigned task, to return my lord's missing property, and to ensure you receive your toy back, Harry finished mockingly. Zeus swung his massive sword with all his might at Harry, who made no move to defend himself from the strike. The children scrambled to get away from what was surely going to be a crater where Harry's broken body will soon lay. However, The strike was blocked by the trident of Poseidon, who screamed out, "Do not let your anger control you, brother. He speaks no lies." I heard Ares himself all but shout he did it when he fought the wizard on the beach. In Percy's opinion, his father stuck out like a sore thumb from the other gods. While Zeus had his suit and now armor, all the other gods wore simple white chitons except his dad. Poseidon was wearing faded board shorts and a Hawaiian shirt with pink plumeria flowers on it and was barefoot. Poseidon used his trident to force Zeus's sword into the ground, causing a large crack in the floor. He followed it up by punching Zeus in the face, forcing him back into his throne. To the shock of many of the gods and the demigods, celestial bronze chains erupted from the throne and securely chained Zeus to his chair. Out of the shadows came a smirking Hades and Hecate as she used her magic to further fasten Zeus to his throne. "Demigods, thank you for your service," Hades said darkly as he looked at them as he was walking to his brother. "But you need to leave, now." He shot a pointed look at Harry, who sighed and produced the rake and forced the kids to take it, and they were gone. "Now that the children are gone," Hades said directly in Zeus's furiously silent shouting face, "we can get to the point why Hecate, myself, and Harry have committed treason against our king." Hades finished with air quotes. "While I find it nice my husband has finally been forced to stop sprouting his idiotic nonsense," Hera said in an unconcerned voice as she looked at her bound husband. "He's going to be insufferable for centuries because of this stunt." "We might not have centuries to worry about it," Hecate said as she stepped forward. "There is a great stirring of not only the Titans, but the Egyptian gods." "That is impossible. They were sealed thousands of years ago with the fall of Egypt by Alexander," Athena shouted from her throne as she stood up in a rage. "That's not entirely true," Harry said, looking into Athena's eyes. "I prevented a magician from summoning Set as part of my duties as the Master of Death. I have also battled and defeated Sobek." This statement caused all the gods to gasp. Even Zeus looked stunned. "The magicians have released some of their most powerful gods from the Rosetta Stone," Hades said gravely. "I had it confirmed by Anubis himself. Osiris, Set, Horus, Isis, and Nephthys have been freed and have found hosts." "We must march and the magicians then," shouted Apollo as he jumped from his throne. "Ra is a senile old man who won't be able to lead them this time. I say we wipe them all out." Apollo was furious over the fact while he was the sun god, Ra, even in his dilapidated mental and physical state, still had more control of the sun than he did. The other gods started to murmur their agreement with Apollo. The magicians had broken their oath to never keep a record of how to summon their gods, or released them from their prison, to keep from being annihilated. "Silence!" Poseidon yelled, slamming his trident to the floor. The loud bang echoed across the chamber, silencing the gods. "We do not have the army necessary to fight them. Raising one would take time," he said, looking each god in the eye, except for Zeus, who was still frantically trying to escape from his throne. "Anubis has assured me that the magicians don't do this for power. They do it to prevent their prophecy of the sun from coming to pass," Hades said gravely. "No," Apollo said angrily. "I will not let that overgrown snake eat my son." "Which," Hades shouted to be overheard from the now yelling gods, "is why we will assemble our armies and train the demigods further." "You would have a go to war with them?" asked Athena, confused. Hades was one who, while threatened war on many occasions, but never followed through with the threat. "No. We have our own problems. Kronos is rising." Again he had to shout over the disbelieving shouting to be heard. "His essence is leaving the pit at an alarming rate. He has found a mortal who is helping him rise." Before the gods could continue to speak, some cried out in shock as they felt some of their children die. Dionysus was crying as he felt his twin sons were among those killed. Athena cried that 3 of her children were killed, and Annabeth was wounded. Poseidon was seething in rage as Percy came close to dying before he was treated. Hephaestus lost a son and daughter. Aphrodite lost 4 daughters. Apollo lost a single son. Hermes and Demeter lost no children. While the gods were dealing with the grief of losing so many demigods at once, an iris message appeared in the throne room with a very sad and disturbed-looking Chiron. "Luke Castellan and some other children. have murdered their peers in their escape from Camp Half-Blood. Chiron said close to tears. The demigods were like his children. To see them kill their own broke his heart. Why would my son do this? Hermes said brokenly. Luke was his favored child. He worked hard to get him a quest, to keep him alive on his journey to camp. Why would he spit in his face and kill his fellow demigods? It seems Percy and Annabeth confronted him with information about what happened to his quest mates. Truths were revealed, and he and his allies fought to keep him from being apprehended for questioning. They ran to the border of camp to escape. At this point, no one was killed, until they met who was extracting the demigods. Chiron said as tears now freely flowed down his ancient face as he recounted the horrible end to some of his students. Who killed my sons? Dionysus shouted out in his grief, his eyes blazing with the madness he ruled over. Goblins. They have renounced their goddess and have joined Kronos. Luke made it abundantly clear who they supported when he shouted his new master would bring an end to the gods as he stabbed a son of Hephaestus. Chiron said gravely as he wiped the tears from his ancient eyes that had seen so many deaths of his students, many far before their time. The treaty is broken then, Hades said as he stomped his foot on the ground. A deep rumbling was heard throughout Olympus. In England, Gringotts Bank had collapsed in on itself, the very earth reaching out to devour it whole. It terrified the wizards in Diagon Alley as the place where all their money and precious family heirlooms were stored was gone. Not a trace of the building or any of its many tunnels would, or could, be found again. Hades was silent as he took in the results of his efforts and smiled. The goblin stronghold is no more. Either is over 1,000 of their warriors. Hades said with a manic grin. Is that all of them? Asked a furious Dionysus, hoping those foul creatures who helped the escape of his son's murders. Unfortunately not, Hades said with some sadness. However, we did prevent the removal of over 90% of the gold and silver stored there. Seems like the goblins were going to rob the wizards of all their wealth to fund their war with us. How many of those disgusting creatures are left? Those horrible abominations of man and dark elf. Why the Norse didn't wipe them out after they defeated the elves is beyond me. Hera said furiously. She might not like demigods at all, but they were family, and Hera was a goddess of families after all, maybe not as powerful as one like Hestia, but one nevertheless. We will have to consult with their goddess to find that out, Hades said, evenly looking at the council. He knew how they were going to react to that news. Then force it out of her, screamed Dionysus. The Norse owe this to us for keeping the Cretans alive. While I disagree with how my brother has asked for this information, Athena said, giving Dionysus a scathing look that he ignored. We do need the information to see how many enemies we face from them, so we can prepare our armies to deal with them. What armies? Harry asked scathingly. Olympus hasn't had an army since the fall of the giants. We shall raise an army again, Athena said firmly, looking at Harry as if he was a moron and knew nothing of warfare. You don't have the manpower to raise one, Harry retorted to the goddess. You have what, a 100, maybe a 150 demigods at the most at camp? Possible another 100 not in camp or too young to go. That is not an army. That is a group of undertrained kids pulled into your family conflict, Harry shouted to the council. And you remain blameless? Is it not because of you that the goblins now aid our enemies? Wasn't it your slight against them that caused them to join Kronos? Athena said as she walked towards Harry and shrank to his level. These monsters are here because of you, she finished with a whisper that seemed to echo through the room. I accept that. I will do my best to rectify this situation by killing as many of the bastards as I can, Harry said, looking Athena in the eye, never backing down from her intense stare. Do you really think you can take them all out? Do you believe yourself that powerful? Are you that arrogant? Athena asked, disbelieving his statement. I, unlike you, Harry said as he poked Athena in the chest, causing her to gasp at Harry's audacity to touch her. Have recently fought a war. It has been many, many centuries since you can claim the same. Enough, Harry, boomed Hades, causing Harry to turn and bow to his lord and mumble an apology. Hades bid Harry to come and stand next to him to prevent him from riling up the council any more than he had already did. Hades sighed and rubbed his face in agitation. We need to be untied in our efforts to stop the rise of the Titans. I propose we elect a new king to lead us during these troubling times. One who will not throw a tantrum any time he hears or sees something he doesn't like. Hades said as he looked at Zeus directly in the eye. Zeus looked murderously back at his older brother. I second the motion, Poseidon said, raising his hand that held his trident in the air, causing some of the other gods and goddesses to gasp in surprise. It had been many centuries since these two had publicly agreed with each other. Who do you propose we elect? You, Hades, Hera asked with contempt. If Zeus was no longer in power, she would no longer be queen of the gods. I have enough work that is given to me by the mortals. I would decline the honor. Hades directed a sneer to his sister. So who would you nominate then? Hermes asked to his uncle. I would nominate Poseidon. Among us he is the only one who has been in continual battle with a Titan. His battles with Oceanus have continued to this day. He has the most well-trained army to deal with any threat the Titans possess. Hades said diplomatically to the shock of all. They remembered the time where Hades raged over being tricked into ruling the underworld. You would have the beach bum on the throne of Olympus on the throne? Athena asked in shock. She could not imagine her rival ever on the throne of as king of the gods. And how much experience do you have fighting Titans, niece? Hades asked with an acidic tone. If I remember correctly, you had yet to spring from the head of my dear brother. Poseidon has been fighting for eons. And what would become of Zeus if he is removed from power for this conflict? Do you not think he would have cause to join our father to destroy us for his throne back? Asked Demeter, trying to see what the plans for what to do with their current king. Get an oath on the original one, of course. Hades said with a smirk as the shouts of outrage at his comment. No! Shouted many of the gods, fearful of enacting the wrath of the Creator for breaking an oath on his name. You would have the threat of fading hanging over his head if he does not capitulate to the new king's demands? Asked Athena in disbelief. No one had ever invoked an oath on the Creator. The threat of what would happen if it was broken terrified all immortals. The oath would only be in effect during the conflict with the Titans. When it is done, we can see about putting Zeus back on the throne. He is not the one to lead us through this right now. He wants to do what is easy, deny our father is rising, then do what is right and prepare for war. Hades argued. And after, if we win, would he become king again? Asked Hera. She wanted to remain in power, but even she knew Zeus wouldn't make things easy to win a war against their father. I would not be opposed to it, Hades said non-committedly to the council. And what if the new king has no intention of releasing the throne back to Zeus? Said Athena, heatedly glaring at Poseidon, her eternal rival. You would think after all these years you would give up that grudge, niece, Poseidon said in exacerbation. It's been thousands of years since Athens. I have moved on, you should too. Athena was speechless. In all these years Poseidon had never said that their feud was over. She still thought he felt as heated over their feud as she still did. I would be happy to swear an oath to step down from power after the conflict with the Titans if I am elected king, Poseidon said sincerely. I think we need time to think on these suggestions. This is a huge change. Zeus has ruled since the Titans were overthrown. I propose we convene next week after thinking about this coming conflict with the Titans. Athena said diplomatically. What of Zeus? Asked Apollo. He's likely to start throwing lightning bolts as soon as he is free. We get an oath from him on the original one to abide by the decision of the council when we convene next week, and include that he not try to influence the vote. Hades said, You as the council need to make the decision. We are facing our end here. The Titans will not be forgiving if they defeat us. The punishments we dealt them, we will reap 100-fold. I second that, Artemis said. My hunters and I are already being attacked by more and more powerful monsters. I fear they are trying to destroy my group first before moving on camp. Are we in agreement then? Force Zeus into the oath until we meet next week, asked Poseidon. Aye, all the council said. Hecate, can you please allow my brother to speak? Hades asked Hecate politely. He did ask her to commit treason with him after all. The least he could do is be polite. Hecate nodded and waved her hand, releasing the spell, preventing Zeus from talking. Zeus was furious. How dare they plot to take away his throne? It was him who released his traitorous siblings from his father's stomach and leading them to victory in the First Titan War. You would steal my throne and force me into an oath of that magnitude? Zeus furiously whispered. Did you not do the same to Poseidon and I after World War II? You enforced it by trying to kill what children we had alive. Hades said with righteous anger in his voice. And if I refuse to make this ridiculous oath, will you throw me in Tartarus? Chain me to the earth? He said with contempt. Even better, I will have Hecate turn you into a frog and let her keep you as a pet. For all you know, next week you will still be the bumbling king of Olympus. This vote is not assured that you will be removed from power. We need a real leader to lead us to fight the Titans. Hades said with a rare smile. Zeus was quiet for about 15 minutes before he resignedly gave his oath on Chaos' name. The room darkened and Zeus glowed black as his fate was sealed to his following his oath. Hecate released Zeus, who quietly flashed away from the council room. His furious silence let them all know how he felt about them right now. The council quickly broke up after Zeus left. All of them had a lot to think about for the next week. Could decide the outcome of the war. Hades took Harry off to the side of the chamber to speak with him. Harry was slightly scared he had upset his lord, and now he was going to be punished for how he addressed Zeus and the council. You did well. You showed you have a spine. Made them take notice and respect your power. Hades said quietly, so as not to be overheard, saying something nice to one of his minions. Ah, thank you, Lord Hades, Harry said numbly. Inside he was rejoicing that he wouldn't have to clean Cerberus's cage again with a toothbrush. That took him 2 weeks to accomplish after he accidentally walked in on Persephone changing into her swimsuit at the palace pool. That was the only time he ever feared Hades' wrath. Now you have to go deal with Hela and find out how many of those damn goblins are still around. We can't afford to have them start killing the demigods en masse. Hades said, looking Harry right in the eye, knowing how much Harry did not like to see the Norse death god. She's going to want me to sleep with her, Harry complained vehemently. Have you seen her? Half dead. Half alive. Tough shit. Go do it, Hades said before he flashed out. Harry groaned and internally cried at what he was probably going to have to do in the very near future. He gave a half-hearted wave to Hecate before he operated home. No one said he couldn't shower first. When Harry appeared in his entryway, he could tell something was wrong right away. Everything that wasn't protected by a fire suppression charm was burnt to ashes. What the fuck, Fox? I thought we agreed you had to perform your burning in the warded room in the basement, so this shit doesn't happen. Harry yelled into his house. An indignant squawk told him that Fox hadn't had a burning day. Before he could reply, a tiny trill told him there was another bird in the house. Harry rushed into his dining room where most of the damage was centered and saw in the pile of ashes where his 17th century dining room table, which he had recovered out his vault at Gringotts made for his family by a tribe of centaurs, was nothing but a pile of ash where a tiny head was poking out as Fox softly sang to it. It hatched, Harry said in amazement. There have been no recorded events of a person witnessing a phoenix egg hatching, so no one actually knew how it happened. It seems when a phoenix egg hatches, it releases fire. Lots of it, if the amount of damage he could see in this room translated into his whole house. This is going to take forever to fix. Harry groaned as he rubbed his eyes before leaning down to look at the baby phoenix. It was leathery, Harry thought. No traces of any feathers on it, unlike when Fox was reborn. He had some small ones scattered over his body. Its beaks were dark red compared to Fox's black. The eyes were also different. The new phoenix's eyes were blue like a newborn human, while Fox had black eyes. Oh goody, you got it to hatch, Hecate said as she leaned next to Harry, scaring him out of his wits. After taking a deep breath, Harry said, I have a doorbell, you know. It's only polite to let the owner of the house know you are here before you enter. But then I could scare you, she said as she picked up the baby phoenix and cooed to it as it started chirping at her. Gods forbid if we couldn't do that, Harry muttered as Hecate was gushing over the new phoenix. Fox had flown to the undamaged chandelier and watched Hecate carefully with the baby firebird. Oh, she is so cute, Hecate said, completely ignoring Harry's sarcasm. She then started twirling around the room to the baby's delight if the chirps were anything to go by. So what is going to happen now? Harry asked. He had no idea if she wanted Harry to continue to care for the bird or if she would take it with her. This beauty will come with me. Babies need to be raised in a very magical environment to get them to develop properly. My temple on Olympus is perfect for that, she said as she carefully laid the phoenix back in the ashes where she was picked up. She then waved her hand, causing the floor to rise and form a box around the bird, making sure to get all the ash within a foot of the bird in all direction. Why do you need that much ash? Harry said as Hecate levitated the box from the now clean floor. The magic is in the ashes from when the phoenix hatched. Within a foot is where most of the magic is stored. It's necessary for proper development, Hecate said as she stroked the now floating phoenix in the box. Can you fix my house? It would take you a lot less time than me to do it, Harry asked hopefully. He didn't want to spend the next 5 hours fixing all the burned things in his house and adding fire suppression charms to everything. I would love to, Harry, really, but I have a baby to take care of, Hecate said as she patted him on the head before she and the box vanished. Motherfucker, Harry muttered as he started vanishing all the ash from the fire from his dining room. Fox trilled in laughter before he was engulfed in flame and was gone. Even the damn flaming chicken gets a laugh at me, Harry said as he prepared for a long evening of repairing his house. The next morning Harry woke up grumpy because he now had to replace almost everything in his dining room. The magic fire released from the hatching egg destroyed the items so completely, not even his magical prowess could fix them. After a quick breakfast and psyching himself up for what could be a very unpleasant meeting ahead, Harry operated to a small island in the middle of Lake Superior that was warded to hell and back to prevent anyone who was not associated with a death god to find it. Harry walked up to the one tree on the island, dead and twisted by age and nature, and rapped it 3 times firmly on the small skull etched onto the bark of the tree and waited. A minute later, a deep rumbling was heard as a stone arch slowly appeared out of the ground next to the tree. Slowly would spread out from the stone and formed a simple, plain, wooden door. Harry walked up to it and knocked twice quickly, waited 10 seconds, and then knocked 6 times with 2 seconds between each knock. He quickly stepped off to the side as a huge gout of hellfire shot out of the door, incinerating all in its path. Sighing at the complexities of entering Helheim, Harry knocked once more on the door and waited. Soon the door was opened by an old Norse warrior, who walked with his sword as a cane. She is expecting you, he rasped out, seemingly exhausted by speaking. Thank you, Harry said as he walked into the doorway that led directly into Hellas' palace. Compared to Hades' palace, this was very sparse. All that adorned the plain black stone walls were tapestries depicting death not caused by battle, famine, disease, old age. These were the souls that came to Helheim. Harry knew Hela felt bitter that she never got very many powerful warrior souls to her realm. Most Norsemen warriors would instigate fights they couldn't win, so their souls would be taken by the Valkyries when they got older. Few died too suddenly to make their way to her. Hela, however, was delighted when the soul of Bor, Odin's beloved and extremely powerful father, died of old age and made his way to her. He was the general of Helheim's army and her bodyguard when dealing with other deities. Harry knew from watching Bor train that he wouldn't last 5 minutes against him. Not only was he a warrior greater than Inio, he also practiced magic on a level that put him just below Hecate. There was a reason Odin wanted to go to war with Helheim to retrieve his father's soul. However, Odin knew he would be no match for his father if he were to go against him. Bor's soul kept the uneasy truce between Asgard and Helheim. Thus it prevented an outbreak of war between the 2 realms that would engulf all 9. While Asgard had the Asgardians and those warriors in Valhalla, Helheim had Bor, and millions of souls who died in other ways than battle. The armies of Hel outnumbered Asgard 37-1. When Harry reached the plain oak door that stood between Hela and him, Harry had to remind himself that it is his fault the goblins abandoned Hela and joined the Titans. Now he had to ask her help to destroy her former followers. Before he could knock, the doors opened on their own accord, letting Harry know Hela was eager to see him. The few times he had been here, they only opened on their own when she wanted the information he had right away. Generally, She liked to make people wait at least 15 minutes before letting them in her throne room. "Greetings, Harry Potter," she said in a pleasantly seductive voice considering how Hel looked lounging on her plain wooden throne. "Lady Hella," Harry said as he bowed before her, keeping his tone as formal as he could to tell her he was here strictly on business. "You are here for help against the traitorous goblins," she stated. Clearly, she was just as interested to be rid of the vermin as Harry was. "Yes, my lady. We would inquire about numbers and strength of the goblins we will be facing," Harry said with a blank mask on his face, showing while it would be appreciated for information, they were not desperate for it. "And what would be in it for me?" she asked as she sat up straight in her chair, looking at Harry with her one good eye. Harry had to force himself not to wince as he saw her other dead eye just roll around in her head as she fixed him with her stare. "We would be willing to pay for the information," Harry said. He was very careful to say they would pay for it. Favors were a very rare commodity, and one does not hand them out willy-nilly. "I do not need gold from the Greeks, Harry," Hella said in a teasing tone, looking him up and down like a tasty morsel. "We can pay you in silver. We know you prefer silver to gold," Harry said, hoping she would accept this offer. "Bah! What use is silver to me? What do I spend it on?" "Nothing," Hella said in anger. She took a deep breath and said calmly, "You have something I want, though." "What is that?" Harry said with a straight face, hoping it wasn't him. "You are in possession of a phoenix, yes?"
Hela inquired.
"I do not own a phoenix, but I am in regular contact with one," Harry said. He was baffled by her request. What did she need a phoenix for? "For my help with the goblins, what I ask for is phoenix tears and ash," she said. "Those are very valuable commodities, Lady Hella. Surely your information is worth one. Not both," Harry said neutrally. He now had an idea of what she wanted it for. "You know why I ask for them, Harry?" she said with rising anger in her voice. "An idea, nothing more," Harry said. "I wish to fix this curse put upon me by Odin. Give me what I desire and you will have your information on the goblins," she shouted, standing up and pointing to the dead half of her body. "May I speak to Lord Hades about your offer?" Harry asked. He could easily pay for the information. He just didn't want to seem like they needed her help.
"No.
"You should have already got permission to make the deal yourself. You either give me what I want to lift my curse, or I take you right now and keep you and send the information to Hades later. Make your choice," she threatened, glaring at Harry. "What do you mean, keep me? You would really force me to stay here against my will?" Harry asked, breaking his calm facade and getting angry. "I would put you in the same position as Persephone. You would be bound to Helheim forever. I would make sure you would be happy while you are here," she said with a cruel smile. "Do you really think I wouldn't fight with all my being to escape if that were to happen? Do you really think Hades would let you get away with that either? I would kill whoever I was in front of me to escape," Harry threatened, glaring at Hella. "You would try, but you could never hope to win," she said, grinning at Harry's frown at her words. "You will receive one small pouch of ashes and a vial of tears." Harry ground out, furious at her manipulation of him. "Excellent. I will deliver this information to Hades personally, Harry. You have my word on the Norns," she said with a gleeful smile as Harry turned and stormed out of her throne room. "I will have you, Harry Potter. Count on it." Harry quickly walked out of Helheim and Operat home to get Hella's request. The sooner this was in the hands of Hades, the sooner he didn't have to think about that bitch and her threat. Harry carefully gathered the rare ingredients and placed them in their respective containers. Harry thought about cursing them to hurt Hella, but decided he didn't want to know what would happen if he did. Harry appeared in the throne room of Hades, which startled the god. While it wasn't forbidden to apparate inside, it was extremely rude, and he could see things best not seen. Hades and Persephone were quite amorous when they were reunited after 6 months apart. "I have negotiated with Hella. Here is her price for her information. I will not accept work from her or her realm," Harry said tightly as he dumped the items in Hades' lap and disappeared with a pop. This left Hades very confused at what could have happened with Hella that angered Harry so. He knew Harry was uncomfortable around Hella as she acted like a bitch in heat around him. He knew she wouldn't force herself on him. She didn't get any thrill out of that. He also knew Harry would never touch her with a 10-foot pole no matter what he told him to do. Hades sighed in resignation. He knew whatever it was that happened was probably going to piss him off. Hades decided just to get whatever this was over and done with. That way, if he was going to be angry, he still had time to take it out on Ares Hyde. His pathetic nephew was so used to dealing death and destruction. When he experienced a little torture, he came undone. He expected more from an Olympian council member. Hades flashed into an antechamber next to Hella's throne room and heard her throwing a temper tantrum if the sound of breaking furniture and glass was any indication. Hades sighed again. This was going to be really bad. He could already feel the coming of a migraine. Hades sucked it up before walking into the throne room just in time to see Hella throw a chair at Boar, who calmly took the chair to the face. Hades had to hand it to the man. He was tough. Hella, I see I caught you redecorating your throne room, Hades said calmly as he cast an uninterested gaze around the damaged room. Hades was sure she had furniture brought in so she could break it, seeing as she only ever had a throne in here. Hades saw a couple tables, a few chairs, and a shattered bust that looked suspiciously like Harry, now that creeped Hades out. Hades, Hella said, standing up straight and brushing her hair out of her face. I wasn't aware you would be coming today to be delivering my goodies, Hella said, trying to be casual about all the destruction around her. Hades casually strolled closer to her, careful to not step on any of the damaged furniture. Well, I had some free time today after Harry dropped off what you wanted, Hades said softly as he stood in front of Hella, internally wincing as he saw her dead eye roll completely backwards in her skull. Oh yes, Hella let out an excited squeal. Oh, I knew Harry would come through for me, she said as she eagerly held out her hands for her offering. Before we get to that, Hades said neutrally, would you care to tell me what has both you and Harry so upset? Hella huffed like a petulant child. We had a small misunderstanding, that's all. Truly, Hades said in an unconvinced tone, looking around at all the destruction. From the looks of it, it was more than a misunderstanding. Harry was quite brisk with me when he gave me what you wanted, Hades said, glaring at Hella now. Hella squirmed under Hades' glare before saying, fine, we had a fight. I knew he didn't want me, so I asked for phoenix tears and ash to cure me of this curse by that wretched Odin for being born. Is that all? Hades said, intensifying his glare, causing Hella to look at the floor uncomfortably. Boar took a step forward threateningly at Hades' stare, before he was waved off by Hella, who looked Hades in the eye briefly before looking at the ground again. I may have threatened Harry with doing to him what you did to Persephone, Hella muttered quietly, refusing to look up from the ground. Hades counted to 50 in his head before he could utter any words out of his mouth. The anger he felt, well, he hadn't been this mad in a very long time. Yes, he was mad about his helm, but he was aware things of that nature happen every few centuries. This was an anger that burned from thousands of years of misunderstandings. I did not force Persephone to stay in the underworld like the stories state, Hella, Harry said with barely contained fury in his voice. I made an arrangement with her father for her hand in marriage. Zeus failed to inform his daughter she would be married to me, and threw a fit as she was leaving with me. There was no dragging her into a chasm open straight to the depths of hell, as the myths so eloquently put it. I courted her and then we married. End of story. Can you blame me? Hella screamed, pointing to her face. Odin did this to me for just being born. Do you honestly think anyone would love me looking like this? Hella then started pacing in front of Hades before continuing her rant. Harry at least treated me like a normal person. I want him and I will have him no matter what, she threatened. Does it not matter what he wants? He has his own desires he wants to accomplish, and none of them involve you. He was quite clear that he was done doing anything for you. After hearing you talk, I heartedly agree with him. Harry is not some item to be owned, Hades shouted. Isn't that what you do, though?
Hela countered.
You boss him around and send him on quests he doesn't want to do. He didn't want to help that Jackson boy, but he did because you told him to. You seem to be using him like a tool. Besides, it's not like he can leave. He is just as bound to the underworld as we are. Harry is more than a mere tool as you seem to think. Right now these quests are honing his powers for the future. Hades said calmly. What future? Why would he possibly need to hone his powers? Hela asked furiously as she stopped her pacing. He is to be my replacement, Hades said calmly. What? Hela asked incredulously. The fates were kind enough to inform me that my time as ruler of the underworld is coming to a close, and Harry's destiny is to replace me. That is why me and my wife were never blessed with a child to succeed me. From the moment I became king, it was always his destiny to be my heir. What about free will, huh? Why, Harry? How can it be written in stone? Hela shouted, the absolute nonsense sprouting out of Hades' mouth infuriating her. Because it was deemed by chaos itself, Hades said, causing Hela to stop in her tracks in shock. Hades continued, the world where we have ruled for eons is coming to an end. History is repeating itself. The Titans are rising, and that can only mean the Gigantes will come soon afterwards if we defeat the Titans. I have felt Gaia awakening. Soon another war will be upon us. And how would that affect us, huh? We are safe from your foes by law, Hela said with a smirk. You have your own problems. Odin will be gone soon and his oaf of a son Thor will take his place. We both know your father will play a role in the end of times for the Norse. Soon Odin will be swallowed by the wolf and Thor will fall to the serpent. You can't know this.
Hela gälled fyrfully.
Ragnarok would be the end of all the Norse pantheon, even her. All of it is coming to pass. Those blasted Egyptians will soon release their gods. We have the Titans and Gigantes, and you have Ragnarok. All the others will soon face their challenges. Face it, the world will change and we won't be here to see it, Hades said darkly. But why so close together? Why now? Hela asked as she sank into her throne. I don't know, Hades said as he conjured a plush chair for himself to sit in. We can only hope the world survives the coming tribulations. What can we do? Hela asked, looking at Hades with fear in her eye. We can stand, and we can fight, Hades said simply as he rose and handed Hela the package with her bribe. Hela looked at it blankly before beckoning Bor to bring her something. He complied and returned with a small scroll. Hela took it and handed it to Hades. This is all the information I have. The goblins have killed all those still loyal to me. Thank you, Hela, Hades said as he turned to leave. Wait, Hela pleaded, causing Hades to stop and turn to her. Tell Harry I'm sorry and that I love him. I don't see how any good can come of that. He has explicitly stated to never see you or your realm again. It seems like that may only make him angrier, Hades stated coldly. Please, she pleaded. Let him know. Very well. I shall alert him to your feelings. Don't expect him to return them though, Hades said as he walked out the door and vanished back into the underworld. He never saw Hela look so very sadly at the objects that came from her beloved Harry before she began to cry for the first time since she understood what Odin's curse had done to her appearance. Meanwhile, Harry was furiously destroying various types on conjured pottery in the back of his house, trying to alleviate some of his anger. He had never felt so disgusted with any being before in his life, and he had seen some things in his time as a servant to Hades. Hell, he has done a lot of things he hasn't felt comfortable with since he became the master of death. Harry sat on the ground and put his face in his hands, the broken shards of pottery and destruction to the yard vanishing at the action. He really didn't want to think of why Hela would try to do something so selfish and cruel. Sure, she was the ruler of her own kingdom, keeping the soul of her hated rival's father captive and having him lead her armies. But he could see it really had to do with his curse on her. From what little he gathered from her, she was very beautiful before she was cursed and sent to Helheim to rule. Harry thought about it some more and realized Loki's children were all treated like shit by Odin. No wonder why they are destined to bring an end to the Norse gods. Revenge is a powerful motivator. Harry got up very slowly and trudged towards his house to get some food. He was tired, angry, and just wanted to drown it out with the treacle tart he had stashed in his fridge. That always made him feel better. Then he was going to fall asleep and go see how much trouble he was in with Hades in the morning. Before he could open his back door, he felt a gentle ping on his wards alerting him he had a visitor who meant no harm at his front door. Groaning in annoyance as he just wanted to be alone right now, he quickly made his way through his house to his front door and opened it slowly. "Hello, Harry," Aphrodite said carefully as she took in his shocked expression. "I take it this is the first time you have ever seen me." Ah, Harry stammered out. He was shocked he wasn't seeing Hermione in her place. He had been told by Hades that she appeared to whoever a person thought most attractive. He was always terrified he would see her appearance on Aphrodite, so he never looked at her or in her general direction, hoping to avoid tearing the wound in his heart caused by her loss. "I am very aware of what people see when they look upon me," she said softly. "However, I would never be so callous as to appear as one's lost love when they are still hurting so badly." "Thank you," Harry said very quietly. "I was always afraid I would see her on you." "Never Harry Potter. Hermione Granger will never, ever be one of the forms I take," Aphrodite said as she pointed to herself. "Jennifer Lawrence is fair game though. By the way, how did you know who I was?" she asked curiously. "Your magic. It feels like the scarf I picked up at the water park. I thought it was enchanted, but now I know it's just from you," Harry said as he welcomed her into his home. "You have gotten very good at magic then? Surpassed the limits of mortal sorcerers?" she asked as she was led to Harry's comfortable sitting room that had been very recently been put back together with magic. "Maybe," Harry said as he sat in his favorite recliner as Aphrodite sat on his very comfortable leather couch. "What can I do for you?" Harry asked, getting to the point of why a goddess he had never interacted with before came to his home. "I need your help." "What can I do for you, Lady Aphrodite?" Harry said in a resigned manner. He really just wanted to take a shower and fall into his king-sized bed. "I need you to retrieve my daughter from her current living arrangements," Aphrodite said a little uncomfortably, not used to having to ask favors. Not expecting a request like that from the goddess of love, Harry took a moment to recover from his shock before asking, "Why do I need to do that? Isn't she with her father?" "No," she said softly, looking at her perfectly manicured hands, which she was wringing in her lap. "Where is she then?" Harry said, a pit of dread developing in his stomach at how the goddess was acting. "She is." Aphrodite paused as she tried to come up with the words to describe where her daughter was. "She is where?" prompted Harry. "She's currently in the Department of Mysteries," Aphrodite said softly. "Why would a child be anywhere near there?" Harry asking, getting horrified at what that could imply. He saw the kind of things the unspeakables worked on during his visit there in 5th year. "Her uncle brought her there," Aphrodite said, looking Harry in the eyes, her fury evident in her gaze. "Do I want to know why?" Harry said, rubbing his face. This day sucked so badly it wasn't even funny. He mentally cursed the fates before looking at his guest again. "He plans to experiment on her. He knows about the gods and wants to find the source of a demigod's powers," Aphrodite said angrily. "How would a wizard get your child anyway?" Harry asked, confused. "The gods rarely leave the US to procreate." Harry finished lamely at Aphrodite's glare. "Does it matter?" she shrieked. "I need you to get her. If I could do it myself, I would. Do you have any idea what it's like to have your child in the hands of a madman?" All right, Harry said, trying to placate the angry goddess. "I was just curious. I knew wizards were stupid. I had no idea one would be that stupid. Well, that one in particular is that stupid. He will suffer in every way I can make him in the future," she said with venom, an evil glint in her eyes. "I bet you will make him suffer," Harry breathed out as he rubbed his eyes tiredly. "Good," Aphrodite said as she stood up to leave. "Wait," Harry called up before she could flash out of his home. "Where am I taking her after I get her?" Aphrodite stopped and stared at Harry like he was an idiot, making him fidget under her gaze. She said very slowly, as if talking to a rather dim-witted child, "You are going to raise her." "I can't raise a kid," Harry protested very quickly. He was not someone to leave a kid with, especially with his line of work. "You'll be fine," Aphrodite said casually as she fixed an imaginary smudge in her makeup in a mirror hanging on Harry's wall. "What about camp? Or the hunters?" I'm sure they would do way better than me. I don't even have my godson live here because of what I do. He wouldn't be safe. Harry argued. But you love him very much, no? She asked casually. Of course I do, Harry shouted. I can't have him live here because I have gods flashing in and out of here all the time. For fuck's sake, he'd be turned to ash on accident the first day he was here. It's called magic. Use it, Aphrodite said as she flashed away. See, Harry shouted skywards. You guys do shit like that all the time. Just come and go as you fucking please. Master of death my ass, Harry muttered as he made his way upstairs to change clothes before he went and broke into the Department of Mysteries again. More like Master Gopher, he grumbled as he changed his shirt.
No.
Master Minion, Harry grumbled as he walked out of his house before he operated away to Britain. Fuck, Harry shouted as he was bounced off the wards near the visitor entrance of the Ministry of Magic. The wards were powerful, something that was very new. Before it only had a minor muggle repelling ward to keep people from wondering why people never came out of the phone booth. Harry rubbed his head, which was ringing from the impact with the wards. He carefully cast a diagnostic charm to get a feel for the wards and cursed. All entrances besides the main entrance were shut tightly. Fucking goblin assholes, Harry muttered as the disappearance of the bank was probably the reason for the heightened security. Harry conjured a chair and sat down. He could break down the ward blocking the entrance relatively easily. The problem was that any magic done to break down the ward, no matter how small, would alert those monitoring them. The way they were structured left him no wiggle room to work with. Under different circumstances he wouldn't care, but he heard from Luna in the past that the new batch of Aurors liked to shoot spells first and ask questions later. Not something he wanted to risk when he was here to get a kid. Figuring it wouldn't hurt to check the front of the ministry and see what they had guarding that entrance he operated. Thankful he decided to appear in front of where Gringotts once stood because the rest of the alley was blanketed with extremely overpowered anti-apparition and portkey wards. You would think they were under attack or something, Harry muttered as he cast a quick glamour to make him look like a nondescript man with brown hair and eyes with an average build. He quickly started to walk towards the ministry and saw there was a very heavy aura presence in the alley. He saw 5 different patrols in the small distance from where the bank stood to the seat of power of the wizarding government. This whole job sucks, Harry muttered as he saw a whole platoon of Aurors standing guard in front of the ministry. Well, I guess it's time to flex my magic muscles, Harry said as he took a bag of marbles out of his belt pouch. He quickly started to transfigure them into rats that would detonate and release a heavy smoke, which he would then use to sneak in under his cloak. He quickly sent his newly created rats out to cause hell for the poor guards on duty. If that failed, he would just have to fight his way in. He really didn't want to do that as he was sure the property damage would be very costly to fix. With the loss of the bank, he didn't know where they would get the money to fix it. He would have to ask Luna what was going on with the economy here the next time he sent her a letter. He waited patiently until the mice detonated, each at the foot of one of the Aurors. There were shouts of panic and surprise before they started launching random spells into the smoke. Harry was really hoping they didn't use anything lethal as they were more likely to hit each other than him. After their initial bout of panic, Harry made his way in. He covered himself in noise-canceling spells so his clothes and footsteps didn't make any noise as he walked. Passing his first Auror, he saw that he had taken a piercing hex to the stomach by one of his fellows and was bleeding out. Harry, not wanting anyone to die, stunned him and used a spell that would stop the bleeding until help could be found when the smoke cleared. He passed 4 more Aurors on the way in who were on high alert for anyone trying to sneak in. Harry felt the different wards that would alert them to polyjuice, transfiguration, invisibility cloaks, which had no way of detecting a cloak made by a god, or glamour charms. He had to admit it was a very impressive setup and definitely would have gotten Hermione and him caught when they broke in to get the locket during the hunt. Harry just conveniently forgot someone else was with them during the escapade. Harry managed to get inside the front doors without anyone noticing them opening and closing softly, only for him to curse silently when he saw barricades with Aurors standing behind them at the ready. Trust the wizards to be ready for battle after the war has been fought and won already. Harry contemplated how to get past them. He saw the floor was littered with a white powder that would give away his position if he walked across it. He also noticed wires crisscrossing the area that would make flying of levitating himself across wouldn't work as he would get tangled up in them. He quickly thought of apparating across the room behind them, but he could subtly detect an anti-apparition ward that extended all the way to the barricades. Seeing how his options were limited as to how he could proceed, decided to just give them the fight they were looking for. Going about it was a different matter entirely. He wanted them out of the way, not dead. That was much harder to accomplish than simply conjuring a massive wave of fire and wiping them out. Really wishing he knew how to make shabdi from the magicians right now. Those clay automatons could really help him out right now without having to expend a lot of magic transfiguring the same thing. Oh well, Harry thought. Maybe the next time he encountered one he could persuade them to part with the secrets of their creations? He mentally snorted to himself at the thought. They were more likely to use those shabdi to try and kill him for being a godling. Taking out the Elder Wand for precision, he had a lot of magic to do tonight, it looked like. Best conserve where he could. Harry stated to transfigure the white powder on the floor into soldiers made of granite and had them charge the oars. Harry had to take a minute to admire his work. While if Dumbledore were to attempt this, which he probably could, he would make them out of marble to show off, even though granite was more durable against magic. Harry, no longer the boy who shouted out his spells or only went to disarm or stun, realized under his very painful tutelage under Hecate that you had to get the most bang for your buck. Marble was flashy and looked pretty while granite looked dull and jagged. Granite was a far superior stone to work with. It could take hits without shattering. It was easier to conjure or transfigure, and required less magic to manipulate after creation. Battles are not only won by who is faster or smarter, but those who have the ability to keep casting hours after the fighting started. Thus, while Dumbledore, maybe Voldemort too if he was being honest, could send 4 dozen transfigured granite soldiers at the oars, they would be very winded or wiped out from the attempt. It takes a lot of magic and precision to make and control so many different objects at once. "Blow their asses to hell, boys!" shouted one of the oars. Harry assumed the red-haired man with the heavy scars across his face was in charge if the volley of spells impacting his creations after the order was any indication. After checking to make sure his glamour was still in place and wouldn't be affected by any of the wards present, Harry took of his cloak and joined the fray. After dodging a ribbon-cutting curse meant to remove his head from his shoulders as he moved forward, Harry realized just how chaotic wizard fights were. He had spent the last few years learning to fight other people and monsters with not only his magic, but with weapons as well. The last purely magical fight he had been in was his spar with Hecate 8 months prior. His fights with the magicians and Sobek had required him to use a combination of sword and magic to come out on top. Thinking of that fight, Harry remembered he had a jack that could lift up wards he kept in his pack. "Motherfucker," he swore. This job could have been so much easier if he wasn't such a dumbass. He could have just lifted the damn ward and avoided all the fighting. He was brought out of his self-disparaging thoughts when the red-headed commander shouted, "Controlled bursts of fiendfire. Drive them back." Harry was praying to every god he knew of they could not be that stupid. Even as his soldiers had taken out half of the Oris, while taking minimal losses, the amount of cursed fire that could be produced by these people. "Are you guys insane?" Harry shouted over the noise of the battle. "You're more likely to kill yourselves than me and burn this place and the alley to the ground." "Fire!" the commander yelled, ignoring Harry's warning. Harry was glad not every Auror seemed to be a moron, as only 7 of those standing along with the commander launched the spell. Harry's creations were quickly snuffed out as the cursed fire greedily consumed them, and came coming for more. One particular piece in the shape of a chimera did the most damage. Harry was sure it was karma coming back to bite him in the ass for killing the original, it always did. "Motherfucking morons," Harry muttered as he started weaving his wand in a complicated pattern around himself before he was swallowed by the flames. A cheer went up from the Aurors still standing. The fire would consume whoever it touched and leave nothing behind. Not even Esh. "Somebody get St. Mungo's on the flu. We got people here that need medical attention stat," the commander yelled as the cheering Aurors. "What about the flames, sir?" one of the Aurors asked. "Shouldn't they have died down by now?" he asked as he pointed to the cursed fire still burning where the intruder was standing. They could see the animals that took shape from the fire were still looking like they were trying to attack something. Not even you know who could have survived that, the commander said as he turned around to issue more orders. It's a good thing I'm not Voldemort then, Harry said as he stepped out of the flames, brushing some dust off his shoulder, causing some Aurors to flinch at the dead man's name. How did you survive? The commander asked in shock. No one lived after being hit by fiendfire. It was like the killing curse, one hit and you're done. I'm special like that, Harry said as the flames extinguished themselves behind him. The dark wizard. One of the Aurors screamed as he turned tail and ran away from Harry, fearing for his life. Am I really that scary? Harry asked to the shocked wizarding police force. Looking around and seeing no one was going to answer him, I guess I am then, he said with a shrug as all the remaining Aurors screamed when they were constricted by anacondas that snuck up on them while they stared in shock at Harry's survival of the cursed fire. Voldemort had the right idea to use snakes, Harry said nonchalantly as he walked past the cursing Aurors towards the lift to take him down to the Department of Mysteries. He just didn't use the right ones. Big ones are so much more terrifying than the little ones. Harry whistled God Save the Queen while he waited for the lift to open up for him, reveling in the cursing of the men behind him. Once the doors shut and he was on his way down, Harry pulled out a pepper-up potion and downed it, sighing as he felt some of his energy returning. This mission was starting to really annoy Harry. How could they be stupid enough to launch fiendfire at him in a building? He knew that Crabbe had killed himself using it in the Room of Requirement, and he thought Aurors of all people would know better than to use it in a building where everything was flammable. He was just glad he knew of a way to transport the fire somewhere else before it could touch him. I wonder how Tartarus likes fiendfire? He muttered as he stepped out of the lift. Well, that's different, Harry said as he looked around the new entrance of the department. Instead of the long dark corridor to a lone door at the end, it looked like any waiting room a person would see going to visit their doctor. The walls were a pale cream color, with wizarding photos of places around Britain. One even was a picture of Hogwarts during a light dusting of snow. There were couches to sit on, a rack of old magazines and daily prophets, and a receptionist desk complete with receptionist. The very pretty brunette receptionist asked Harry in a bubbly tone, "Hi, how may I help you?" After a quick pulse of magic to make sure this was actually happening, and there was in fact a woman in front of him, seeing there was only an alert charm for when the lift was opened and nothing else. Harry said awkwardly, "How do you tell someone you broke into the government building for a second time to re-kidnap a baby?" "Hello," she said as she gave him a small wave. "Do you have an appointment with us today?" "I'm not sure I'm in the right place, honestly," Harry said, scratching the back of his head. "Is this the Department of Mysteries?" "Yes, it is," she said. "We got the entrance spruced up about a year ago. It still confuses a lot of people who haven't been here in a while." "Great," Harry said, glad that he was in the right place. "I know this is going to sound really weird, but has one of the Unspeakables brought a baby in here?" "Why, yes, one has. Unspeakable Markarth brought in his niece the other day. She is so sweet. The prettiest baby I've ever seen." "You should see her mother," Harry said without thinking. "Are you a friend of the family?" she asked. "I'm actually here to collect the baby. Her mother is very anxious for her to come home." "I'm afraid that's not possible. Mr. Markarth said that the baby's mother and father are dead. So obviously you are mistaken," she said quickly. "Oh no. The father is dead, yes. That I am aware of. The mother was just at my house and asked me to come get her. She said the uncle was a bad man and to bring the girl to her," Harry replied. "I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave now," the secretary said hurriedly. "There is no baby for you to collect, sir." "I can't leave without the baby," Harry said as he rubbed his eyes in frustration. Why couldn't this lady make it easy on him? He was tired and wanted to go home and sleep for a week. "I've called for the Aurors. They will be here soon to escort you out," she said as she pressed a button on her desk. "Okay," Harry said as he waved his hand, causing the woman to slump at the sleep spell. "More chaos it is then," Harry said as he started laying wards on the elevator doors to prevent any Aurors not occupied by his snakes or unconscious from bothering him while he retrieved the daughter of Aphrodite. After making sure his wards were set, He walked and opened the door leading into what he hoped was the Department of Mysteries. Opening the door, he let out a sigh of relief at seeing the 12 doors with no handles and the very gloomy atmosphere caused by the only light coming from a couple torches on the walls. If I was an unspeakable, where would I put a baby? Harry mused aloud as he looked at all the doors. He smiled when one of the doors opened after his question. Boom! That still works. Thanking the heavens, the room had similar enchantments to the Room of Requirements. Walking over to the door, he realized it was the door he couldn't open the first time he was here. Realizing this would be the perfect place to keep a child of the love goddess, he entered cautiously. No need to let his defenses down entering a place that studied love. Harry was glad for his caution as he had to shield from a severing curse aimed at removing his head by the robe's individual inside. Hello to you two, Harry said as he dodged another spell aimed at him. If this is how you greet all your guests, no wonder you guys aren't very well liked by the general population. Harry got no response as the unspeakable launched volley after volley of spells at him. Harry dodged and shielded all the curses and hexes thrown at him because the baby was behind the hooded figure on an altar. He would do nothing to retaliate until he was sure he wouldn't hurt the baby. Seeing a small break in his opponent's casting, Harry quickly transfigured 2 of the marbles from his belt into wolves and sent them after who he assumed was the kidnapper. The wolves didn't last long against a few well-placed blasting curses, but it was enough for Harry to transfigure more marbles into different animals to attack the unspeakable and distract him, so Harry could put him down with a well-placed spell. He was so focused on his opponent and the baby he almost missed the killing curse that missed his face by inches as he dropped to the ground to avoid it. Seeing how he had another opponent who was looking to kill first, ask questions later, and was not near the baby, Harry started to shoot spells back. This blows, Harry said as he continued to duel his silent attacker. Unspeakables were much better fighters than the Aurors, and they were shooting spells he didn't even know what they did. He knew he could beat the 2 on his own easily, but in such close quarters and with a baby in the room, there was no way he was going to risk some of his more powerful spells. Harry finally caught a break as one of his bone breakers caught the unspeakable in the pelvis. He winced in sympathy as the cracking sound echoed throughout the chamber. A quick stunner and binding curse took them out of the fight and ended the pain they were sure to be in. Harry tuned to his original opponent and saw he had just finished off the last of his animals. Harry could see he was winded by the way his shoulders went up and down rapidly as he breathed. He could also see he had taken some damage as he had slash marks across his body, and there was a small pool of blood at his feet. Can I just take the baby and go? Your friend is in need of medical attention, Harry asked, hoping he could avoid more fighting. No, came the muffled voice of the unspeakable. She is vital to research of this department. She's a baby, Harry deadpanned. How much help could she be? Her mother is Aphrodite. She is proof the Greek gods exist, the muffled voice shouted. And who told you that? Her father. He met the goddess as he performed a ritual that summoned her here. Okay, but the mom wants the baby back. So you can't have her, Harry finished lamely. Really, if he knew the gods existed, why was he keeping the baby against her mom's wishes? Didn't he know gods were vengeful beings? She will stay here and help us figure out how to copy a demigod's power and make it our own. And how the fuck do you plan on doing that? Harry asked angrily. A power transfer ritual. Any and all powers the child possesses will become mine. You interrupted the ritual by coming here, the unspeakable shouted angrily. And now you die and I burn this whole department to the ground, Harry said as Hidden Viper bit the unspeakable on the neck. They flailed a bit before succumbing to the venom and dying. Not a way Harry liked to do things, but the bastard wouldn't keep the baby out of the range of a spell battle. After checking to make sure there were no hidden traps around the room or the altar, and it coming up clean, Harry gently retrieved the sleeping baby, noticing her small smattering of hair changing rapidly when her skin came in contact with his hands. A quick cleaning charm on her diaper and onesie, he carefully maneuvered his way out of the damaged room. After exiting, he saw he had a group of 15 unspeakables standing in his way. I don't have time for this shit, Harry muttered as he cast a powerful shield to block the barrage of spells fired by his enemies. Harry quickly took 2 marbles out of his pouch and used the Elder Wand to transfigure them into half-sized Hungarian horntails. "Burn them and this floor to the ground," Harry ordered. Harry just stood and watched as the unspeakables were decimated by the feared magical creatures. Another 10 unspeakables came in to help, and all met their end and the fire and claws of Harry's creations, who then proceeded to burn the entire floor and all its contents to ashes while he watched from the safety of his shielded bubble as he held the little girl close to his chest. Anyone who would be willing to kill a child for power would get no mercy from him. They would experience the full wrath of the Mater of Death in life and in death. Seeing nothing left of the department but a couple of glowing embers and cracked stone walls from the heat, Harry made his way carefully out the door into the still intact waiting room and up the lift into the atrium where the Aurors were still trapped in their reptilian bondage, and made his way through the front doors where a crowd of sleepy witches and wizards were gawking at the damage done to the front of the Ministry of Magic. A few screamed as he made his way calmly out of the building, stepping over any Auror who was in his path down the steps. After looking at the people who stared at him in terror, Harry gathered his power before he shattered the apparition wards that covered the alley and was gone with an ear-shattering crack. Harry appeared in his living room and was just about to relax when he sensed the wards around his home were gone, as if they never existed in the first place. Before he could apparate away to safety with his charge, he screamed in agony as a long golden spear was impaled through his back. Harry having enough presence of mind to lift the baby out of the way of the spear. Pathetic. To protect the spawn of the whore over yourself. I expected more of you, Harry Potter, a deep voice said before Harry passed out. When Harry woke up, the first thing he noticed was the pain. Harry sucked in a breath in pain as he moved a fraction of an inch and had to force himself not to cry out. Harry had to take a moment to make sure through the blazing inferno of pain he was in was only centered around midsection where the spear ran him through. Sensing that was the only injury he had, he tried to channel his magic there to start the healing the wound. Harry panicked when he couldn't get his magic to work. He could feel it flowing through his veins, but it wasn't responding to his commands. "My son's monster of a child is good for something," the deep voice that impaled him said from behind Harry. Harry focused and pushed the pain to the back of his mind, and he forced his eyes to open and turned his body to face his attacker. "Careful, boy. Those few who survive the venom of Jormungandr have had severe side effects," the voice chuckled. Harry got the first look at his attacker, and any color he might have had in his face drained away. Motherfucking Odin rammed his fucking spear in his back. "It's nice to know I can get a reaction like that from a god killer. I take it you know I am in a different league than that sweaty lizard." Odin chuckled from his golden throne on a raised stone dais, his simple green tunic and pants showing how much of a threat he though Harry was. His golden spear in his left hand, still covered in Harry's blood. Harry forced himself to stand with a pained grunt, his wound burning in agony as he forced his hands to push him up against the rough stone floor. "No words for me? I've heard through the grapevine you have a smart mouth. Have I scared it out of you, boy?" Odin said darkly as he leaned forward on his throne, staring intently at Harry, waiting for his reaction. "Your spear is so long to compensate for how small your dick is," Harry forced out before he was blasted with a beam of energy, knocking Harry into what he discovered was one of the many pillars in the room. Harry fought to keep from screaming as his trip into the pillar opened his wound even further, and now he had some broken ribs to go with the stab wound in his abdomen. Harry was roughly grabbed by 2 guards and hauled to his feet and dragged before Odin, Harry barely comprehending what was happening. The pain was so great. Odin stood and forcefully grabbing Harry's hair and making him look him in the face. "You say something like that again, I'll feed you to Fenrir myself," he said furiously. A look of terrible anger crossed the ancient being's white-bearded features, the pale blue eyes promising pain. "You first," Harry whispered. He promptly received a backhand from the king of the Norse pantheon for his troubles. Only the 2 guards' grip on him preventing from being knocked down. "You still defy me?" Odin thundered in absolute fury at the mention of his fate by this whelp of an immortal. Harry remained silent as his mouth was filled with ichor from the blow. He was sure there was a tooth or two now floating in there as well. "Take him away," Odin commanded the guards holding Harry. "Have him healed to where we can have a nice long civil conversation." His actions of late have greatly offended me. As they were dragging Harry away, he said, "Baby?" as his ichor poured out of his mouth and one of his molars going along for the ride. "I am many things," Odin said, "but I am no child killer. The babe of the whore still lives." Harry sagged in relief that the child was still alive. "When you are healed more, we shall discuss your punishment for aiding that wretched devil spawn." The guards dragged Harry out of the throne room into a dark stone corridor, Harry's life essence dripping from his various wounds onto the ground. After many twists and turns, the semi-coherent Harry could never retrace he was deposited on a rough cot in the medical bay. "Heal him," one of the guards told the woman who came rushing to Harry's side. "He is to be presented to Lord Odin for punishment in 3 days' time. By the looks of it, he's been punished enough," she yelled out as she saw the extent of Harry's injuries. "Not even close," the other guard muttered softly as he avoided the angry glare of the healer. "It will be as the king demands. Now get out. I have a lot of work to do," she demanded as she grabbed a knife and started cutting his shirt off. She paused when it hit the armor underneath. Gently she turned Harry to find where it clasped and unfastened it, and as painlessly as she could, removed and threw it to the ground. "You poor thing," she cooed as she saw the gaping wound in his abdomen that was bleeding. She saw the bruises forming on his back where he hit the pillar, and the distortion in his ribcage where he had broken a few of them. "It'll be better for the both of us if you weren't awake for this," she said softly to the barely conscious Harry, as she waved her hand over his face and he knew no more. When Harry awoke, his body ached as if he was trampled on by a herd of unicorns, and then sat on by Gwarp. He tried to remember how he got here and recalled he got stabbed when he got home, blasted in the throne room, and the rest was fuzzy. He tried to sit up but groaned in pain as he tried to shift his torso. Apparently, the Norse weren't as nice at healing as wizards or the Greeks, or it was just because he was a prisoner. Harry decided he would put his money on that answer. "I see that you're up," the healer said as she came over to check on him. Harry looked at his healer and saw she was a beautiful woman with the darkest red hair he had ever seen. It was the same color as clotted blood which he had seen plenty of during his life. She had a figure that could rival Aphrodite that he could see under her form-fitting white nurse's uniform. Her face was as if Leonardo himself carved it out of marble. Every detail was perfect, and her sky-blue eyes reflected her concern for her patient. After clearing his parched throat, Harry croaked out, "How bad was it?" Her perfectly pink lip formed a thin line before she said tersely, "You had a very large stab wound in your abdomen that perforated your liver. You had 4 broken ribs, a collapsed lung, a bulging disc in your lower back. You also suffered a broken jaw and had 2 missing molars. Feels like I got ran over by a truck," Harry grumbled as she helped him sit up in his small cot. "You wouldn't be in any pain if it wasn't for offending Odin." "So, who exactly are you?" Harry asked as she handed him a glass of water that he eagerly started to drink. "Air, goddess of healing. Thank you, my lady, for healing me as best as allowed," Harry said as he bowed his head as best as his stiff neck would allow to her. "Think nothing of it. I have never been a fan of the way he deals with punishments. It always exceeds the crime," she said as she patted him on the shoulder gently. "So, what happens next to me?" Harry asked with a feeling of dread in his stomach. "Now that you are awake, I am to report it to the guard stationed outside the door. They will take you to be judged before Odin." "What did you do to anger him so?" she asked. "I have no idea," Harry said honestly. "I've only ever had dealings with Hela as part of my responsibilities as the Master of Death," he said with finger quotes causing Air to laugh. "Well, a couple days ago, one of his ravens brought him some news that made him angry enough to shake all of Asgard. There was panic in the streets as they thought the frost giants were invading again," she replied thoughtfully. "Could he be angry that the curse he put on Hela could be broken?" asked Harry, looking at Air. "That would certainly do it. He hates her above all Loki's children because of how his father is imprisoned in her realm," she replied. "Fuck me sideways," Harry muttered. "Did you have something to do with breaking Hela's curse?" Air questioned at seeing his reaction to the declaration how angry Odin was with Hela. I gave Hela the means to break her curse in exchange for information on the enemies of my pantheon. I believe the mortal expression is, "You are up the stream without N or D." Yes, I certainly am, Harry said as he lay his head back on the pillow, not having the heart to correct the goddess. They chatted for a few more minutes before the same guards who brought Harry to the medical bay roughly grabbed him to the protests of air and dragged him before the mighty All-Father. "Shall we have any of the same problems we did at our last meeting?" Odin asked Harry as he fingered his still bloody spear. "I think I will keep those comments to myself for now," Harry said, looking Odin in the eye. Chuckling, Odin said, "We shall see. For what you are about to experience, well, let's just say you won't like the results. What do you intend to do with the child? She is innocent with your problems with me. Return her to her mother," Harry pleaded. His problems with the Asgardian king didn't need to involve a baby. "I cannot have the Greeks looking to Asgard. She will remain here and given to a caretaker to be trained in field of respect. She is the child of a goddess, even if her mother is a whore. She will be well cared for." That was all Harry got out of Odin on the subject as he was taken outside the throne room and got his first glimpse of Asgard. It was beautiful in Harry's opinion. Buildings designed in the Gothic style, mead halls made of bronze, training grounds filled with warriors, and beautiful parks dotting the landscape. There they were met by a fearsome warrior clad in heavy armor that covered his whole body and wore a helmet in the shape of a wolf's head with its jaws opened and, as Harry saw, only one hand. Harry knew the man was important from one of the Norse myths but couldn't recall which one. "Must we do this, All-Father?" the man asked, shooting Odin a worried look. "The beast has been very restless lately." "Fear not, Tyr. This must be done. I had foreseen this event many years ago," Odin said softly as he placed his hand gently on Tyr's shoulder. "If it must be done, I wonder how he'll take to the changes," Tyr mused. "Well enough." "What changes?" Harry asked. "What are you going to do to me?" "You will see when we get there," Odin said as he was brought Sleipnir, the most wondrous pure white horse Harry had ever seen, even if he had 8 legs. He was sure the only horse who could match his beauty was the original Pegasus. Harry was then loaded into a rolling cage as they set out for an unknown destination. No one would talk to him or answer any of his questions during the many hours-long ride. All he got was silence, and it unnerved him, especially when they got to a very dark forest that caused the guards to jump every time a noise was heard. Eventually they made it to a small clearing in the forest that had all the guards nervous. "Bring him here. Tyr and I will escort him to the beast," Odin said to the relief of the guards who brought a shackled Harry to his captors. Seeing the relief on their faces that they wouldn't have to go anywhere near this creature set Harry's imagination into overdrive. What monsters did the Norse fear so much? He remembered hearing about the children of Loki from Hecate during one of their chats during their training. She had said if his father had any patron god, it would have been the Norse trickster. This led to a discussion about the things he had done and the children he had sired. It hit Harry like a sack of bricks. Holy fuck, they were taking him to Fenrir, the wolf who will start Ragnarok by eating Odin. Oh, he was in some deep shit now. They entered another small clearing with a towering stone pillar in the center with many different runes inscribed into the rock. There at the base was, in Harry's opinion, a small wolf cub tied with what appeared to be a golden ribbon. "Odin and Tyr, how wonderful to see you again. Are you here for your yearly visit already?" the cub said in a surprisingly deep and raspy voice as it turned its head to survey the new arrivals. "Take head, beast. You speak to the All-Father," Tyr shouted. Fenrir laughed before he lunged at the group, growing in size until he was as big as an elephant. He looked every bit as a snarling feral beast the myths made him out to be. "The All-Father will be my dinner soon enough," he growled out, his voice so deep it caused the ground to tremble. To Harry's surprise, he shrunk down to about the size of large dog and looked at them with a bored look. "Who's the new guy?" "He is Harry Potter," Odin said to his future killer. "Cool. What's a guy like you doing with those assholes?" Fenrir asked curiously, looking at Harry with the brightest blue eyes he had ever seen. It was like the clearest blue sky on a summer day. "Was stabbed in the back and kidnapped by the bearded guy," Harry replied dryly, earning him a backhand from Tyr for disrespecting the Allfather again. Seems like something he would do. Fenrir agreed with a nod. I mean, look what he did to his grandchildren. Some serious issues with his parenting skills. Silence, you beast. You are in the presence of the King of Asgard, shouted Tyr, pulling out and brandishing his massive sword out of his scabbard at his side. I'm the beast, Fenrir asked with a deep chuckle. I've heard what you've done to your own people, Lord of Justice, mocked Fenrir. It was your curse, not me. He screamed in denial as his grip on his sword tightened so much Harry swore the leather and metal groaned in protest. Truly? Did I kill my own kin? Did I kill my wife? Did I have to be stopped by Odin after slaughtering my way through Asgard? Enough! Shouted Odin, placing a hand on Tyr, who ripped off his helmet and looked ready to attack the wolf. You've brought him here to receive my gift, have you not? To use him as a weapon with your latest campaign against the frost giants, Fenrir said as he looked Odin in the eye, getting a nod in return. Tell me, have you seen how this will end for the Asgardians? How this ends for you? And how this gift will affect Harry here? I have, Odin said seriously. Then you know this will bring nothing but ruin for you, Fenrir said seriously. Perhaps, Odin agreed. I will have to face the consequences of my actions sometime. I do only what is best for my people, Wolf. And to the ruin of others, Fenrir said seriously, eyeing the ribbon holding him in his prison. True, Asgard will always take priority over everything else, Odin confirmed. Harry Potter, Fenrir said, turning to a nervous Harry. I'm sorry, I have a feeling you will make the best of what is going to happen to you eventually. Before Harry could ask what he meant, Odin pushed him towards the wolf, who lunged and bit Harry on his left shoulder. Harry screamed in pain. He had never felt anything like this before. This made getting stabbed and being tossed around by Odin seem like a relaxing massage. He felt as if his whole body was melting and twisting. He barely noticed when he dropped to the ground and started writhing around. Before Harry thankfully slipped into sweet oblivion, he heard Odin yell, "Quickly! We must get him back before he loses control." Harry slipped into unconsciousness soon after. When Harry regained consciousness, the first thing he noticed, besides that he seemed to be chained to a bed, was that he had a broken spear sticking out of his right shoulder. What the fuck? Harry muttered as he tried to take in his surroundings and wonder where the hell he got stabbed by a spear again. He saw that he was in a small tent by himself, bare of anything but the cot he was very tightly chained to. Harry had no idea where he was, or how long he waited before someone showed up. He was surprised that it was Air who was the first to visit him. "Air, where are we?" he said to her shock, if her dropping her basket of supplies was any indication. "You're back," she said excitedly. "Back?" Harry asked, confused. "Where did I go? I remember getting bit by Fenrir and pain and then nothing." "We are in Jotunheim. It's been 8 months since you were bitten," she said sadly as she picked up her supplies and set them on the cot. "What's going on? How did I get here? Why do I have a spear in my shoulder?" Harry asked, starting to panic. "Asgard is once again at war with the frost giants. You've been fighting them for the last 7 months. Apparently, you strike fear into their hearts. There are rumors they call you the Greek, according to some of the wounded soldiers." "Why do they call me the Greek? I'm English," Harry said as Air gently removed the spear. He was concerned when he couldn't feel it at all. He was expecting a lot of pain. "It is the way you fight. While it has been many centuries, the giants went to war with the Greeks. They remember their powerful foes and how they fought," she replied as she placed a salve on the wound and bandaged it up. "Why couldn't I feel that?" Harry asked worriedly, not liking the way Air wouldn't look him in the eye. "You might not be able to feel anything besides emotions ever again." "What? How is that possible?" Harry shouted. "Tyr cannot feel anything. It's part of the curse placed on him by Fenrir when he was bitten," she replied sadly. "What curse?" She stopped to think how best to describe it. "I would compare it to lycanthropy in a sense. From what we have observed from Tyr, you have enhanced strength and durability." "That doesn't seem so bad," Harry mused. "Do I transform on the full moon?" There is not a physical transformation that was observed. It's an emotional transformation. She struggled to describe what came next. It would seem that the curse in situations of intense stress causes the bearer to lose their mental facilities and become an enraged beast in a man's body. So, I become a strong guy who just kills everything in front on him. Harry tried to summarize her statement about his affliction. It goes deeper than that, though. It also affects physical sensations as you've experienced. Tyr has not been able to feel any physical sensation since he was similarly cursed. Fenrir was mad when he did that. He tried to rationalize. He was sort of sad when he did it to me. Could that make it different? I have no idea, Er confided. You've been a walking body for months. You didn't speak, barely ate or drank, slept, or any other function a living being does. You did, however, kill many giants. It seems the only time you became animated was during battle. Harry didn't say anything as she tended to the wounds he received from the battle he had no memory of participating in. She was escorted out by guards when it was discovered Harry was aware of his surroundings. It seemed like hours before the tent was entered by someone. To Harry's dismay, it was the last person he wanted to see. It seems you have come back to your senses, Odin said as he sat on a chair provided by one of his bodyguards. It seems that way, Harry said quietly. The rage he felt at this immortal in front of him was squashed and pushed to the deepest recess of his mind. So, would you like to know where you are? Odin asked, completely aware of the hatred the prisoner in front of him had for him. Fighting frost giants in their home realm, he replied. Not just the giants anymore, it seems. The fire demons of Muspelheim have joined the battle. Wonderful. You have fire demons in your pantheon? Harry asked in disbelief. Indeed, Surtur has led his forces against us. Odin agreed. What does that mean for your war on the frost giants? It means that we will retreat to Asgard and set up a defense against her enemies, Odin said solemnly. So, let me get this straight, Harry asked quickly. You are retreating from a war you caused because fire demons joined the fight, even though you have other realms allied to you? They outnumber my forces 4-1. I will not fight a battle where my people are at such a disadvantage, Odin yelled angrily. So why start the battle with the giants here if you didn't want your other enemies rallying against you? Seems like you should have left them alone, Harry stated. The frost giants have been trying to free the beast who bit you. They have been trying relentlessly for the last year. I fear Loki has given them a method to break the chain that holds that beast. So, you were trying to prevent the release of Fenrir by the giants by wiping them out, so the wolf doesn't go on a rampage of revenge and murder throughout Asgard. Indeed, since the war began there has been no attempts to free Fenrir from his prison. Why don't you just move him somewhere else? Wouldn't that make sense to hide him from your enemies? Harry asked. Because the band that holds him place is woven into the very ground he rests upon. I could no more move that than I could the cosmos. Before Harry could offer a rebuttal, shouts rang out among the men outside. Sire! A guard ran into the tent breathless. We are being attacked by the frost giants and Surtur. The guards are being overrun at the gate. What of the evacuation to Asgard of the wounded? Odin shouted to the guard who flinched at the sound of his yell. It's complete, sire. We were just sending the troops back before they attacked. Finish the evacuation. Gather my party to me. We will hold the line until everyone is gone. It will be done at once, the guard said before bowing and running to fulfill his orders. So, we have to fight to run away? Harry asked skeptically. We are making a tactical retreat, Odin yelled as Harry was suddenly engulfed in a white light before he was suddenly clad in simple chainmail armor and his sword was in his right hand. The comfort of holding something familiar, even if he could no feel the leather grip of his sword, was a very welcome moral boost before going into battle to help his captor. Harry followed Odin out of the tent knowing if he tried to run now, he would most certainly regret it. He had his mind working. Hopefully the battle lust of his curse wouldn't cause him to lose his mind for another 8 months. He got his first view of a frost giant as soon as he stepped out as its skull was crushed under the mighty swing of Thor's hammer. Harry thought the red cape was a nice touch, made all his movements very dramatic. Harry thought they looked very similar to the giants in the wizarding world, only they were slightly taller and used metal armor and swords to fight. Odin jumped right in and started to stab or blast any giant that appeared in his path. Harry could believe he was a terrible force of death to his enemies as an incarnation of war itself. He was the type of god Ares wished he could be, calm in his lust for his enemies' destruction, not a berserker who was a danger to all around him, even his allies. Harry watched as a giant approached him. His chainmail gleamed in the sunlight, and his sword stained red with the blood of those killed already. "You shall die today, Greek," he growled out in the deepest voice Harry had ever heard. Before Harry could respond, he felt a haze coming over his mind and his body started to move on its own. Desperate to try and regain some control over his own body, he called frantically upon his magic to try and help him regain control. He felt a burst joy when his magic responded to his command. He could feel it making its way to his mind, clearing the haze that settled there. He could see clearly now what he was doing, not just the fuzzy images. He saw clearly that he had just hamstringed the giant and slit its throat as it fell to the ground just as he was taught by Inio. He was relieved he hadn't become some monster on the field like he saw Thor was as he smashed another skull of a giant as more and more Asgardians left the field, each making sure to grab the injured or dead and remove them from the field. Seeing his body move towards the front gates of the camp where the fighting was heaviest, he could clearly see they were outnumbered. The few guards remaining at the gate were being overwhelmed as they tried to stem the flow of the giants, a guard falling for every 2 giants slain. Harry mentally winced when he received a slash across his chest from a smaller giant. His body quickly made sure the giant paid for it by removing its head from its body. Harry couldn't feel any of the pain from the wound and focused his magic on healing the wound. Slowly, he could feel his magic was healing the damage. It seems the poison used on him months ago was wearing off. Harry was hopeful he could begin practicing magic outside his body once the battle was over. Then he could hopefully apparate away or make a port key to the underworld and escape the damn Asgardians who kidnapped him. Suddenly he was blasted off his feet as a huge bolt of lightning struck the ground 100 feet in front of him, incinerating a group of giants. This allowed the remaining guards to grab the wounded and the dead and flee behind the group of Odin, Thor, Tyr, Harry, and a man Harry had not remembered meeting. He looked kind of like Thor, so he was assuming he was a brother or relative of his. After the guards had left, the fighting had stopped. The giants had regrouped and were wary of another bolt of lightning from the thunder god. The regrouped giants parted as what looked like an Asgardian walked through them wearing bright golden armor and a green cape. As he removed his helm, Harry saw that he had midnight black hair and the most intense hate-filled green eyes as he eyed the powerful men in front of him. While everyone was busy looking at this man, the Asgardians behind them were finishing their evacuation by lighting their camp on fire to deny the enemy any spoils and war material as they fled. "It's nice to see you again, All-Father," the man said with a sneer, not even bother to eye his companions. "Loki," Odin greeted frostily. "I see you have indeed come to lead the frost giants against us." "I don't lead them," he said offhandedly. "I just offer them advice. I did live among the Asgardians for thousands of years after all. I know about how you fight, and I know how weak Asgard has become in the last few centuries. I should have smothered you when I found you in this chaos-forsaken world, instead of taking you into my home and raising you," Odin shouted angrily. Harry noticed Thor looked slightly uncomfortable when his father said that. Loki just walked in a relaxed manner back and forth in front of his regrouped troops who were all still prepped for battle, waiting for the order to continue their attack. "Truly? If you had done that, you would have lost your precious heir centuries ago to his own stupidity." "Yes, you have saved my lifetime and again, Loki," Thor spoke up. "But you forget the times I have saved yours as well, especially if when you cut of Sif's hair." "I agree that may not have been one of my smarter decisions," Loki said with a self-depreciating laugh. "But I made that right in the end, didn't I, brother? Your wife currently has a nice full head of hair courtesy of the dwarves that I procured for her. Only after I stopped her from murdering you and promised if she did not get her hair back I would break every bone in your body. Details. I am only here to collect the surrender of the Asgardians from their illegal campaign in Jotunheim and negotiate the terms for the reparations for the unjust attack on a peaceful group of people. Loki drawled, causing the Asgardians to bristle in outrage. We offer no surrender and not terms for reparation, Odin shouted. We attacked for the trespassing in Asgard to release that beast you call a son Fenrir. These giants are trying to start Ragnarok and then end of all things. Is it really the end of all things? Loki asked rhetorically. I'm certain there is a part of that prophecy that talks about rebirth and whatnot. Not all are destined to die, Odin. Just the important people. He chuckled at the end of his statement. Are you so eager to die? Tyr asked. I can rectify that for you right now. I look forward to seeing die after what you did, you my son. Beast or not, he is my child, and Asgard will pay for the treatment of my children throughout the centuries. Loki said, though clenched teeth. Your beast of a son has punished me enough for what I did to him. Tyr counter, showing his stump. I have paid for it every day since. Before anyone could reply, the ground started to shake, causing the Asgardians and Harry to stumble, while the giants either stumbled to regain their balance or fell. Only Loki seemed to be able to stay on his feet. A massive crack was heard before the earth behind the Asgardians exploded, pelting them with debris and causing all of them to be knocked off their feet with the force. From the hole rose a massive bearded giant standing easily 100 feet high, carrying a massive flaming sword in his right hand. His beard catching fire in spots before going out, like how he heard how Hephaestus's beard acted. He also noticed this giant liked to fight in the buff. Harry immediately felt sorry for any giantess who had to deal with that basilisk. Surtur! Odin screamed in fury as he launched a blast of energy from his spear at the giant. The giant took the blast to the chest and barely stumbled from the powerful blast. He quickly retaliated by swinging his massive sword to where Odin and his allies, plus Harry, were standing. They all quickly jumped out of the way as the sword cleaved the ground where they had been before. The sword cleaved the ground, leaving a 20-foot trench where it struck. The blade was so sharp it didn't do any damage to the area surrounding the trench. Before Harry could regroup with the Asgardians, Odin called for them to retreat and they vanished into the Bifrost, leaving him alone in the middle of a hostile army. Loki looked amused as Harry tried to prevent the haze from once again clouding his mind, forcing him to attack the opposing forces. I see Odin treats you the same way he treated me for centuries. I didn't volunteer to fight for him. He kidnapped me and made me, Harry said bitterly. He carefully looked at his options to see if he could find a way to escape long enough before he could manifest his magic externally to make a port key to somewhere safe. I see. He chose a powerful warrior to fight for him. I'm surprised he would pick a Greek. He has had a feud with Zeus since the fall of Mycenae and has promised to kill any Greek stepping into any domain controlled by the Norse pantheon. Can't help it, Harry said as he eyed Surtur carefully as the giant was holding his sword directly over his head. How he moved that massive thing without him noticing was very troubling. Why is that? Loki asked curiously as he stepped closer to Harry. Has he not promised you your freedom for helping him wipe out his enemies? Treasure? Women? As far as I know, I am being punished for helping end the curse put on your daughter by Odin. He seemed really angry about that. Loki looked shocked at that for just a split second before he smirked. It seems my daughter will lend me her aid to wipe out our common enemies now that her curse is broken. Sure. Look, I had no desire to fight you guys at all. He came into my home and kidnapped me and a baby I had just rescued and brought me to Asgard. He then had Fenrir bite me to make me into a weapon to fight you guys apparently, and I just snapped back into consciousness after 8 months as a walking fighting machine. Harry explained quickly. Can you just accept my surrender and promise to not fight you guys anymore and let me go? He finished, hopefully looking at Loki. Loki burst into laughter after Harry was done speaking. He then quickly walked up to Harry, throwing his arm around his shoulders, mindful to avoid having his golden blood getting on his armor. He turned Harry to face his forces with him and shouted, "We are all going to destroy the Asgardians." His emphasis on all worried Harry as the army of giants cheered and Surtur roared his agreement with the statement. Harry, how would you like to pay back the Asgardians for what they have done to you? Loki asked to Harry's dread.